Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Elena Kutsko.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us on the morning. I hope you didn't have too long of a night, and thank you so much for joining us here in this room. We're going to be talking about building the foundations, compute infrastructure, and security for competitive AI deployment. But first and foremost, I want to welcome on stage our speakers for today. We have with us Ben Crampton, who is Director for European Government Affairs at Microsoft. Welcome, Ben. We also have with us Parvinder Johar, who is CEO of Avathon. Welcome, Parvinder. And we have with us Michal Valko, who is Chief Models Officer at Stealth AI startup. Welcome, Michal. During the course of yesterday, and especially at the Geotech Summit segment of the conference, we talked extensively about the need for Europe to focus on AI deployment, AI diffusion, and make sure that AI is introduced in all sectors of economy and society. What we did not talk about that much yesterday is what it actually takes to make it happen. We have this ambition, but this ambition can crash at the reality of either physical constraints or things that we do not have put in place to make sure that we can ensure the AI diffusion and rollout. That's exactly what we're going to be discussing today with the speakers on stage. But before we do that, I guys want you to just tell us a few words about yourself, tell us what you are doing, to give a little bit of a background and the angles from which you're going to be coming. Michal, and I'll start with you from the other side.
I'm Michal. I've been doing AI for 25 years. I built first face recognizer at Intel. I created DeepMind Paris. I've been teaching AI for 15 years. My grad students created companies like Mistral, Qt, and others. I was recruited directly by Mark Zuckerberg last year to train Llama 3, and now I work on a startup. I'm also academic and advise about 25 AI startups.
Michal, I would like to be your student.
I think we all would.
Parvinder, please go ahead.
I've been doing technology for more than 35 years now. Started off with building distributed control systems and started using the first neural networks back in '89. They were simple. They were two. So long history. I've been the CEO for 4 different startups over the years. And in between, I also worked for Hewlett-Packard. So it's good to be back in Prague, because back in 2008-9, we actually ended up setting 3 factories in the Czech Republic. So a fair amount of experience, kind of for 2 for PCs and 1 for servers, kind of here too. So know the infrastructure a little bit. Currently, CEO of Avathon. We are a physical AI company, and we'll talk more about what it really means, kind of to have an infrastructure for physical AI, which is slightly different than kind of things like ChatGPT and others.
Perfect. Welcome back to Prague. Ben.
So, I'm Ben Crampton. I'm definitely the odd man out here because I do not come from a technology background at all, even though I now work for a technology company. I joined Microsoft 3.5 years ago. I was previously a diplomat, working mainly on conflict, and mainly in Western Balkans, North Caucasus, and then in East Africa for a long time. And so coming into the technology world has been a real departure for me. But I mean, I think it's been fascinating. And I think these discussions that we're coming on to now about how we need to prepare as societies for a huge change that's going to come as a result of the implementation and diffusion of AI, but also in terms of the resilience and making sure that it all functions together seamlessly and with minimal disruption is going to be I'm looking forward to the discussion, but it comes back to my past a little bit.
Perfect. So we have a perfect lineup with diverse angles to cover. So what we're going to do here, I'm going to start with a few questions to the speakers. But we also would be excited to bring you all in. There are 2 ways to do that. Please raise your hand at any moment if you would like to jump in and ask a question. I'll be monitoring the room and make sure that you have an opportunity. We also have the Slido app, and you can type in your questions online, and we see the screen here, so they will be coming in live to us. Please keep doing that during the entire discussion, and we'll make sure we can get in as many people as possible. But let's start with the first question. what it actually takes to make sure that we can have AI roll out? What kind of infrastructure needs to be in place? And of course, it's a pretty broad set of factors that need to come together. So while you're talking about that, I would also want you to mention something that you think Europe is not probably thinking about enough, or where you think we are facing most consequential choke points in Europe. And Michal, let's start with you.
Yes, so I think so. There are multiple things that we need to do for AI, right? So there is there are data centers, there is data itself, there is energy, there is chips, there is talent, right? And so depending on which project we want to do, there is a different proportion of how much we need to invest in that, right? And so it's kind of on the policymakers that are here to decide what to do. I think the good example is Canada, because I think in Europe we try to do everything a little bit, and Canada is decided, well, we're going to only invest in these 4 things, but when we really do a lot of investment within this direction, I think committing to one thing, because one thing that's quite difficult for startups is not necessarily the regulation, but the changing regulation, like non-stability. Like you say, well, for next 15 years, we're going to invest in this direction, and we're going to back every single thing that's going to be, right? Like, there is very dangerous things that, okay, well, next 6 months we were doing that, and then we completely change. So there's things that, we are good at, right? Like, for example, we are good in these countries, or in France, where I spend half of my time, in nuclear energy, right? So even UAE comes to France because, that's very good for data, like the clusters, hyperscalers, right? Like, they produce a lot of heat. They need to be cooled, right? And so first you need those energy, and we should not build them in the hot areas, right? A lot of things are talent, right? So we need to educate people to get that, right? Like, that's why I was spending a lot of time in education. I've been teaching grad courses for 15 years, but also here in Europe and Eastern Europe, like with friends in DeepMind, we started a thing called Eastern European Machine Learning. So every time we pick the country where there is no machine learning experts, and we build them, bring them, so I organize it in my hometown in Košice. This year will be in, I think, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and exactly those countries, right? Because it's very difficult for people that do PhD here, just go for 2 months in Japan for machine learning summer school that would cost like 5,000 euros. There is no even resources for that. Then one thing that's lacking specifically. And for example, one thing that my student in Mistral could not just stay in Europe, and they had to open 40 people lab in San Francisco, is exactly if you need people that are good in specific things in chips, for example, good CUDA. CUDA is one of the underlying, let's say, software that governs the chip, or nickel. They are in San Francisco, right? So there's NVIDIA, there's AMD, there is Intel. So those people are not here, right? We have ASML in Eindhoven, but we don't educate people in those things, and there's no clusters of, let's say, excellence in this kind of stuff. So for example, in those things are behind, and in those things, China is catching up tremendously, right? But UAE is, building factories, and so we are, observing for now.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So what we have from you is energy, but with a focus on energy that you can produce cheaply and scale. In some cases, it's nuclear in Europe. We have talent, and we have the clusters and ability to draw on the adjacent expertise. Parvinder, you're next.
I think if I pick up on your point on talent, and I'm based in San Francisco Bay Area as well, at the company headquartered in Austin, and we ended up moving to San Francisco, primarily because of the culture and the ecosystem that you have for innovation. I think I will go more on that, not just the cluster part in there for Europe in particular. If you think of China is doing well, in India, Bangalore comes to mind. If I think of Europe, don't really know what comes to mind as a place to go.
Prague. It should be Prague.
It should be Prague, yes, but it doesn't come to mind today. So I think talent, and that talent along with the culture of innovation is it is absolutely required. But maybe I will step back a little bit more, because AI is not just one thing. And it's kind of, one, it depends on what type of an AI algorithms we are even talking about too. So, and many people confuse kind of, it's just a one thing. It's a broad area with many different applications, whether it's reinforcement learning, large language model, natural language processing. All of them have even different infrastructure requirements. And so people have tended to kind of go and say, the number one thing I need is very large data centers, and I need a lot of energy to do AI. But if you think of a remote mine or an oil rig or any of these things, there are so many applications of AI. Or talking about defense, a naval ship which needs to be disconnected from the rest of the world, but you still have many of these applications of AI that can happen. So my first one is that just think of kind of which part of the AI are we talking about. Especially when we talk about the defense as a sector in there, it's not necessarily going to be these large public data centers. And so much of the compute will really be on the edge. And what happens today, that we have a lot of data. If I take an oil rig, it can produce about 5 terabytes of data a day. You're not going to move it to a public cloud kind of in there. You're going to be that, how do I go process it? Very different problem to go solve. And the same thing happens in defense settings, right? Whether it's in a conflict zone and you're looking at conflict logistics, you're not really going to be moving data around, and what are you processing? At the same time, if you're talking about kind of public health, kind of there's a lot of things that need to be happen at scale for a country or for a geography as a whole. So my first caution is just kind of just step back, define what are we even talking about, both from the technology perspective and what the applications are. And depending on the application, the needs are different too. Hope that makes sense, especially kind of in this conference when I think of defense, the needs are very different than what it will be kind of purely for education or health or other things, which are equally important, but different.
I just want to do one very specific example, an excellent point that you mentioned, the kind of like innovation mindset, and that's why I spend half of my time in San Francisco, is that, you know, if I talk to people in Slovakia or even in France, you know, like, studying even computer science or AI, their hope is, you know, to get a good job, maybe startup. And the one that dream big is like, we'll get to companies like, you know, DeepMind or Meta, OpenAI. People in San Francisco, for them, is a failure. You know, if you work for somebody else, you know, when they're young, they go to meetups, they read books of founders, they want to create their company themselves. So that's kind of like completely different mindset. You know, not to get somewhere so you have it easy, but actually to create something better than something that exists. And so that's why we find in San Francisco, and you made an excellent point. And that's why I'm there, and that's why half of my people work there.
Yeah. We'll follow up on that moment in a little bit more detail, because it's important. We'll already have a few questions coming in on that one. But Pravinder, thank you so much for highlighting that there are different use cases and different ways to think about AI and what you need for the requirements. In some ways, it's actually good news for Europe, because I think the worry here was that because we don't have all this mass-scale infrastructure, we'll never succeed. And that's the problem where everybody was obsessed about and focused, whereas what you're saying is that you can do a lot while doing that in parallel. You already can do a lot in different types of applications. Ben, let's go to you next.
Well, I mean, I think the first thing I say is actually Europe does have that large-scale infrastructure, and it's built by the large hyperscalers. I mean, we're on course to have 200 data centers in Europe. We've invested 18 billion euros in the past year. We're expecting to invest a similar amount in the coming period, and of course that's just Microsoft. There are also the other large US companies, and European companies are getting much bigger as well. So there is a very large-scale private infrastructure investment in Europe, and I think it comes on to an interesting question about the role of government, because I really do understand the concern in Europe at a governmental level about the lack of, if you like, native infrastructure in Europe. That is changing from the private sector perspective. As I say, European cloud providers are becoming much larger. But I think, coming back to Pravinder's point, this is exactly the right point. There is a space here for a lot of different forms of infrastructure and a lot of different kinds of ecosystems. There will be space for the large-scale infrastructure that we're building out, the big data centers, and sort of large language models directed towards mass consumer and mass business uptake. But there will also be lots of edge applications, as Pervinder says, particularly in the defense market, which is my own focus. I think the second thing I say is that I think there are many ways in which Europe is different, and Pervinder and Michal have already talked about this, but one of the ways in which Europe is different is that there is a tendency here to be led more by the public sector than is the case in the US. So one of the things that the European governments can best do to encourage AI adoption in Europe is to adopt it more themselves. That is it's an important starting point. There is a huge role for governments to play as exemplars in the use of AI in their own systems, and as a means of encouraging AI uptake amongst businesses. There was an encouraging report, I think, from the Geotech Center on this, which we talked about yesterday, which actually indicated that on its own statistics that AI uptake amongst European businesses was slightly higher than it was in the US, which was a surprise to me. But I think we can be safe in assuming that it's lower in both cases, Europe and the US, than it is in China. And one of the reasons for that is that the Chinese government has been very, very far-reaching in its own adoption of AI and its encouragement of businesses in China to do that. So there is a role for government, and it also comes back to Michal's point about ensuring that there's a stable regulatory environment in Europe, which has been the case historically. And that's an important thing for investment. In the case of ecosystems, I think the lesson of the past is that ecosystems are quite hard to create artificially. They tend to grow organically, but there are centers of AI excellence in Europe. Paris is one. I'm sure that's why you spend a lot of time there. You mentioned Eindhoven. My wife is Dutch, so she'd be very pleased to hear that. There are these places, and I think it's more a matter of encouraging the clustering, doing what governments can to remove barriers to the creation of businesses, including physical barriers. I mean, again, building a data center isn't just a matter of sort of finding a piece of land. It's the permitting process. You need to have access to water. You need to ensure access to energy. This can be a long-winded process. If you want to encourage business uptake and you want to encourage businesses to cluster, creating the regulatory conditions in which that's relatively quick and easy to do is a very important step.
Thank you so much, Ben. I remember last year when Brett Smith was here, he said that permitting is one biggest concern, and half-jokingly he was saying that the best project Microsoft could do is to create an AI system who is going to be filling out all the applications and walking through the permitting system in Europe. But I just want to follow up very briefly on one thing that Michal was talking about, and that's the energy. There's a lot of discussion that it is actually a very huge constraint on the ability in Europe to do hyperscale projects and roll out data centers. Is that an issue for you from your practical experience so far with Microsoft?
Energy is one of three constraints, essentially, the other two being land and water. But energy is a constraint, it is a concern, partly also because of the commitments that we and other companies have made to ensure that all the energy we use to power data centers comes from carbon neutral sources. And we have a commitment as a company to be carbon negative by 2030. Now, when you're talking about very large increases in data center capacity, that comes with very large increases in the consumption of energy. It's one of the questions that's here. I think Microsoft is not unique in committing to source that energy sustainably, but of course that requires, we cannot produce that energy directly ourselves beyond putting solar panels on the roofs of our data centers. We do, in fact, actually invest in energy infrastructure in Europe and in the US. But essentially, it is much more down to the grid capacity of the areas in which we operate, and the quickest way in which grid capacity in Europe as a whole can be expanded is simply by making it more European and less national, because then you can spread the loads of renewable energy across the continent more efficiently. But that comes with all sorts of complications that Pervinder knows more about than I do. So.
And on that point, indeed, that like when we're talking about making it European and using the territory that's available not just for the nation state for Europe, there are a lot of questions that come with that, and these concerns about the sovereignty in Europe come very much into place. One of them is how you move data and who owns the data and where the data is processed, and that's again in itself might be a constraint if you want to do scaling in Europe. We talk a lot about digital single market. Everybody's from the business side saying that that's not quite the reality right now. But Michal, going back to you, can you elaborate a little bit on this ability to scale across borders in Europe, either when it comes to data mobility or any other constraints that you see right now?
I think we need to think it from the point of the stakeholder, who is using, right? Citizens or users, they want their data to be secure, and they want it to be accessible. The companies want it to be sustainable without barriers. And government want to, have some kind of oversight, right? And so, all these things need to be placed. And oftentimes we have those discussions that are very vague, right? I have friends, AI, they've been there for even longer than me, they're 60, 70 years old. One of them wants to stop it completely, and one of them to do completely unchanged regulation. But I think the answer is not either, right? A lot of times we're missing people in the room that are really dealing with those incentives. Why users should be, why the companies, why the investors should invest on those companies. We rarely talk about incentives with AI, right? But people that are really good in incentives is economists. We often, we have politicians, we have AI people, but where are the economists? Where we need to create systems, then for investor will be incentivized to work. For users, they will be incentivized to provide their data. And I think those discussions are missing the most, right? So create market creation. Some of my first it's also operation research and market design. I can give you a very specific example, right? In Paris, we don't want to have cars right now. We are a green mayor, so we close the street and make them pedestrian, right? Or you take the things like US, Detroit, right? All the cars. But for me, the great example is London. You want to go to the city, you pay £2, and then you can decide if it's £2, £1, or £3, right? And so these are incentives, right? We don't, you let the technology developed, you don't regulate it. You create incentives that you maximize social welfare, such that people are incentivized to do the right thing. And so here, we want, users are incentivized to use AI. And one thing that a lot of companies, and even the companies that my students create are, sometimes overlooking, you want the AI to be integrated in the workflows, right? You want AI to do something for you, something that's useful. We just don't want big chatbot that you could talk to, right? You want do something that you couldn't do that before, the way that you're wanting it. I think that's important. Create incentives and have incentivized behavior that AI would be integrating to the workflow and do social good, in the sense we want it, right?
Right, and you're right. Even from the way how we approach it in Europe, but probably in some other places, the conversation is more how you're going to be punished if something is going to go wrong. And that's, of course, if that's the primary, that's one certainty that people know is what's going to happen to them if things go wrong. But they are not entirely sure what if everything's go right and what is the weights between the success and failure of the particular enterprise. But Pravinder, I'm really fascinated by your experience in Europe before. Just continuing the conversation about incentives, what do you think could work?
Yeah. I think, so my prior experience in Europe was, as I mentioned, with Hewlett-Packard. So I had global responsibilities for all manufacturing and supply chain, so all Europe was part of it. And there was movement of factories from Scotland to Czech Republic and kind of warehouses and others. And reality was that in the end, in the context of, at that time we were a Fortune 9 company, in the end it all ended up working out well as if you have a single kind of HP in Europe at that time, between Eastern Europe and Western Europe, EU or no EU. So my personal experience was kind of pretty positive from that perspective, that we didn't really feel like that there are a bunch of boundaries. Now, there were regulations that you had to go do it. But I wanted to go back to actually the data sharing point that you talked about it too. Who amongst us would ever want to live without a map? And how do these maps work? Whether it's Bing Map or the Google Map and others, if none of us share data on our own location, the maps don't work. But this was one of the cases which is a very great example of across the globe data sharing by people willingly, like, and it is all individuals, which is kind of how Wage came along, which is what Google Maps is, which is why kind of all maps have become that kind of you have to somehow figure out what's the right region to share data across borders, right? Now, these are individuals now, and all governments were involved at that time, kind of if you look through the history of how kind of it started on building a map technology that all of us use. Each and every one of us shares the data with the map provider, and in return, we get something that we get kind of traffic information. We get kind of when will we get there, right? Too. And then I think these days, I mean, I took an Uber this morning because I'm not staying, and we're always watching that. Where is that kind of Uber car kind of in there coming in? But that's I take that as a point that when we talk about the data sharing across borders within Europe or across the globe, if you first define what the purpose is and what the value is out of it, that's the right conversations to start off with, versus just a conversation that I've seen many times that, no, we need to share all the data about us. I mean, even yesterday, there was discussions about the citizens between UK and EU and how do we go share data about it. But I don't really know where the conversation is starting. If you start off with the purpose of data sharing in there, then I think it's a lot more easier conversation to go have in all of these cases versus purely a theoretical conversation that how do you go share.
Right, and it's actually an incentive in itself why people would be more likely to be.
Yeah, because
Ben, I feel like you want to jump in on that point, and if not, I have another question for you that we have from the room. And there are actually quite a few, but I want to pick up on the conversation that we started about the culture and ecosystem. There is a question coming in, whether Europe ever has a chance to create an ecosystem or the culture that would resemble something that you described exists already in San Francisco. And the key question is, Ben, you mentioned that it's very hard to create it artificially, but at the same time, what are the incentives that the governments can provide? But I'll also add a dimension, what are the incentives that the bigger companies like Microsoft can provide? Because you invest a lot in even countries across the region, and that stimulates in itself the pool of people who are coming in, the pool of other companies who are working with you across different locations.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think, as I say, I think it is hard to create these clusters artificially. There have been multiple attempts at it, and not only in Europe. And none of them have really succeeded. I mean, where these hubs and ecosystems have grown, they've tended to grow organically. But what is interesting, I mean, we talked about this yesterday, but I'll repeat what I said in a side session yesterday. If you think about this, if you like, this nervousness in Europe at the moment that Europe is falling behind in the technology race. It was a very similar feeling, actually, that the US had 40 years ago in regard to Japan. At that time, the perception in the US was that Japan was far ahead in the technology race. In fact, a lot of the technology that was later, if you like, utilized and expanded out of San Francisco was actually developed in Japan. So the question is not so much who creates this technology, it's who uses it and creates the springboard off which it becomes hugely beneficial and magnified. And there's another example, I think, and I used to work on this region. It's one I feel very strongly about: mobile telephony in Africa. Until very recently, the Safaricom's M-Pesa system in Kenya was by far the most advanced mobile money system in the world. You have essentially people having their bank accounts exclusively through their SIM cards. And it was a system that was developed entirely in Kenya for the Kenyan market. It's now been expanded across a lot of Africa. The mobile technology in question was not developed in Africa, but the application and the use of it and the way in which it was conceived differently and conceived as allowing people to have a bank in their pocket, that was new. It was an entirely different way of thinking about finance and about the value of technology. So the fact that, if you like, this technology is perceived as having been developed and exported from the US, that's probably my beard, that doesn't have to mean that it cannot be magnified, utilized, and made European in its application, and that's where the business opportunity truly lies. We provide the infrastructure, we provide the data centers after all of this will run, but it will run European systems for European companies, and that's what it does. So coming back to your question, I think if you look at the Czech Republic, and you mentioned Prague as a hub, for us it is a hub. For Microsoft, it's our biggest engineering hub in Europe. And I find that interesting for two reasons. One is, it wasn't necessarily what we would have expected, but it has become our biggest engineering hub in Europe, partly because, and Michal knows this better than me, STEM is taught very, very strongly in Central East European universities. There's a long tradition of very good STEM teaching in this part of the world, and there's a lot of graduates in this part of the world. But interestingly, coming back to the report that that came out of the Geotech Center yesterday, it's the part of Europe in which AI adoption by business is lowest. So there's a gradation as you go from west to east in Europe, whereby AI adoption by businesses gets less and less and less as you go east and south. So you have a paradox, which is you have this huge pool of talent, Michal included, coming from this part of the world, but most of them, just as, there's a brain drain from east to west in Europe as there is from Europe to the US at the moment. So there is a question of creating ecosystems to take advantage of the talent we have. Prague is a good example for us. I think we just have to find the ways of allowing those to grow organically, as I say, and part of that is extending the value of the single market, which you've talked about, and allowing companies that are based in one country to properly expand into others. That is still difficult. Access to capital for startups is a huge problem. Microsoft will invest in some, but it's not going to invest in all. There has to be a local venture capital market that can be there to scale up these companies. And that's another thing that San Francisco has that Europe does not have at the same scale. There is the culture as well, the culture of failure, as you say. That is a harder one to talk about and to deal with. But I think partly that you can argue about what's cause and what's effect. Are people willing to fail in the US because they know they will have access to capital if they fail, because the second idea is still good enough to invest in? Or is there a culture of willingness to fail that creates a capital investment market that is willing to take that risk? I don't know the answer, but it may well be that it's the first.
These are great points, and thank you also for pointing out the talent and the discrepancy between people actually having the skills and working for companies, but in a way it goes back to what Michal is saying. What we are doing well in Europe is indeed the engineering training, but probably the difference is that the people who go through this training, they do not necessarily are equally aware or capable of working in market realities. They know how to program, but they do not know how necessarily these skills can be commercialized or how to operate a business. And maybe this is one intervention that can be done both on the public side, but also on the private side, to a little bit merge the skills that people have on the engineering side, but make sure that they're also transportable and used for either running your own business or thinking about how you can integrate AI into the local business that you are doing here. I'll bring in people from the audience, and we have one hand over there.
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Tobias Elwood. I'm a former defense minister from the United Kingdom. And some of us have been coming to these security conferences for a long time, and it's a testament to the power of the digital world that the good people like you are taking an ever more prominence at these events. Now, I wonder whether you could humor me and calm me down, because I'm seeing a very large elephant in the room, and maybe it's just me. But if it isn't just me, then hopefully perhaps you can provide a solution. My concern is that there's actually a new arms race when it comes to AI, and particularly when it comes to quantum computing. And Ben and I had this discussion yesterday. So this elephant in the room is whoever gets there first. That's what I'm seeing. The prize is substantial. It's not only substantial, it's existential. So could I invite the panel to say, am I imagining things? Am I seeing elephants? Or should I just calm down and everything's fine? Or if you do agree with me, is it time for a Manhattan Project where the good people such as yourselves link in with governments, link in with the academics, and actually make sure that we win this new arms race? Because otherwise it is game-changing, and the world look very, very different. And it's in the next 2 to 5 years. Thank you very much indeed.
Tobias, thank you so much for that. That's an excellent point, and I'll make it even more higher stake and plug in another report that we did. We compared digitalization and AI deployment in the militaries across the world with a focus on China, Russia, which is the red theme, but also on what we're doing in Western countries or countries like South Korea and Taiwan. And of course, like, it's probably well understood that Chinese are moving well ahead, but what was interesting for us is to see that Russia is also underappreciated from the point of view how much, again, they do not invent the technology, but they're extremely good in taking whatever they get and deploying them at scale, and not just doing it for their own militaries, but they also now very efficiently sell these capabilities to plenty of actors across the globe. So there's a huge AI diffusion for defense sector that's stemming out from Russia. But now for the difficult part, the answers and the solution, we'll go back to you, and Ben. No, Ben, you were just speaking, so Pravinder, you're going to go next.
I think the AI race and the quantum race is very real, and then the price is very big. So you're absolutely right about kind of both of those things. What I'm not clear on is that kind of is there only one winner take all, or is it not, right? So if I go through kind of not to bring kind of there are companies in our history kind of which were the best innovators on the technology side but could never really scale it, right? So the point you're talking about kind of like Russia is that even if you don't invent it, there were many other companies who were able to scale it so much better. So the prize actually did not really go to the inventors. It ended up going to the people who knew how to scale it well. And I think it's not easy to jump into this race at this point, right? So as you talk about it, it's 2 to 5 years away, and people have been investing kind of like you decades, kind of just working on it, and we're getting towards the end of where all of it has come together in the last 2 to 3 years, right? So if you think of even DeepMind was about 10 years back or so when kind of Google got involved or so. So it was not yesterday, kind of it was 10 years back to begin with. So I don't know if the collaboration now on that let's go create something like a Manhattan Project is where we are, because it's already underway in there. And then whether it's China or US and Western countries, kind of the advances are kind of significant. But scaling and adoption of it and diffusion and how do you go monetize it and how do you go do it, that's kind of where I think there can be a lot more collaboration. For Europe, the broader impressions continues to be that it's more risk-averse than US is to some extent. And I think that risk-averseness on adoption might be a bigger issue than on innovation. And I think that's kind of where I would focus on that kind of, because it's still joking aside about permitting, but permitting is an example of kind of how adoption can take a long time, whether it's for mining that we were talking about yesterday, or it's for data center and others, kind of there's a lot of regulations which can slow it down. But I think the focus, if it was more on that, it's going to happen, it's coming, and I call it kind of, it's already foreseen that it's coming. It's a train which is going to go hit you in kind of 2 miles from now. Either get out of the way or do something about it. It's kind of how it seems to look like. So I will focus more on that. How do you go adopt it, and kind of how do we go prepare ourselves that we are not really the one standing in front of the train, versus we are on the train to begin with.
Perfect. And Michal, I'll bring you in. Do we need a Manhattan Project in Europe? And if so, how would you design it?
So let me address the race and the brain drain with specific example where things are working, right? Like so, it's true, you know, like it's been said, right? Like Europe is great in STEM, and then people go to US, right? And so I have a lot of people that, you know, I've been involved in like mathematical input for like, I don't know, 30 years, you know, as a solver, and like prepare kids to go to IMO. Most of them are professors or startuppers in the US. But some of them, you know, thanks to involvement of, we can call it Manhattan Project of UAE, you know, there is a UAE university, UAE created university on AI. So my first professor in Carnegie Mellon, Eric Shing, is a head of University MBZ UAI. And, you know, even his own professor, Mike Jordan, who is like probably the biggest star in the whole AI, right? Like Yoshua Benjo is his student, is also teaching in UAE, right? So, it was possible to bring people from the US, including my Slovak friends. One of them is a professor in UAE, another one is in Saudi, and these are like the talents that were, decades in US, because the thing now, and this is not that Europe doesn't do it, and even some Europe is even another positive example. Bavaria last year created a university of AI in Nuremberg, and in September there will be first students attending it. So even Europe can have capital and track, and it's succeeding. I have very bright friends in DeepMind quitting DeepMind in London with good salary, good career to go teach in Nuremberg, in Bavaria, right? And so we are also able to do something against brain drain and also winning part of the race. So things are not that bad. I think I would say maybe finish all this thing. Yes, we are behind, right? No question, right? Like not, but doesn't mean that, if we are behind and so we are, sometimes like the first adopters make most mistakes. Oh, let me give you another concrete example. I like concrete example, right? So in 44, US invented color television with this NTCS, so it's compatible with old system, right? In Europe, we're like, black and white for like 20 years. When we came with PAL and SECAM standards in 60s, right? 15 years ago, and it was much better than US color TV, right? I remember that. Same, we are behind, US is great in adoption and addressing regulations. China is very good in under-resourced, right? There was restriction not to have H100, GPU processors. Like Jensen created H800, that were worse. But DeepSeek used some of the worst processors to be genuine and use some of them for creating something with worse processor, right? And I think what we should do in Europe is take advantage of the world. We should take this under-resource thing, that under-resource create this ingenuity. And we should also learn from mistakes in US to have this early adoption, war rooms regulations to address things very quickly, and as we saw, like both of those places do mistakes, and we can learn both. As we learn with color television, I think we can do excellent in AI too.
Ben, do you want to jump in on this one?
I will quickly. We did talk about it yesterday, so I won't take very long on this. I think if the Manhattan Project is a if you haven't read Richard Rhodes' The Making of the Atomic Bomb, I do recommend it. It's one of the best books I've ever read. And partly it's just because of the way in which this process developed. And it was that strange concatenation of events where essentially a group of eccentric, exiled academics, as they were perceived by the US military, pitched this idea. And it was sufficiently interesting that the resources of the United States government were put at the disposal of these academics, and the resources of US industry at the same time were put at the disposal of these academics. So you had a government-coordinated, privately implemented, academically driven exercise, which resulted in the creation of a fission weapon. It was an extraordinary experience. Is that replicable? I think the point about the Manhattan Project that's interesting, of course, it has had a single purpose, single outcome, the production of a single weapon. AI is a much more diffuse discussion, and the question is, are we creating a defensive capability, an offensive capability, both, neither? I think that the question that has to be, I think it's possible to think of this coalition being created and driven and being successful, but I think we have to think very carefully about what the use purpose is that's being driven toward. But in general, is there more space for public-private academic cooperation? Absolutely. And I think Michal's point about the UAE and Saudi showing an example in this direction is actually correct. I mean, the UAE has simply decided we're going to have a post-oil economy. It's going to be driven by AI and renewable energy. What do we need to invest now to create the conditions that we will be in the lead when that time comes? It's been a very purposefully driven exercise. They have the benefit of being a centralized decision-making system. That is not a blessing that the EU has. And one final point I'd make here is about money. Collectively, the EU disposes of a great deal of money, but it also has a great deal of different things it has to spend it on. And the result, generally speaking, is that you end up with amounts of money that sound large at face value, but in fact, over the period of time in which they're distributed, end up being not particularly significant. If this requires major investment, if the EU wants to invest in this at scale, the amounts of money involved are really, really quite large. And that has to be factored in, as does, it's a point that Michal made, and it's interesting that he mentioned the Nuremberg point. It's a grubby subject in Europe, but it has to be talked about, and that's salaries. One of the reasons that people go to the US is they get better paid. Okay, they don't get free healthcare, and that is a major incentive for people to stay in Europe, but they do get better salaries. So the salary question has to be addressed here. If we're going to be serious about this, people have to be incentivized. It's an individual incentive as well as the government incentive to be ready to commit to remaining and investing in Europe.
Yeah. We have 3 minutes left, but we'll do a rapid fire, and there was one hand that I promised to address, so a quick question, and we'll give you quick answers.
Thanks. Very quick question based on the point that you said get on the train and use the technology. Europe did that. Facebook, Twitter, the Google infrastructure, TikTok. As a result, all of that infrastructure was weaponized against Europe, used by the Russians to destroy European democracy, without any control by the European governments. So Europe basically communicates with its citizens over infrastructure that it has no control over. The same thing probably would happen with AI. So how do we avoid that, and how does Europe make sure that we don't end up in the same situation?
I'll give everybody 35 seconds to answer it, so be specific and strategic. Michal, you go first.
Specific education and example, Sweden. You know, there is 80 people in Swedish cyber defense psychological protection, where they go as far as educate teenagers how to resist threats and fake news. I think this should need to be like European global level, because there's something that will not be able to protect. You know, it's not just, okay, well, we'll close kids' eyes and they will not be able to look at TikTok. No, like we educate them so they can, you know, discern truth from false.
Ravinder?
I think cybersecurity is the obvious point, but you also have with AI many of the ethical questions. So the type of safeguards that you have to put are so much more than kind of what it was for social media to begin with. And it's a topic in itself, so I'm probably just going to leave it at that. It's not only the cyber, but cyber is the absolute necessity, but then you also have kind of all the other type of safeguards.
Perfect. We've got cyber. And Ben, your last 15 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer is, of course, in the end, it has come further under the control of European governments through various regulations passed in the past year or so. But that has also resulted in a desire to preemptively regulate technologies that are not properly developed yet, including AI. So the AI Act is something we are committed to implementing fully. But we would argue, and we have argued, that some of this regulation actually hampers European companies from being able to compete in the market and create their own companies, because the compliance burden of regulation is too high for them. We can afford it, but smaller companies cannot.
Thank you so much, everybody. I really liked Michal's observation that sometimes the first adopters make the most mistakes. So my call is to become the second wave of adopters, but do not make a mistake of not trying to adopt it at all. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Please stay in your seats, because the next session will begin momentarily, and it's going to be about EU's trade dilemma. And for now, thank you so much for our great panel.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Maria Tadeo.
Excellent. Well, hi, how are you? Good to see you. Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us on this session. And now we'd like to bring on stage Arancha González Laya, who is the Dean of the Paris School of International Affairs, Sciences Po, and of course, the former Spanish Foreign Affairs Minister. Also, we are joined by Jennifer Ewing. She is Strategic Advisor for the Republicans overseas, based in the UK. Greg Hans, he's Strategic Advisor to Daniel Křetínský and the EP Group, and he's also the former Trade Minister for the United Kingdom. We are also joined by Symeon Tsomokos. He is the founder and president of the Delphi Economic Forum. And last but not least, Michal, he is president of the Polish Confederation, Leviathan, a member of the board of the GLOBSEC, which of course has put together this wonderful conference. So thank you very much to all of you for being with us today. And when they told me I was going to moderate this panel and I saw the title, Navigating a Trade Dilemma for the European Union, how to make deals, keep alliances, and remain autonomous. I thought this is a great point because we're in the midst of trade negotiations. Everyone here knows between the United States and the European Union, there are active talks and potentially a deal or maybe big tariffs that could kick in. So Jennifer, if you don't mind, I would like to start with you because sometimes I find, especially in Europe, there's some confusion around what is the logic of the tariffs that the president has implemented and also made it very clear this is an instrumental part of the US economic policy. So I wonder if you could first explain what is the thinking behind.
Sure. So I think you'd have to zoom out first and look at this new administration and what they are trying to accomplish. You've probably heard the term over and over again, America first. So what does that mean? It doesn't necessarily mean America alone, but what it does mean is that all decisions going forward under this administration are going to be made through the lens of, does it benefit American security and prosperity? So taking that into account with regards to tariffs around the EU, you will have heard over and over again, they think that they are unfair, in favor of the EU. That's number one. Number two, what we are looking for going forward with our relationship with the EU is just for them to carry more of their weight. We've heard that with regard to NATO and security. We also would like the EU to just become stronger economically because that makes them a better ally. So are these used as a political tool? Absolutely. But they're also used just as a negotiation point to start the conversations.
To start the conversation.
One thing I would just add, and what makes the discussions trickier with the EU than, for example, the UK, is this president and this administration does not actually like multilateral agreements. He likes bilateral agreements. So just by the definition of what the EU is, it makes it trickier.
And Jennifer, can I just follow up very quickly? And I think this is your first time at GLOBSEC, so
it is.
Welcome to
Thank you for having me.
To Prague. There's one thing in particular, and you alluded to this, and I love that you went straight to the point, because you said for President Trump, it's the one-on-one, and he does not like very complex institutions, and the EU may be one. But do you believe there's an element, and this is a very important question for the Europeans, is there an element of animosity when it comes to the EU? Because when the Liberation Day tariffs were announced, he did say the EU, bad deal, so pathetic, it's tough language. For Europeans, they're not used to that kind of language. So is there a form of animosity, or we have to make a difference between the policy and the way that the president likes to talk from time to time?
You're right. And even living in the UK, you can see how Americans are thought of. Even if you're the most eloquent, speaker, you're thought of as quite brash compared to the Brits. So you take that and multiply it by, the EU. And yes, so there's what Trump says, which is completely unsavory and quite unpresidential at times. And then there's what he does. So I think he definitely prefers smaller arrangements, like he backed Brexit. I think he has some concerns about free speech in the EU, and so he's getting those digs in there.
But we're not pathetic.
I don't think you're pathetic at all. I mean, I've lived in Europe for the last 20 years, so it's a beautiful place. Most of America comes from Europe, so no.
So thank you very much. And perhaps, Arancha, if we could go perhaps to you, just perhaps a general response, but also how is the European Union, and of course you've attended many European meetings, and you know Brussels very well. You were a minister in the Spanish government. Are you worried about the state of talks in general? Do you worry about tariffs as fundamentally being not so much a tool, but a real problem, in fact?
Yeah, let me say that I've spent 30 years of my life working with the US, working with different US administrations. The Europeans don't get to choose your American administrations. It's the Americans who do that. We just take this as the starting point of our relationship. Maybe we would love to be able to negotiate trade agreements with the governor of California. Would be maybe a little bit more sympathetic to the EU, but that's not the point. We work with whichever administration because we have a very important trade and economic relation. It's the most intense in the world. It's $4 billion US traded both sides every day. It's big. And we have to take it seriously. Now, at the moment, let's say the relationship is not in a good shape. Okay. Now, I'm not going to comment on what the U.S. administration wants to do, hopes to do, is not doing, and is not getting. That's for the U.S. to do. I would like to concentrate on what the EU is doing to respond to what is clearly a very big unilateral attack on the U.S. side, on the trade side, let's face it. And it's basically one, build resilience, deepen the European Union internal market. For 1% loss of share in the US market, we can compensate this with a 0.1% deepening of the European internal market. So let's build resilience. That's in our hands. Let's work on that. Let's stop fragmenting the European market. Let's integrate more capital, energy, technology, that's services, that's the name of the game. Number two is let's expand networks of agreements with those countries that want to get on with international trade worldwide. There is a long queue knocking at the EU door. Let's advance that. And three, let's deal with this US administration cool-headed, but also firm. Let's not let's make sure we don't get rolled over. That would be, at this point, my advice to the European negotiator.
Well, thank you for that. And before we move on, I want to, as you can say, this is very frank, but also very polite. So we're also going to give you the floor to put questions. And there's also an app, the Slido, that you can use to present those questions if you prefer to do that. And I'm told the hashtag you need to use is GLOBSEC Forum MSCH. Before we continue and go perhaps deeper, here's a question for Mr. Hans. You know how the UK and the United States operate as a bilateral relationship. It's a very strong relationship between the two of them. The two have now cut a deal, which was done very fast in terms of trade, and seem to have moved on. I wonder why you think that was done so quickly. What are perhaps the flexibilities that you have obtained? But also some argue the UK took a very pragmatic approach, but it could have been tougher, too, in defending the United Kingdom and dealing with the administration. So it decided to be pragmatic and not get into a battle with it. Perhaps the European Union is ready for a much bigger fight. So I wonder, what is your take?
Well, thank you. And thank you also to GLOBSEC for inviting me. I did, back in 2020, 6 rounds of negotiations with the Trump White House when it came to a free trade agreement, which ultimately didn't lead to anything because actually the Biden administration dropped the negotiation. So I'd say a couple of things. I'm not necessarily a big fan of this new agreement. It was done by my successor, the Labour administration in the UK. Nonetheless, I think it's right that the UK seek and do an agreement.
Why don't you like it?
I don't like it because I think the UK didn't get enough out of it. The UK, essentially, the agreement was about avoiding tariffs from the United States and did not deliver on UK longer-standing asks when it comes to the transatlantic relationship. For example, on service industries, for example, mutual recognition of professional qualifications, for example, on business visas. These are all the things that I was negotiating with the Trump administration back in 2020 that did not feature. So I think the UK deal as such was really about avoiding tariffs or trying to reduce the impact. And I don't think that is a good way of approaching a trade negotiation, to simply avoid what the other person has been threatening you with. But nonetheless, broadly speaking, it's right that the UK seeks a deal with the United States. I think if I were the European Union, I would try and do the same. If I were the European Union, I would also accelerate its trade negotiations. Arancha talked about some of the successful EU trade. I used to sit on the EU trade FAC many years ago when we started discussing the Mercosur agreement. Now, the Mercosur agreement is still not actually in place or still not actually in effect 10 years after I was on EU trade FAC. So my advice, if I'm not sure if people in Brussels would take my advice as the former UK trade minister, would be to get on with those trade agreements. You know, do an agreement with India, do an agreement with Indonesia. I would also, if I were the European Union, think about joining the CPTPP free trade area, which the UK has done. That's been a flagship of our policy. And actually to join that, and if you like, marry the free trading world between Europe and all of the pro-free trade countries around the Pacific, like Japan, Australia, Canada, and actually that could be a really powerful thing going forward. So that would be the different approach that I would take.
Can I just ask you, just a quick follow-up? You mentioned, I'm not sure, in Brussels, they would take my advice. In Brussels, some believe the United Kingdom basically just rolled over and took what was on the table in the hopes of avoiding escalation and those tariffs. They were very pragmatic on that front. Is that fair? Do you think that criticism goes too far?
Well, I think, as I said earlier, I think there's some validity in that.
Accepting and rolling over is not necessarily the same thing.
I wouldn't quite say rolling over, but I think the UK could have got a lot more out of that agreement. Oh. And I think it's unrealistic that the UK is going to be able to do quickly a further agreement. It's all predicated on there being further agreements. Now, I know the USTR quite well, and I know capacity in the USTR. There's the US Trade Representative Office. Is relatively limited. You know, it's a very small office. It's not like DG Trade in Brussels or even the Department of Business and Trade in the UK. It's much smaller. The idea the UK is going to easily get a further deal quickly, I think, is quite unrealistic when the US is doing negotiations with more than 70 trade partners around the world. So that's why I'm saying I'm not particularly. I like the approach of doing a deal with Washington, but I don't particularly like the actual outcome the UK got.
Well, thank you for that, and very candid. Symeon, you put together the Delphi Economic Forum too, so you are used to working with politicians, but also a lot of business players. I wonder, first of all, if you could perhaps share with us what you hear from the business community, because there's a form of anxiety that, you know, the tariffs this time around, they're much worse than Trump won, and the president seems to be inclined to go for much bigger numbers than initially. So I wonder if you perhaps could give us a form of zeitgeist, but also from the business perspective. Do you believe the absolute priority, especially for the EU, has to be to get this deal done?
Well, thank you very much for this invitation. I would like to thank the brothers in arms of GLOBSEC that invited me here. Before I come straight to the question, let me put in a perspective a few thoughts that I have, that Brussels, I think, it is in a very complicated situation at the moment, because first of all, we have to avert a transatlantic war, which is very important. On the other hand, we have to keep Washington committed to Europe's defense, and also we have to keep Washington engaged in Ukraine. So these are three issues which sometimes they don't go together. And this is why I think there's a confusion of that. Moreover, I think what Jennifer said before I liked very much, because we feel that there is a kind of a resentment from the US administration about Europe. I hope this will not come to an ideology, because sometimes we feel that there is a kind of a difficult situation between the two groups. And of course, the trade war heavily has an impact on the world economy, on inflation, on the US dollar, etc. So I hope that by July 9th, we're going to be able to find a truce with the United States on this. And of course, I don't want to be in the shoes of Commissioner Šefčovič, because he negotiates, but on the other hand, sometimes he does not represent the voice, the united voice of Europe, because of the different voices we have, in Europe, in the member states. Sometimes, the union strength is lost when it's a unified voice is lost as well. So I think that he will be able, to find a way by July 9 to find the truth. So coming back to your question, I think we fear about the domino effect as far as tariffs are concerned. This is what the business people, think that perhaps if this is increased, if we don't find the situation by July 9th, I have a feeling that perhaps we are going to have a domino effect in many countries, which will hurt the economies, the local economies, will hurt the businesses, and this is the fear that we all have in the, in the East Med.
These are very big tariffs,
yes,
touching many areas. Now, this is you get a sense that the business community believes this is going to be much worse than anything that happened in Trump 1. If there's
still
no
manufacturers in Greece which feel the pain already, mind you, and food products as well. But it's not only Greece. It's it's all the region that we fear that we're going to have a greater impact on this.
Well, thank you for that, and Mr. Whittaker, just. He alluded to something that's very important. It seems that at times when it comes to U.S. policy, everything is sort of being combined into one. You have the war, you have NATO, you have the trade. These are separate topics. However, you can have a very tough conversation on trade, but that does not mean that you're not going to help Ukraine together. Do you fear there's a form of just too much all at once at the same time, and that's making things even harder?
It may sound bizarre, but I like this pressure, in the sense of pressure was always good for Europe.
You like it?
Crisis has always helped us. Today, somehow smashed between Donald and Vladimir, we have a unique chance, and by the way, a unique situation in Brussels where we do act and we do change. So I became an optimist by having no other choice. And I hear it very much in other capitals of Europe. It's either we do something with this in the incoming 3-4 years, or anyway we are doomed. So obviously it would be better not to be smashed between Vladimir and Donald, but there's this, you feel this wind of change, and it's not only wind of change. I could not imagine for a single moment 2-3 years ago that I would have a business dinner of the leaders of Business Europe, so business associations, with President von der Leyen last Friday. I've got one for 2.5 hours discussing about what we should do in details to get more competitive in Europe. Details, because competitiveness, cheap energy, those are the buzzwords. It's over now. Today we have people handing us a white paper, a piece of paper saying, okay, concretely, what do you want to do to make Europe stronger? stronger. So somehow the situation, it's like COVID, it's like the financial crisis before, but like just bigger. And anyway, Europe would be doomed with those pressure or without pressures if we would continue with this kind of bureaucratic approach which have been present with us for the last 20, 30 years. So it's a threat, but it's also an opportunity. We should be firm towards the US, so negotiating, obviously. But please remember, if you want to play this game, if Germany stops to export machine tools to the US, some of them, the US defense industry will stop. If we start to tax the GAFAs, it will be big problem. So again, nobody wants a frontal war, but we have arms in this war if it happens. So somehow, on one hand, I think that discussing with the US administration, discussing with US business, because businesses from both sides of Atlantic want to collaborate. We are interested to stay, to work together. And obviously using also this pressure and this opportunity to open other gates. Mercosur, India, Indonesia, those countries, they want to discuss with us because they don't want to be kind of find themselves Mongolian style in the middle of between Russia and China. So they look for the third way. We are the third way. But now getting back to the pressure and finish with this one, but we have to be more approachable in the sense of we cannot close those deals if we continue with values first. I don't want to demolish European values, but we are becoming more pragmatic under the pressure of Donald and Vladimir. So I'm getting, again, more optimistic about the fact that we will be capable to strike deals because we have no other choice than to open those other doors to other areas of the world, not only relying on the transatlantic relations. So a lot of pressure, but again, we would be doomed anyway. Today there's a chance that we solve it out just because we do act together, because this sense of urgency is there. And what my remark is, let's don't discuss that we need cheap energy and competitiveness. Let's discuss details, because today we have to go a step further, bringing solutions, not only claims and kind of calls to the commissioners. We have to help them as well on our side, on business side.
Well, thank you for that. We already have questions from the audience. And of course, if you have questions, please put your hand up and we will take them very quickly. But Jennifer, just before I ask you the questions from the audience, and of course, we will also give you a microphone. What is your impression based on what you've heard? There's been a number of different voices. Yep. Obviously, Arancha was very tough. Greg talked about being pragmatic at times. The business community wants to see a deal. From everything that you hear, can you get to an understanding with the Europeans, knowing they also have red lines, but also what do you think is going to happen ultimately? Is there a solution to this issue in a matter of 2-3 weeks?
I think there is, and I love what you just said about this has been, I mean, you didn't use these terms, but a wake-up call for Europe, and you've been forced to maybe look internally and solving some of your own problems. And as much as we are in the US doing battle, I guess you'd say, with the EU over tariffs, what we really want is a strong ally, right? Not a client state, but a strong ally. So the more that you can up your defense, the more that I think we'd like to see a lot of deregulation, right? Which will probably help a lot of your industries, including energy, including AI, including tech, so you can be more economically secure. So love what I've heard.
Well, and of course, the EU has said it does not want to deregulate, it wants to simplify, but it makes a distinction. So I wonder, perhaps, Arancha, as a follow-up to you, and this is also a question from the audience that says, we spent a significant amount of time in this panel, and I take the blame for it, debating the European response to the US, what the US is presenting and pitching and putting forward. But what about Europe? It seems at times that we don't hold the cards, but you could argue there are cards that you can still sort of play. So what can Europe do if things go well? That's great, you got a deal, but what if you don't get a deal? What can Europe do to increase also the pressure on the European side in this negotiation?
I very much agree with our colleague that clearly the EU has options. Other countries don't have options.
You think no one has the kind of rapport that the EU has? No one can negotiate as hard as the EU can. It's a huge market.
What I'm saying is that the EU has options. I'm not qualifying this against others. I mean, China has options, and it's playing very astutely its options. After a lot of rhetoric about, you know, decoupling and blah, blah, we get to the hard stuff, which is that the US semiconductor industry cannot work without rare earths from China, and that China does not want to share their rare earths without having access to the US semiconductors. So, hey, welcome to the 21st century. It's the century of interdependence. We in Europe have options, and the first thing I would say we have to stop doing is pretending we can just be a market taker. So let me compare the UK to the EU. The UK exports 60 billion of goods to the US. The EU exports 570 billion exports of goods to the US. Obviously, the situation is not the same. The game cannot be played in the same way. Let me give you another statistic. Trading services, we haven't discussed this. But this is a sector where the US relies on the European market.
It has a big surplus.
It has a big surplus, but it's the main market for its services exports. So here's a point of leverage for the European Union. I mean, the most important thing in a negotiation is not to enter into a negotiation with the sense that you have already lost, but with the idea that you can put up a good fight. We rather not have to fight. Let me put this also clearly on the table. It's not that we like taking a fight with the US, but if we have to pick up a fight, because that's the only option, well, let's pick up that fight. Let's play smartly that fight. Which is why I do like the manner in which the Commission is managing this with the member states. Much is talked about the lack of unity in Europe, but for now, this is not what I see. What I see is unity, and maybe I see a lot of unity because there is a lot of business at stake. So again, Europe has leverage and Europe has options. And Europe has one big option that does not depend on the US, does not depend on China, does not depend on anyone else but the EU itself, which is deepening the internal market. And there, again, we don't need big statement and pronouncements. We've got two big plans on the table. What we need is to start implementing them.
So as Mario Draghi argued, the biggest tariff is the internal tariff within the European single market. Jennifer, here's another question for you. Putting you maybe on the spot, but it seems to some that President Trump is at times much tougher on allies than he would be on what are strategic rivals to the US. So when it comes to China, why are you not working closer with the European Union on dependencies and problems that you have both when it comes to Chinese overcapacity to the world and not work together instead of picking up all of these different fights with different jurisdictions? You know, it's why not be together tougher in China? And in addition from me, is the goal ultimately to isolate China from the world? Is that what the U.S. would love to see?
Yes. To your second question, yes, absolutely.
So build a wall around China?
I believe it is. I believe that's what he's trying to do. And to go back to your first question, the reason why I think he's not getting everybody together in a formal way is because just like he doesn't like multilateral agreements, the discussions over tariffs with China, which just took place a couple of days ago, are going to be one-on-one. However, I think what they are encouraging the EU to do, certainly the UK to do, a lot of other allies to do, Latin America to do, is to brace themselves to not rely on China so much, right? And that goes back to deregulating a lot of your own industries so you can do more here and not be so reliant on China. So yes, I do think it's trying to cut China off. Hence why he's, okay, go on.
So build the wall around China. That's
I believe
strategically
so.
That's the goal. There's a follow-up question to this. Always China sparks a lot of interest. And now we'll put the microphone to the audience that says, however, when you increase the pressure in Europe so much, at times when you talk to them in such a tough way, again, he did say European is so pathetic. It's very unusual language to refer to allies. Don't you fear, however, that you're opening a major window for China?
Well, I think if you look at the...
Which would never use that language publicly.
Okay, okay. Look, we all know Trump uses bombastic, totally inappropriate language, and I don't think anybody is shocked by that anymore. I think pathetic is actually, you know, probably one of the least offensive things he's said to people, Europeans or otherwise over the last however many years. But that aside, I think that if you look at the positive nature in which we think the US-China negotiations are going, that only benefits Europe, right? Because it means that one of Europe's biggest fear was this flood of cheap Chinese exports rather, that are coming into the system will not. So that's one thing that I think could be positive for it.
Wonderful. And then perhaps to go back to well, both the business community, but also perhaps the sort of nature of what we're seeing. Greg, again, we talked about the idea of building this Chinese wall. Some argue that is impossible now. China's too integrated into the global economy to do that. There's many interdependencies. But is this going to be good for the idea of the Western response to problems, or actually is this going to create tensions among natural allies? Because we've talked about the United Kingdom, European Union, obviously Brexit happened, the US. Is this a point of disruption for the West, or can it bring it together? We're going to see it in NATO very soon, but...
I think that's a key question. I think one of the things that we've got to do is to hang together better. I mentioned earlier about the EU doing more trade agreements, thinking beyond just the China and the US. There's a whole, if you like, fourth world out there of Japan, what could be loosely be called the Anglosphere, Canada, Australia, that the EU should engage in more. I've suggested joining the CPTPP free trade area. I think that would be a very clever thing for the EU to do. Secondly, I think I'd probably look at getting one's own house in order a little bit more. I think Arancha talked about the move to deepen the single market. That sounds to me a sensible thing to do. But I would also think about your strategic industries. And at a time when, for example, steel and other parts of strategic industries in the EU are really under pressure, we face the same problem in the UK. You know, I would be thinking there, not necessarily, it's not inconsistent with being pro-free trade to make sure that your key strategic industries are not suffering from an attack by both China and the United States. So capacity, overcapacity in China, leading to excessive steel and aluminium exports and steel goods. The US kind of putting up its shutters is going to drive a lot of that into Europe. We're seeing that with electric vehicles. So my advice would be to build up your strategic autonomy at the same time whilst becoming much more pro-free trade with, if you like, the fourth world that's out there, which is the pro-free trade part of the world that the EU is currently under-engaged with.
And that's a perfect segue for my question to Symeon, because you and I were talking about this before we got on this panel, and you said, I really want to mention the idea that we have to reach out to also different countries.
Absolutely.
It's not just the EU, we have to reach out much bigger now.
I cannot agree more, you know, with Greg. I think it has to be a marathon, you know, that the European Union, Brussels, intensifies its effort to do agreements with all those countries that you mentioned. I mean, Canada and, you know, the Mercosur, Africa, whatever. There is so much over there. And I think we have to work as business leaders. Europe, I mean, Brussels itself, they have to, you know, do a kind of a marathon walk in order to create all those trade foreign agreements so that we increase, you know, the business with all these areas. Of course, we have to do the internal reforms that Arancha mentioned, which are very important. And I would like to make a comment to Maciej, which is a very good comment, that Europe has, you know, it's a wake-up call. I hope that we will get up from the bed as well, because sometimes we, you know, turn off the ring and we keep sleeping. I think Brussels needs to do a major effort in order to create new trade agreements worldwide. This is my point.
So you say not just wake up, because we've had many reports in the past year, but actually implement. That's getting out of bed. Mr. Vittori, here's a question for you, perhaps, putting you in the spot. It says here, when it comes to the positions that the EU should take, we've seen a number of countries have decided to be tougher. Some others have decided to be more pragmatic. This question says, should the EU not behave more like the Canadians? Play this much tougher? Would the U.S. say, this is a matter of being tough? We can also be tough on you. We'll do dollar for dollar, basically, tariffs, equivalent in Europe.
I think we already agreed on it. So, including cutting the machines working on the F-35s and the Dragon spaceships sent from Germany and Italy. And by the way, including a question on China, it's because we're in the crazy world of the kind of a bit crazy negotiations. Okay, we're going to see Comrade Xi and renegotiate with China. We have no other choice. We have to find ways. So they have an expression of Western world. There's no more Western world for the time being. Because for us, the allies are the Mercosurs, the Indians, the Indonesians, the Filipinos, and to some extent Chinese, if we have no choice. At least tactically, we should use this verbatim saying, oh, okay, you want to build the wall, we have no choice but to deal with the guys from Beijing, because otherwise we will have no markets. I know it's dangerous, but at least in the verbal side, you see how much this is all about emotions and statements. So I would not be shocked by European leaders saying we have no other choice than to travel to Beijing and to see if there are some arrangements. Sorry for being provocative, but it's about negotiations, about the TV shows and all those pathetic and not very complicated English, which is good for me because at least I understand fully the President of the United States. We have to open as many doors as possible. This is happening. So again, I may sound over-optimistic, but what I see when I discuss with commissioners, when I heard to President von der Leyen, seriously, they are optimistic about India. They are very much targeting now the other Asian market. Central Asia is very much in the buzzwords of the current discussions. So yes, Europe is moving, and one important element, I think we've never been this much allied. Again, from my business association perspective, internally, when integrated internally, when I was traveling 5-6 years ago, there have been traditional tensions. French do not like the others, and the others do not like French, and etc. Today we have common threats. So when I travel through and I hear to the presidents of the business associations of Italy, France, Germany, they've never been so much allied and aligned as they are today. So this external pressure again gives us an opportunity to progress internally. I agree that there's a moment also to work the Draghi and Letta on the table. We have to deploy them today. We have to finish with the single market, but there's a unique situation where there's so much threat from outside that we are finally ready to probably progress very much internally and between ourselves and to be aligned. And I would not close any door today in the fight. When there's one door I would close, but it's you can link to.
Starts with R.
But all the others I would not build walls because we have no choice. We don't know what will be the situation tomorrow, and we have to keep all the doors open.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I believe there was one question from the audience already. We're in the final 10 minutes, so if you have a question, this is a time to do it.
Yes, thank you. Very good panel. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Arancha and Matthew. What I miss in this whole debate is, not in this one, let's say, but overall in the public debate which we have, is assertiveness of the EU. The EU is not standing for what it's doing. Meaning, I hear it from Symeon and from Greg. The EU already has 41 trade agreements. I come from debates where people are saying, the US will conclude 40 trade agreements. EU has already 41 trade agreements. We are concluding, on the verge of concluding 3 other major ones, Mercosur, India, and Australia. And I was with the Foreign Minister of India on Monday evening. We have done a major effort, and we're getting India on the European side. I mean, the Commission went to India in March or in February with the whole Commission College. Unprecedented. And Shankar, when I heard him speaking on Monday evening, I mean, they are very committed. They want to have this deal with Europe. But we're missing this, I mean, sorry to say, this propaganda. The US has propaganda every day in the newspapers, all the time. Europeans don't have it. And of course, they may be united, Mathieu, I mean, in the public, in the kind of private meetings which you are, but in the media, we are not united. And the EU is insufficiently using its capacity to speak with one voice. And also then the Brussels says, yeah, but we don't have the agreement of the member states. I hear this all the time. But the EU has an exclusive competence for trade. And these trade agreements are so important, but also with the United States. We have much more with the US than with China. I mean, we have a stock of investments of 2 trillion, both sides. With China, we have a stock of investments of 100 billion. I mean, there's no comparison. I mean, and that's what I missed. We have not sufficiently said to the US, look, if you go out of this, you will be harmed enormously. I've missed this in the debate.
What do you mean by American propaganda? Just to be clear, what you're saying is the president doesn't have a plan.
No, but the US is in the media all the time. We are on, whatever, Trump's lips all the time. Are we on, whatever, European policy leaders' lips? No.
Okay, well, that's, I think, a very, yes?
Can I just come back briefly on that? You're right that the EU has got a lot of trade agreements, but very few of them have been negotiated in the last decade. The thing about trade agreements is you have to keep them up to date as well, because technology changes and a lot of those historic agreements need to be updated. Mercosur, for example, was being debated when I was last on as the British representative on the EU Trade FAC back in 2018, and Mercosur is still not entered into effect. So what the EU needs to do is really accelerate, negotiate, but really accelerate, make sure those trade agreements enter into effect much, much more quickly. You've got to keep them updated as well, because a lot of those trade agreements don't cover things like digital trade, e-commerce, which is vital in today's world. China is trying to take over the world of e-commerce, and a lot of the trade agreements which the EU has, some of the ones the UK has, you know, really predate that time. So a lot of work needs to be done here in this space. One cannot, anybody sit back and just say, we've got a lot of trade agreements, therefore everything's fine. You've got to get out there.
Samar, as you say, when you look at those initial trade agreements, if you look at the WTO, it's almost treating China like it's an emerging economy, but China is no longer an emerging economy. It's competing and sophisticated.
That's also a really big
big problem.
How the WTO works, or generally, you know, doesn't work, needs to be reformed, should not be discarded. But the WTO really does need to become a much more business-like organization.
And China, in some ways, is getting a free pass in a number of areas.
Well, I think that criticism of China is absolutely valid. You know, being a developing country, the WTO is you know, that is.
So the three of you agree on this. So why not work together? I go back, Jennifer, to that point. Then why not create a policy that doesn't antagonize? You heard it. The gentleman was very clear. He doesn't think the way the U.S. is treating the EU is fair nor polite. So why not work together? If all of you fundamentally agree there's a Chinese problem, maybe the EU is not the problem.
Well, I think, again, to zoom out, what's happened is the election in November just presented something, a whole new world order, whatever you want to talk about, right? Is the United States feels that it was built on our middle class, as we call it middle class, not the UK calls it a middle class. The country is no longer working for those people. So people voted to make the United States work for its people again. And that's going to disrupt everything. It's going to disrupt all of the agreements we've had with other countries going forward, including China, including the EU, including the UK. And I think that's what you're seeing right now. With regards to the EU, I mean, that's why they're sitting down and saying, oh, these trade surpluses don't work for us anymore. We want something reciprocal. And by the way, we're also going to look into other things like your defense and free speech and that sort of thing. So I think everything's just being disrupted. It's almost too much to pay attention to. But you've got to look at it from that's what was voted for by the average American person. And if you ask them right now, they don't have a problem paying a little more for cheap Chinese goods that arrive on Amazon in 2 days.
You think the American people, they support the tariffs?
I think the American people support short-term financial pain if that means long-term good-paying jobs for American workers come back onshore. That's why we bring our manufacturing onshore. That's why we release our energy, you know, all that sort of thing. So that's been tested. That is what people want.
And what you say, if I understood correctly, is not just Europe, but the entire world has to understand that the president has an agenda that feels very strongly about.
Yes.
And there is going to be disruption for maybe a year or two, and you're going to have to deal with it.
Exactly, and I wouldn't even just say it's not the president. I mean, it's the people that voted for him, right? Like, he went around for the last 4 years and asked people, what do you care about? A closed border and, you know, a better economy. So when it got down to looking at some of these trade agreements and tariffs, it turned out he didn't think it was fair. And so thanks to decentralized media, thanks to all sorts of different ways of people getting their information, the average American now is looking at some of these trade deals, whether it's Japan or the EU or whomever, and going, that isn't fair, right? And now it's a real populist movement. So it isn't the president's agenda, it's the people who have put him in power. And yes, it is going to be very disruptive. I have no idea for how long, and it could be very messy.
And what you're saying, however, this is sort of a new America. It's hard to say it's a new America, but
no, that's accurate.
This is what's going to happen.
That is exactly.
There's been nothing in the past that you can compare it to. What your message is, you need to understand that we've now entered a completely new era.
That is exactly correct. And the post-World War II world order no longer serves the average American worker in a multitude of ways that we can go into. And the Trump administration is trying to fix that. And it's not only just Republicans, it's actually a lot of Democrats, it's a lot of Hispanics, it's a lot of black men, and it's a lot of youth who realized that the way America had been going the last several decades was not working for the average American.
Well, that's very clear, and we're running out of time. If there's a final question, this is the
It's a Vasilev from Bulgaria.
Ah. Sorry, I don't have my glasses. I can.
Sorry, thanks. Yes, based on what you just said, it seems that we're entering a world where strength is the only thing that matters. And strength is the only thing that the US is going to understand. And that's why Canada got the best deal. They threatened to cut off the electricity, they threatened to cut off the gas, stop US industry, and they got the deal. So, do you think Europe should deal in the US in those terms, both the European side and the US side?
So let me tell you first, in response to what Jennifer said, I do think that the American bottom 50% is suffering. But it's not suffering because the US has been ripped off. It's because the US has not done its homework. Since 1990, the US doubled the size of its economy. Since 1990, the 1% of America multiplied its wealth by 3. But since 1990, the 50% of the bottom of America only increased its wealth by 20%. And this is before inflation. So I'm asking myself, is more inflation for the bottom 50% of America what's going to improve their situation? Is turbulence that prevents investments in America going to improve the bottom 50%? I don't think so. But in any event, I'm not paid to argue the US corner. I just want to set the record straight, because if we keep on thinking that the problems of America will be resolved by the rest of the world paying tariffs, this is not going to improve the fate of America. Second point I wanted to put on the record. The US is not decoupling from China. It is not because it cannot. So let's stop pretending we are decoupling from China when we are not. 25% of the world intermediaries come from China. Huge amount of electronics, toys, furniture, textiles come from China or from the Asian value chains, which is why Donald Trump very clearly discovered he cannot decouple from China. Until now, it was de-risking. Now it's 10 steps towards decoupling, 20 steps back. So in Europe, we should not follow that line. We should not pretend we are going to be decoupling from China, because we cannot afford to do that. What we need is a functional relationship with China. A functional relationship with China where we agree on certain things and we profoundly disagree on certain things. And on those where we disagree, we have a mechanism to make sure we show a bit of teeth. But to your question, yes, we need to show a little bit more teeth overall worldwide. You know, this is why God gave us teeth.
And then we're now reaching the end of the session. I have a final question for you, Jennifer, because I think it's great that you're here, because we get a real sense of what the U.S. is thinking in the debate there. There's something that you said, if you allow me, I'm just going to go overboard for 1 minute. You said the president believes the world order that was established after the Second World War no longer works for the American middle class and the worker. The flip side, however, especially in Europe, what they would argue is this world order was created by the United States. So it's an issue perhaps internal that it's become a country of extremes, of very wealthy people, individuals that cannot have a decent life, but that is not the problem of the world structure. It's a problem that comes within the U.S.
100%. And I did not mean to say by any means that, you know, all of the world's problems has to do with tariffs. That's just one tiny part of, you know, what's going to be disrupted because people are paying attention to it. And you're right, the U.S. did create that, but it doesn't work anymore. And whether it's as simple as like jobs going overseas or our education problem is a disaster, some law and order problems, there are a lot of problems in the United States. When you look at the stock market, for example, you know, the top top 10% is owned by, excuse me, the top 80% of the stock market is owned by 10% of the people. You just said, you know, the economy is not working for 50% of the people. So yeah, something has to change, and it will be messy for sure, but that's the lens everything's going to be put through: American prosperity and security. We're not going to be the world's policemen anymore. As you can see, we're not going to be spreading democracy around the world. We don't want to be involved in wars that do not, you know, benefit us.
Well, thank you for that. That's very clear. We have reached the end of the session, but perhaps if there's a final comment, final word from the three of you very quickly, then we can wrap with a final thought. Perhaps
I'm just going to say I disagree with Jennifer on one really important point.
Go ahead.
That is, I think there is history actually on tariffs. And the history is actually a longer time ago, but it's the 1930s, when the Republican Party put huge tariffs on, starting with Canada, something called the Smoot-Hawley Tariffs Act of 1930 that led, well, didn't lead, but was a big contributor to the global recession, the Great Depression, and it led to the Republicans being out of office for more than 2 decades, until Eisenhower came along in 1952. So people do not vote for politicians who make them poorer. And that is where I think we are going to see, I hope I'm wrong, but the US, politics in the US moving in a direction where people actually move against the aggressive America First trade policy, because I think it will make people poorer and people never vote. As a long-term former politician myself, voted out of office last year, I know that people don't vote for politicians who make them poorer, and therefore I think in some ways it will self-correct. But there is a historic precedent, and it is the 1930s.
Well, thank you for that.
I think Brussels needs to imitate and do what President Trump did in the Gulf, you know, a few weeks ago.
Yes.
We
have
to go around the world and build alliances and increase the trade and investments with the rest of the world. I think this is a very critical point for Europe in the years to come.
But he also said we're not nation builders anymore. You have to do it your way.
I'm sorry?
He said we're not nation builders anymore. You have to grow, but you have to do it your way.
I think we have to do it our own way, yes.
And Mr. Whittaker, final thought.
I think we have arguments, we have strengths, we have teeth, and we have to cross-check facts. So it's a political statement, but the last and only time when the Article 5 was used, it was called by Americans when the Polish and Danish and French soldiers died in Afghanistan. So just in this world of propaganda and mutual accusations, let's be very clear. I mean, this world has been built by America. We have been fighting together. We have been, the Article 5 was used by the US, not by the Europeans, and we have to stand on our positions to be strong and then to find a deal, because the final point is not to be in war with America. The final element is show our teeth and then find a solution. That's what we have to do. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. So we'll see by July 9th. Well, thank you so much for this fascinating chat. It was really a pleasure. Thank you so much for your input. And now we've reached the end of the session, so please a round of applause. And then there's a coffee break. Don't forget.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Rohit Kachru.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rohit Kachru. I'm Global Security Editor for ITV in the UK. And it's a pleasure to be here to moderate this panel today, where we're going to be addressing some really key issues relating to hybrid war, relating to changes. And I also want to say right at the start that you all have the opportunity to ask questions, so please do, using the app. We have an esteemed panel today, and so I'd like to welcome them. Here they are. First of all, we have State Secretary Sorin Dan Moldovan. We have Pavel Fischer, the Committee on Foreign Affairs here in Czechia, Nicole Giles, who is from Canadian Intelligence Senior Assistant Deputy Director. We have Tan Desai from the UK, who's on one of the Parliamentary Defence Committee as well. And I should also add that later on, we'll be joined by Elizabeth Braw, from the Atlantic Council. She has succumbed to Prague traffic, but I'm told that she will be here. So let's all take a seat and let's begin this conversation. And please do go ahead and ask your questions in the meantime. But first of all, perhaps a good place to start would be to ask everyone here to reflect on the last 3 years since the invasion, the further invasion of Ukraine, which have focused so many minds in governments, in intelligence agencies, and in the general public in all of the countries that we come from. What has been your number one lesson from Ukraine from the last 3 years? Perhaps we start here to my left with Mr. State Secretary.
Well, it's an honor to be at this panel. And to answer your question, unfortunately, it's not about only Ukraine and lessons learned from the things that happen in Ukraine. Also, unfortunately, things are happening in Europe as well. And whether we're talking about hybrid threats, for example, these are a reality that are still in Europe, in European countries as well. And I want to take an example, as you all know and saw on TV, my country, Romania. We had to cancel the elections due to this. Russian interference in the elections. So again, what happened in other countries as well? Poland, for example, they also had elections everywhere. Germany, everywhere. So unfortunately, we are not learning only from Ukraine, what's happening in Ukraine. Of course, Ukraine, it's at another level because we have a war there, and not only hybrid threats, it's also a war. But in European countries as well, we have these kinds of hybrid threats. And I want to stress what the NATO Secretary General said a few days ago in London, that we are all on the eastern flank now. There is no longer east or west, there is just NATO. And I think this quote, which I think it describes the reality that we're living in. And I think all the politicians or the decision-making level, whether we're talking about political decision-making level or military decision-making level, should be aware of this. And I think the Secretary General, Mark Rutte, stressed that very, very clear.
And I'll come on to our other guests shortly, but I just want to take this opportunity to sort of drill down on that point, particularly, you know, the election recently is a firm example that offers us a kind of case study on what we're talking about. Tell me how that interference looked, and tell me how it felt to be in the system at that time.
Well, it happened just a few months ago, so it's not so long. They used a lot of fake news propaganda, and they used a lot of TikTok, for example. TikTok was one of the tools that Russian propaganda used to promote their candidate. And not only used by farms, by boot farms, but also they changed the algorithm. So they made the Russian candidate, the candidate that was supported by the Russians, to be very visible, and it was like in the 9th place in the world on TikTok. So
in terms of engagement and views.
Exactly. And of course, a lot of fake news, a lot of, for example, we have, and we still have now, these kind of things going on TikTok, mostly. I don't know, for example, we have exercises, military exercises with NATO partners, and they post on social media that, hey, we are going into the war with Russia. We are moving tanks to go to the border and fight with Russians. So a lot of these things that unfortunately are present in European countries as well. And it's not only in Romania, it's all over Europe, and mostly in the eastern flank.
And I'm sure we'll come back on to this topic in the Q&A, but I want to move on to Mr. Fischer. That same question. Tell me your number one lesson of the last few years.
Thank you for the challenge, because there are so many lessons that we have difficulties to put out one single. So for Ukraine, I would say resilience matters, and it exists, and we can admire how resilient is the defense of Ukrainians. And for us, I would say the time lapse from words and declarations to acts is painfully long, and we are in a situation that we should be aware of the imminent threat that Russia represents for us. And I think that the declarations are not always swiftly followed by action, and this is a very painful lesson learned that we should take for ourselves.
And to Nicole Giles, your thoughts from the last 3 years, and have they opened eyes in Canada, or have they confirmed suspicions?
Well, certainly, and I think I'd expand the eastern flank being all of Europe to also bring in the transatlantic relationship as part of this as well, because we're also experiencing hybrid threats from Russia and then also China in a very real way. But I think I'd encapsulate our lessons learned from the last couple of years in one word, which is the importance of partnerships. That the nature of hybrid threats means that we're actually dealing with a broader set of national security partners where the targets are not just the federal or national governments, but it's industry, it's society, it's various ethnic, religious communities that are being targeted. And so we, as the government, require a much broader set of national security partners in order to be able to actually build that resiliency. It's not something we can do alone, and we also have a pretty profound obligation to protect the broader elements of our societies that are also being targeted. And then the way as well that we can do that best is with our international partners and our allies. So the work that we have done in terms of working with Ukraine to help ensure that we're doing capacity building, we're supplying equipment, we're sharing information and intelligence, that we require the partnerships in order to be mutually supportive of each other in combating this, because none of this is something that can be done in silos, and we have to work as a true alliance. And that means not leaving our partners hanging out to dry, but also being able to have the confidence that when we're experiencing threats, that we'll be able to learn from each other and that we can count on our partners to also come in and provide that support.
And how are you finding the challenges of, you know, the kind of political realignment and what you see to the south of your own border?
Well, I think it's been an opportunity to catalyze the minds of Canadians towards national security in a way that Canadians are generally not comfortable thinking about. We are the beneficiaries of our geography, which means we're a country of 3 oceans. And it means that we've had a bit of the luxury to be very inward-looking and to not have to think about national security in the way that we're now being forced to. So our Prime Minister is very much seeing this as an opportunity to invest more profoundly in national security, and it's an opportunity for us to step up, and that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, and before I ask the question to Tandessa, I just want to add that Elizabeth Braw from the Atlantic Council is about to join us. I think the Prague traffic has been a bit nicer and has allowed you to... and we'll come to you in just a moment, but to Tan, first of all, what from a UK perspective, from a parliamentary perspective, do you think the last 3 years in Ukraine have taught the British system and the British public?
Rohit, a pleasure to be here with all of you at the GLOBSEC forum. In terms of Ukraine, there are so many lessons to be learned, whether it's in terms of their bravery, their resilience, their agility, having realized that they are faced with an adversary that's much larger, greater mass, they were able to adapt to the usage of drones and other technologies, which meant that they could then fight that good fight. One of the key things that I think is to learn is the usage of reserves. So they managed to harness the potential of wider society. That's something that our UK Defence Committee has also realised when we visited, for example, Estonia and Finland, Latvia recently, with how they are using total defence, their aspect of comprehensive security solutions using wider society. So I think that's the key thing to take away from Ukraine, is that they were able to use individuals with different skill sets, especially those with cyber skills, include those to engage in the fight. And that's something that the UK has learnt and has incorporated. So, for example, this month we've launched the UK Strategic Defence Review, and within that there is a component about having greater homeland resilience and the usage of greater reserves, increasing the number of reserves by 20%. So that's, I think, a key takeaway from me.
And the same question to Elizabeth, lastly, what lessons to learn from the experience that the NATO allies and the world has had from this phase of the war in Ukraine?
Well, I'm speaking a little bit into the void since I didn't hear what else you discussed. But I think the bottom line is, in our Western societies, we are realizing how precious the construct is that we have built and previous generations have built over a number of decades, and how easy it is for that to slip away from us, whether as a result of aggression from a hostile state, or just because we are careless in not taking care of what we have built. And what the Ukrainians have shown, large chunks of the population, is dedication to their society. And I think we have it in our societies too. It may be tested at some point even more than it has been tested so far. But what we can see, what they have done is they've organized themselves, even when not called upon to do so by the government, simply because defending their country, protecting what they've built is important to them. And I think it is important for us to, and to us too, when a crisis occurs, whether it be caused by internal mismanagement or external threats, or indeed by Mother Nature, that we will realize then how important our societies are to us, and we'll try to organize ourselves. And credit to the civil contingencies agencies, by the way, in a number of countries that are working so hard on a daily basis to find ways of setting up that command structure so that we don't have to organize ourselves during a crisis, which is what the Ukrainians have done so incredibly impressively. But if we can do a little bit beforehand, or indeed most of it beforehand, then we'll be better set up when a real crisis occurs.
Yeah, and so, I mean, thanks for all of your thoughts here. I just want to remind the audience that you can ask questions on Slido, and perhaps let's take our first one, which is, we're being asked, how can EU states enhance resilience against hybrid threats from Russia, like sabotage in Poland and Romania, without undermining democratic values? And it's an interesting question, and perhaps it's best to ask first you, Mr. State Secretary. I mean, what are your thoughts there?
Well, first, when we're talking about resilience, resilience must be built in peacetime, during peacetime. Ukraine's ability, for example, to resist was not improvised. It was a result of years of preparation. Second, I think strategic communication is a front line as well. For example, Romania has developed national Stratcom since 2018. And third, the defense of democracy requires a whole society effort, in my opinion. Whether we're talking about military or political or informational or civic, even civic. Because resilience requires choices. And I believe that governments, whether we are talking about Romania or Poland, but I believe this applies to all governments, must reconnect defense with society. That means that open communication about threats, you need to explain national, for example, the national vulnerabilities that we have, the real requirements of deterrence. Maybe, I'm not saying maybe, it's a certainty actually. This is where, for example, we did that part, and we didn't see that coming. At least not on that level, because I believe Romanian elections were a test for Russia as well. I believe it was like a big test to see how they can interfere in European life, whether we're talking political, civic, or military. Because now we're not talking only about like a classical war. Now we have this hybrid threats, or things evolved together with the technology, because technology brings a lot of good with it, but also brings a lot, some vulnerabilities that we are facing. Take, for example, everybody has a phone. It's very useful. You can speak to the family, to the friends. You can have FaceTime them. You can see somebody dear from a long distance. But in the same time, you can be a vulnerability because that phone might be hacked, cameras or microphone may be activated and spying on you and so on.
I want to bring Tan in there because you're nodding there.
Thank you very much, Roy. Well, the question actually pertains to EU states. So while the UK is no longer an EU state, and I don't want to rerun the Brexit referendum here, but
you only have 27 minutes.
We'll need, I think, 27 years.
But still applies to UK.
It still applies to us. So look, there are several things in the UK that we've done. For example, we've got the National Cyber Security Centre. We've also instituted the National Cyber Force in the UK. And something else, that along with chairing the UK Defence Committee, I'm also a member of the UK Parliament's Joint Committee on the National Security Strategy. Now, within that, we have been looking into the work of the Defending Democracy Task Force. I think in all of our nations, it's very, very important that we actually engage the public, bring the public along with us, because those of us who are either parliamentarians or those of us who are in the intelligence services or in academia, there's no point in just a few people at GLOBSEC Forum discussing it or people in Parliament discussing it. If we don't take the public along with us, we cannot implement any of our policies. So I think that, like what we've done in the UK, is to discuss this more widely on the floor of the House, as well as in media and in social media, to say these are the sort of threats that we are facing, and the UK is now the third most targeted nation on the planet in terms of cyber attacks. So the more we discuss it, the more the public will buy in, and the more that they will want us to invest.
And bringing the public with you is part of your brief, Nicole. So I wonder if I can bring you in there to answer that question of how you actually do that.
Well, I think a lot of it is in some way certainly counter-instinctual for intelligence agencies, where we need to step out of the shadows and into the light. And so it's all about increasing transparency, both in terms of the threats that are being experienced and also in terms of how we can build our resilience to them. And I think where in some ways I'd actually flip the question on its head and say that by using transparency, we can actually empower our democratic values by empowering our citizens to be able to combat the threats that they're experiencing. And we've done that in a couple of ways, some very similar to approaches the UK has taken and our partners have taken, learning from each other. But part of that is for things such as we've recently gone through a federal election process, and for the first time ever, we had weekly technical briefs to the media in terms of what we've seen in terms of the threats, which was some very explicit mis and disinformation that was experienced. And just to be able to allow the public to protect themselves by being aware of the threat. And we've also had some pretty explicit campaigns in this area as well. So for example, we have a very snappily named pamphlet called Foreign Interference in You that allows Canadians to be able to identify what foreign interference looks like, which is what all of these hybrid threats are about, and then also to protect themselves against it. But critically there, to bring people along, we have it in 9 languages. So it's allowing us to communicate with the communities that are being targeted rather than just in our 2 official languages, English and French. So we have all the ones you would suspect. I'm sure the panelists could label them if we played a guessing game, but it would be in terms of, we have Farsi, Persian, Chinese, Russian, all the languages for the communities being targeted.
Perhaps, Pavel, you want to add to that? I mean, is there really friction in terms of democratic values and countering some of those hybrid threats?
Yes, I think that if we consider that it is not only about Ukraine, but also about other fields in the world which are under threat, I speak about not only Russia, but also China, for instance, we have to realize that we are in a very fragile situation in which technologies could be perverted and the public debate might be stifled. And I think that the role of parliaments is very important. We have immunity, so we can speak out. And by speaking out, we can push out and standing with the core values of our societies, backed by the constitutions, we can push out all those who would like to meddle in our internal affairs. We have very special experience here in Prague that I am ready to develop later on. But when the Russian aggression started and unfolded in 2022, we behind closed door started to discuss in our committee. We have security, defense and foreign relations together. So in these times it is extremely accurate to discuss this together. And we invited all the intelligence and military and other experts behind closed door. And we discussed with them the facts on the ground, our beliefs, our hopes, our fears. Sometimes when listening to my colleagues, I said, oh, such a toxic information you bring here. This is very dangerous. But when our security establishment was challenged by this, they had to reply. And we succeeded to learn something that I would say strategic prudence and strategic communication. So the members of the committee didn't spread lies outside. They have understood behind closed door that this is so complex that we have to be very disciplined. And by doing this, at the end of the day, we succeeded to bring on board also the public because we were cautious while speaking, and I think that strategic communication is of utmost importance these times.
I just want to open it up to more questions from the audience as well, and please contribute via the app. I'm going to take another question, which anyone can chip in on this one. You know, in a proliferating hybrid threat environment, we're being asked, where do you set the thresholds of what triggers a collective response? And maybe Tan, I go to you on that one first. What, like, you know, here is a challenge. At what point should a collective response be triggered?
First of all, I just want to build on what Pavel was just saying there. One of the staggering bits of fact that came across to us in our Defence Committee inquiry into defence in the grey zone was that by 2027, so within 2 years, 90% of the content on the internet will be fake or false. That is incredible. So that's just the level of threat. So how do we counter that collectively, whether that's NATO and so, that is very, very difficult, because when you're in the grey zone or in a hybrid threat environment, it's very difficult to apportion blame. It's sometimes, because things are happening beneath the threshold, whether it's, for example, in critical undersea infrastructure. So we're in the midst of an inquiry into how do we protect our critical underwater infrastructure. And a lot of that is just through not malicious acts, but accidental damage. But how do you call out somebody, and that they need to be called out, by the way, if we can, and that you cannot always apportion blame. And if you cannot do that as a matter of fact, then you cannot suddenly get collectively involved. And the other thing that we've got in terms of alliances, whether it's in NATO, whether it's in terms of EU, for NATO nations to act, not everybody will be of one opinion. So that collective response is not very easy. I believe you wanted to come in on this as well?
Yes, and it shouldn't start, the response should be the last step. So the first step should be to establish what the threshold is above which we consider grey zone aggression or hybrid threats unacceptable, because some things we'll just have to accept that they exist in our societies, continued cyber attacks and so forth, but above what level is it unacceptable? Or do we consider it to be unacceptable? And then we have to communicate that to adversaries and indeed to the public, because if the adversaries don't know that we consider it unacceptable, then of course they'll keep going. So the response is only the last step that happens if that communication, that deterrence messaging has failed. And on that note, if I can come back to the previous question, what we need, and I don't know if anybody here is in the position of appointing governments, well, I think we all are as voters, but anybody who's more responsible than others for appointing governments, what we need, I think, in every single Western government is a minister who has as his or her brief civil defense, and that minister should be the best communicator in the government, because that minister needs to communicate to the public in our societies and to our adversaries what we are all about, so that when time comes to respond, to ask the public to do something, and indeed to ask the public to spend more money on defense, the public understand why that is necessary.
And perhaps I should bring in Nicole there on that point, and maybe with the next question here, which is about communication, and we're asked, you know, the term hybrid threat is often vague and perhaps downplays the impact. Isn't it time we call some of these acts what they are, which, in the words of this questioner, is terrorism, and therefore should we respond accordingly? I'm going to ask that to Nicole, and then perhaps Pavel, you can chip in as well.
A couple of thoughts here. So the first, and just to pick up on your comment, is I think one of the reasons why it's so difficult to counter it is that these threats are playing just below the Article 5 threshold, which makes it very difficult for us to collectively respond. And that's not by accident. It's not that they're just magically playing right below that threshold. It's very purposeful to make it difficult for us to collectively respond. So I think part of one of the things we're trying to think through is if we do call out the threshold and identify where it is, will it have the impact of communicating to our adversaries the lines that they can't cross? Or will it enable them to continually play just below that line? And perhaps. So there's a constant dynamism to how those thresholds interplay and interact. It's certainly not something that's static. And I think a big part of it is naming it and is calling it out. We have to impose costs for these activities on our adversaries and on the countries. And a huge part of that is calling out the activities for what they are and doing that attribution as difficult as it can be. And that requires us as governments to perhaps accept a little more risk in that space.
And what do you think, Pavel? Because there is risk attached to that, isn't there? But is there also reward?
Yes, and I think that I will just develop what we heard, because operate under the Article 5 is a very smart way of proceeding, because you cannot exaggerate or escalate. But I think that the West should be ready to learn lessons from the Cold War, where we had this escalation psychological game between the powers during the Cold War, which succeeded to maintain a kind of status quo. Observe Moscow, it is escalating. We do not respond always on the same. And I think that this is something that we have to learn, because we live in a very dangerous world with a superpower which is escalating, and we do not reply in kind. But to the question, I think that hybrid threats, for me, is not only about terrorism. It is much larger. It is psychological warfare. It is operations aiming destabilize or disorient public opinion, instill distrust. And if we take this, it is much larger than only terrorism. And I think that we have to be really ready to also protect, for instance, elections. In this very country, we have elections soon. And people, if you ask them, do you fear that Russia would meddle in the elections? Only 1/3 reply that may be. But listen, there is a dangerous message from this, because more than 50% are convinced and believe in Czech Republic that the elections might be manipulated by the government. It was never like this. And this is probably very important to see. We live in the world in which citizens start to doubt about the rule of law and confidence and trust in public institutions.
Sorry, Dan, but perhaps I can draw you in at that point.
I totally agree with what Pavel said, but that's true. That's basically the main thing that Russia is targeting, having citizens not trusting the public institutions and make them feel, that the government is stealing the elections. This was the narrative in Romania as well when the Constitutional Court decided to cancel the elections after the Supreme Security Council analyzed the threats and so on. So this happened to us in Romania, and I hope all the other countries, our NATO allies and our European allies, will learn from what happened in Romania. And I hope we won't see that
Is it time, do you believe, and does your government believe, for NATO to go back to its constitution? Is it time for a rewriting in order to accommodate the threats of today?
No, I think we need to decide how do we want to react to Russian threats. For example, what Pavel said, it's really good because we do not reply with the same coin, let's say, yes? And take a look, for example, what happened in 2014 in Crimea when Putin invaded Crimea. Our response as NATO countries, our response as the Western, how they call us, was basically weak, in my opinion. We were just having statements that saying we are concerned about that, and now Crimea is a part of Russia, whether we like it or not. And everybody dealt with that.
And maybe I should then bring in one of the other questions here from someone in the audience, and perhaps you can all pick up on this. But the question here is, while it's important to identify the lessons from Ukraine since 2022, which we have reflected on, has Europe learned the lessons from 2014? This is State Secretary. So I will continue my answer because I was coming to that as well. So I was referring to 2014 because, in my opinion, I think Putin just tested to see what was our reaction to that, and our reaction was a weak one, unfortunately. And maybe if we would have done what we did when the war started in Ukraine, when 3 years ago, we wouldn't be here. I don't know. That's a personal opinion. But I think we need to, and we learned, and the good, so-called good part of this war is that NATO became stronger than ever. Because before that, unfortunately, NATO was basically a bureaucratic institution. But after the invasion, I believe that this invasion brought us more closer and made us more stronger. And I think Putin didn't saw that coming. So that's why, for example, somebody said here, I don't remember who, that they are doing everything under the thin line, is because they know that NATO is a strong alliance, is a serious alliance, and the last 3 years made it more stronger. And Tan Desai, let me bring you in there. I mean, it's all well discussing lessons from 2022. Is it your view that these are lessons that were not learned in 2014?
Definitely. Look, I think we've moved on immensely. In 2014, the response was fairly tame. It was just a bunch of words saying, oh, this is really bad, this shouldn't have happened, you've got to stop, etc., etc. But there was no action behind that. And
a few sanctions.
Yeah, and that's, is a relatively tame response. 2022, since then, Europe, I think, has woken up, and now that has been accelerated with the boosters having been put forth because of what's happened with the new US administration. And now European nations are being asked to step up more to the plate, to spend more on defense. The UK has had to do that. And now I think with what's going to come about from NATO is not just, well, we're on the path, not just to 2.5, but to 3%. But I think we're going to be asked now collectively to go towards 5%. So 3.5% on military hardware, and then an extra 1.5%, whether it's in terms of intelligence, whether it's in terms of transport infrastructure, and so forth. So I think those lessons, to a great extent, have been learned, and I think that the response does need to be collective, because if at this point in time we don't treat this as a critical moment and we don't act in unity and solidarity, if European nations once again, for example, decide to put fisheries before defense and security, or they decide to exclude certain nations from collective action or the defense industrial base or defensive contracts, that's a really live argument that's being played out in the UK, whether it's in the media, whether it's in Parliament, where there's a feeling that, okay, the UK might be excluded from European defense contracts. Then I think that there will be diverging paths being forged rather than a collective path.
And that sounds like a call to the French government.
I wasn't going to mention any names, Rohit, but I'll leave it to you. I think I'll leave it there.
Let me bring in Nicole. Perhaps you want to pick up on that, but also to add on a broader point that we're talking, of course, about Russia here. That's our focus. But actually, hybrid warfare can come with all sorts of flags.
I think two points, and one just to build immediately off of yours, which is that our ability to operate in a meaningful way together, that's part of our superpower as democracies with shared values and shared interests and shared history. And so if we're able to do things such as Canada becoming a partner in Rearm Europe, that's incredibly powerful, where we can pool our resources together to create more of that unified front rather than all of us trying to do it separately. From our perspective, certainly Russia poses probably the most immediate military threat, but we continue to see the People's Republic of China as the largest strategic threat, where every single lever of state power is being used in a broader strategic attempt to advance their interests, quite frankly, at our collective expense.
And there are other countries as well. I mean, I wonder how you would contrast the Canadian experience against the People's Republic of China with that of, say, India, about which your previous Prime Minister was extremely vocal.
Well, I think it's even more than just those three countries in terms of the adversarial activities in the hybrid threat space. So from our perspective, I would very much include Iran in that as well, in terms of what we're seeing, and especially in the cyberspace in particular. But this also goes to calling out the threats when we see it. And Prime Minister Trudeau stood up in Parliament and told Canadians that there was intelligence that the government of India had been involved in the murder of a Canadian citizen on Canadian territory, and we call these things out.
Was there any reluctance to do that because you were talking about a democracy?
Well, I think part of it as well is that the world isn't black and white, and we can be in a position where we can have many shared interests, we can even have many shared values, but where a country still is pursuing certain activities that run counter to our particular interests. And I think some of the example you've just provided with India falls into that space. We can have complex, sophisticated relationships. It's not good and bad, and it's not the Cold War period. We're going to have to also get comfortable operating in a more sophisticated national security space with a lot of gray.
Elizabeth, would you agree?
I don't have much to add to the question about what we have learned since 2014, but I did want to add to something that you said earlier about attribution, and we can sort of have a philosophical conversation here about attribution, but where it really plays out is in the private sector, the operators of whatever is being targeted, and it is such a live and urgent and an acute situation. So if you look, for example, at S-Link 2, the interconnector between Finland and Estonia that was damaged by the Eagle S on Christmas Day. The bill for that, for the repair, is 60 million euros. That is not pocket change. And at the moment, Ellering and Fingrid, the two operators, are on the hook for the 60 million euros. And so they have to fight out with the insurers who should pay, but really it's neither. It ought to be whoever damaged the cable, but that's not how insurance and the private sector works, or that's not how our societies work. We have business operations and we have insurers who cover the risk. But what do we do when that risk turns into a systematic form of aggression by hostile states? Then certain parts of our society are at risk of becoming uninsurable because no private sector outfit, no insurer can take on that kind of risk. So this is where the debate is really carried out at great detail at the moment. So, for example, while we have this more general discussion about attribution and what constitutes an act of war, in the insurance space, in the critical national infrastructure space, that is where they have to decide what constitutes an act of war.
And briefly, Pavel, you're nodding along. I wonder if you have anything to add to that point.
I agree. I agree fully. And I have in my family some kids who are captains of boats. I mean, they are sailors of the tiny little boats. And when I spoke with them about the security of cables and connections, undersea connections, they explained me immediately that before getting papers, you have to pass exams. And one of the principal questions is that you avoid places where there is a undersea infrastructure. This is fundamentals. And we have to understand, we who do not have papers for sailing, that this breach of fundamental principles, be it for undersea infrastructure or elsewhere, is something that we should name and we should explain and we should base our reply on. Otherwise, we will not understand what is threatening and how serious the threat is.
Okay, so interesting to hear all of your insights. I'm just going to ask you all to stay in your seats because the program's going to continue right next with the next session on women, peace and geopolitics. But first of all, I want to thank all of our guests for traveling so far and for offering so much insightful analysis.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Rick Zednick.
Dobry den. I'm Rick Zednick, Senior Advisor and Secretary of the Board of Women Political Leaders, the Global Network of Women Politicians. Welcome to Women, Peace, and Geopolitics, Leadership and Leverage. We're very fortunate to open this session with a presentation of a GLOBSEC report. I'd like to bring on stage Sigita Strubega, Secretary General of the Latvian Transatlantic Organization, and Vladislava Gubalova, Senior Fellow at GLOBSEC, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Rick. Hello, everyone. Sigita, with a group of women, we put together a report that is looking at the evolving role of women in defense and in resilience in 4 countries that are directly located on the eastern flank. We're talking here about Romania, Latvia, Poland, and Slovakia. Why the urgency? Why should we all care?
Yeah, thank you very much for this important question. So the answer is easy, actually, I must say that it's not only about values-based answer, about inclusion, but it is also about very practical reasoning. And to have total defense or so-called whole-of-society approach, we just have to have women on the board on equal positions.
That's right. And if we have the presentation, I can click to the next slide. Which is about some numbers. So we looked at the women's participation in armed forces, in police forces. We also tried to peek into what is the situation when it comes to cybersecurity, military education, and other sectors. And these are some of the numbers we found out for the 4 countries, our case studies. You can see that all of the 4 countries are actually exceeding the average for NATO when it comes to participation of women in armed forces. Specifically here to highlight Latvia with 18%, and as well as Poland with 16.5%. But you can see also that in police forces, if we're just talking about participation and representation here, we see also bigger numbers of women participating, and especially, again, Latvia actually is holding the record for the European Union with 47% of women, almost a parity. However, we know that this comes with a warning that behind that number there is a shortcoming as well, and maybe Sigita will mention that in a bit. Maybe some other important and interesting information. Did you know that in 2028, Latvia actually will bring about women into their national defense service, which is actually compulsory military service. And women constitute about 20% in the Polish cyber defense structure, 32% in the border security. Maybe even more interesting in Romania, that 41% of the students in the national military schools are women, and 36% of those that are working in the National Cybersecurity Directorate. Probably you're spotting behind me also some single-digit numbers, and you can see that while in Slovakia the legislature is up to par, there is a struggle in engaging women in the new tech units. So we did see some bright spots in our analysis and in our study, but there is a lot more to do. So Sigita, what is the holdup?
Yeah, indeed, there are very promising developments, but at the same time, we are facing a lot of challenges. And by the way, the numbers of police are demonstrating one of those challenges, because basically it is about low-paid jobs and payment gaps. One of the least paid environments in Latvia is exactly police. So there is the answer. The same goes, by the way, to the science. Just to give you a glimpse. But also, in order to analyze both the developments and gaps, we did not only statistical analysis, which you see on the screen, but also we did interviews with women involved in security sectors, different dimensions of them. And in order to analyze, we looked on several dimensions, and first, of course, is military. And here, what we see is that despite of promising policies and well-established responses to the challenges we have, we still have several challenges or gaps. Gaps in infrastructure, gaps in recruitment, training that are not tailored for women needs, or the strategies of communication actually are not built to be inclusive towards women. When it comes to civilian sphere or environment, as I already mentioned, the issues with payment gap persist, and also what we faced is lack of data. So how do you want to make evidence-based analysis or policies if you lack data, for example, on how many women are involved in defense industry, which we didn't find data for all countries we analyzed. But then, of course, there are other challenges, but I would say that the challenges which unite all these sectors are about unequal treatment in meetings, still in 21st century. Then other, like, for example, lack of supportive mechanisms like mentorship. Then important dimension is lack of support in society or societal resistance, what means that we really need to educate society. And there are many more, but the final one which I really want to underline is invisible works women continue to do. And thus our president, Chancellery's head, she said that women can take whatever role she wants, but there are so many buts. The first is she must work harder, there are higher standards, and there are those invisible works she has to do when she returns to home, and many other buts which she is still facing. So yeah, and many more you can read in our report, I guess.
Yes, indeed, challenges abound, but we also need to look for opportunities. And when we look at our case studies, we see that actually women graduates in STEM are in good numbers, especially in Poland, 42%, in Romania, 43%. So my question is, can this intersection between technology and defense, and we're spending a lot of time talking in depth here at the forum, could that be a pivotal opening? Could it be an opportunity? And what are some of the other very essential must-dos that we saw and recommend in our report?
Absolutely. Those security-related environments or those environments which are related to dual use, they are the gateways for more women inclusion. But at the same time, I really want to underline that the umbrella understanding should be that there can be no comprehensive defense or whole of society approach without equal inclusion of women into any of the process. And also, there were several recommendations, as you mentioned, and I will just underline a couple of them. The first one, which I find particularly important, is language, the vocabulary we use. And this enables us not only properly address the urgent issues, but also to mainstream gender-related related topics and to raise women awareness themselves. And then second is decisions and policies should be made on the research, including the one which is related to invisible labor. And the third is that investments are needed in infrastructure, effective and not only formal institutions, new public-private cooperation frameworks, and of course civil society engagement. And I will stop here.
We have, of course, left out some of our recommendations. Please check it out in our report, in print or in online. And as we are firm believers that complex challenges are solved only if we put the gender dimension in it as an essential element, we believe that the participants in the next panel are also firm believers, and looking forward to hear their remarks as the conversation continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sigita and Vladislava. And I really do recommend everybody, please do look for a copy of the report here while you're in the building, or if you're remote, you can find it online and share it widely. So to discuss these matters, I'm pleased to invite a distinguished panel to join me on stage. So if I can ask Comfort Errol, please, the President and CEO of the International Crisis Group. Irina, round of applause. Sure, thank you. Irina Nikorak, member of the Východná Rada of Ukraine and also head of Arm Women Now. Irene Felins, the NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security. Welcome. And Heather Conley, Senior Advisor for Even Flow Macro and Non-Resident Fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. So before we dive into discussion, also, we will be opening the floor for questions from the audience. If you're here in the room, we do have microphones, so I'll ask you to put your hand up and we can make sure you get one of those. If you'd like to ask a question online, we do have Slido, and we'll be looking for that. I think the hashtag is GLOBSEC Forum SCH for this particular stage that we're working on. So what I'd like to do is to think about this subject in the serious context that we're living in today, not least of all. Whether to wage war or to pursue peace are decisions with the most severe consequences. Massive financial costs, of course, but also implications for geopolitical relations, shifting territory, access to natural resources, and life and death. With such high stakes, women must play a role in decision-making. And this is what I would like us to focus on. The title for this session is Leadership and Leverage. Let's talk about leadership. And so, Comfort, I'm going to turn to you first and say, does a world where there would be representative leadership by men and women, would that be a safer world?
Well, first, thanks for the really compelling report, and it was good to get a quick summary of it. My answer is no. There is no magic bullet. I think if you don't come with the right mindset, with a sense of core principles and values, if you don't listen, if you don't have the right analytical tool, if you don't have a competent team around you that has an understanding of what is at stake, then those facts don't change as well. Of course, the mindset, attitude, behavior, experience of whoever is at the center of gravity in shaping, whether it's a mediator, a head of state, those facts are facts, and you can see fault lines whether you're a man or a woman. So I don't think it matters. It's about the values that you harbor.
So we're okay with status quo?
I'm not saying we're okay with status quo.
I want to make sure there's no misunderstanding.
In the end, what matters for the work that I do, which is about preventing, de-escalating, is that we're looking for people who have a very clear analytical understanding, have the policy chops, have the competence. I don't want to be in a room where somebody is judging me by the fact I'm a woman or a man. And by the way, I have a broader understanding of the identities that should be at the table as well. Okay. So if you don't have all the right qualities, it doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. This is provocative, and I like that. I'm going to turn next to Irina. So, Irina, you are living in a country where war is raging on its territory. You've been very active as a voice and as a leader in making sure that women are being heard and being maximized in terms of their potential to contribute to a secure Ukraine. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing there, please?
Thank you so much for invitation and for such great opportunity to share my thoughts and Ukrainian experience from this stage. So today we speak about women, peace and geopolitics. At a time when Ukraine is in the very epicenter of a battle for our freedom, for independence and for common values. And in this battle, women are not bystanders. They are at the front lines, literally. And I want the world to know how Ukrainian women right now are facing the greatest challenges of our time and the greatest injustice in 21st century. Right now, women in Ukraine's defense are not an exception. It's our new reality. Today, more than 70,000 women are serving only in armed forces of Ukraine. In total, in defense and security sector, the number is 130,000 women. And at the battlefield, we have right now, just think about it, number 25,000 women. It's women who hold combat position. In comparison, in 2024, this number was only 5,000 women. So we see this very fast and strong increasing in 5 times.
Why does this matter?
Why this matter? I want to make the voice of Ukrainian women more loud at international level, more visible, because it's about recognition. It's about respect to their dignity. And I think that Ukrainian women who join the army on volunteer basis after full-scale invasion sacrifice a lot. And today, if you allow me, I would like to share with you a few stories because my conversation with all these women across the front line and often under the fire changed the way I understand women's leadership in defense. And war counts lives in numbers. But when we Ukrainians are asked what war means, we answer it means names. And the number of war crimes is growing so fast that it's simply impossible to share all stories, but I would like to tell you a few. Olga Bigar, before full-scale invasion, she was a lawyer and has her own business. She is originally from Donbass. Now she is a captain, deputy commander of the artillery battalion. She says, "The army is my home and I feel at home here. This is the environment in which I can best serve my country." Over the past year, Olga has seen her 8-year-old son only twice, for a few days. Olena Kuznetsova. Until February 2022, she was a primary school teacher in Irpin. She escaped the occupation. Now she is serving in Azov Brigade. She says, "Life is only one and the joy we have now is very small. To hug a comrade who came out of battle, to be with our relatives who are waiting for us at home under fire." Or Oksana Rubanyak. She joined the armed forces on volunteer basis after full-scale invasion at the age of 18. Now she is a commander of a special unit of strike drones. After being seriously wounded and losing her beloved, she continued to fight. She says, "I don't romanticize war. It's ruthless and changes you forever. And I really want this fight to end in my generation." Few more stories, if you allow me, please. Valeria Subotina. defender of Azovstal, mayor of National Guard, journalist, and poet who was held captive by Russia. 5th of May 2022, she got married in Azovstal, and on 7th of May, her husband Andrei was killed. After her capture, she returned to her native Azov brigade, and she says, "I understood that I would probably die, that it would not end well for me, but I did my job until the end, and now I continue to work." And the last one, Irina Tsibuch, Ukrainian journalist and activist who defended the policy of remembrance, volunteer combat medic, and my friend. She was killed during evacuation a year ago, a few days before her 26th birthday. Irina said, "I'm as young as any girl in France or Spain. The only difference is that we have a totalitarian regime on our border that attacked the country I love so much. I like to travel, but I want to live here. That is why I'm defending my country and why I'm ready to die for freedom in my country." So I think after these stories, my answer will be very obvious. That's why it matters.
Thank you for the powerful, and please, I would like us all to salute these women. Thank you very much, Irina Felin. So after such powerful testimonials, from a multilateral perspective, working specifically on women, peace, and security, what gives you hope? Where are we going? What's next?
Thank you, Rick, and thank you, Irina. It's difficult to speak after you, especially because for us sitting in offices, it's very different. So for me, the leadership that gives me hope is the leadership of the women who are fighting on the front line, which is the battlefield, but the front line in many different ways. The hope is that we know that we need to continue fighting for this at different levels, so not only on the battlefield. We know that right now, as already in the past, I mean, that's nothing new, but we are on a down when it comes to women's rights, including women, peace, and security. So what we have collectively is the multilateral at NATO, at the EU, but it's also the multi-stakeholder approach, so where I see the different stakeholders coming together, the private and the public sector, think tank, an organization often led by women, and institution to maintain the commitment we have with this agenda. And especially because this represents our common values of democracy, freedom, and human rights. Where doesn't give me enough hope is the fact that after 25 years working on women, peace, and security as part of the frame of the UN agenda, but it's not in the year 2000 that the commitment of women started. I mean, this agenda came as a result of decades of fight by women across the world. Women who survived wars in the Balkans, in Rwanda, in many, I will not now start mentioning all because I will certainly forget many. That's the way how it was formalized. But the problem right now is that we still see this as a silos. And when we focus on conflicts, when we focus on wars, when we focus on geopolitics, there is no space for this conversation. This is still considered something that we can put on a hold in the best case scenario.
So you're saying it's considered as a nice to have rather than need to have?
It's considered a need to have when we have time to do. We thought we were on peace. If you look at NATO Strategic Council in 2010, we defined Europe on peace. And then now in 2022, we define that we are no longer living in peace. So we do this. And when I say do, we don't refer to NATO. I refer to the global community. But at the moment where our energy is taken somewhere else. I'm not saying that we don't consider this important, but we cannot be multitasker as we pretend to be, maybe.
Okay. Heather, Irina says we're regressing, if I can use one word to take out of what you were saying. Does that mean that we're becoming less safe?
No, I think it means we need to tackle the problem a little differently. And leadership happens wherever we are. And I would argue that we have extraordinary women leaders at all levels, at our community level. They are driving community solutions. Ukraine is a wonderful example of, I think, one of the most powerful civil societies that I've ever seen, led by women that are fighting for an exciting future for Ukraine. I think we have to get a little, get out of our silos, get out of our conference rooms a little bit, get out of our recommendations a little bit and say, how do we work down at the community level and help lift those women leaders that are fighting for food security, water security, fighting corruption? How do we lift them up and meet them in the middle with the wonderful work that is happening at multilateral organizations and think tanks? Because our modern problems, no one leader has the solution. And this is, I think, Comfort, what you were alluding to. In a multipolar world with a multidisciplinary approach, we need our best community leaders, our economists, our technology leaders. We need our national security leaders to come together. And their voices do have to be heard. So I would rather us think about ways that we can, in our own communities, find those women leaders, lift them up, and have them participate in the challenges that we're all facing. Because what I find in the United States, there's an amazing disconnect between the local and the national level. And I like to say, every person is responsible for their security, their cyber hygiene. Everyone has to prepare for a natural event, a disaster. They are leading in their families, they're leading in their communities. How do we get them to tether to what we're working on the national level? That's what I'd like to see. That's what gives me hope to reconnect, because we are all leaders wherever we are. Now, sometimes we shy away from that leadership because it's very hard and you need a lot of courage. But when you do that and say, I am working on something powerful and I can connect to another citizen who's working on something powerful, that's when magic is made. So we don't have to wait for our leaders to be appointed. Let's do it at the community level right now.
Great. Comfort, I can tell you want to get in on that.
Yeah, can I just to pick up on your point, this is the most threatening moment, whether you're a man, woman, or a person who holds several identities. Because one of the big lessons I've learned in the last few years, if you exclude in the name of exclusion, then you're going to get another group of aggrieved societies. And that is the most fundamental mistake you can make to anybody who feels marginalized already. I don't want you to exclude just to include me. Mm-hmm. I want to ensure that the process carries everybody together. Otherwise, we get the situation where we are now. And this is truly the most dangerous moment for anybody who has multiple identities and has had to fight for many years to be included. And suddenly, you're struggling again to make the case for having certain people at the table. So I really want to agree with what you said, that we really need to make sure that everybody's been educated to understand that, to include doesn't mean you exclude anybody from the process.
In the report, by the way, we are open on Slido. If you have questions, feel free to submit them there, and I'll also look for hands in the audience in a moment. In the report, on page 27 precisely, there's a quote that I really liked from Michal Barchelova. It says, in the times like the ones we're in, there is less room for discrimination because we simply cannot afford to be picky. Which is, I would say, Ukraine is providing these lessons. They're saying, we can't choose who's going to contribute or how they're going to contribute. We need anybody willing to contribute, able to contribute. Is that a fair way of thinking of it, Irina?
I would say yes, and I hear all these results of reports, and I would like to say that one day I will see Ukraine in this research because we already learned a lot from this war, from full-scale invasion, and I'm ready to provide all information, all numbers, all statistics, just to involve Ukraine in all these processes. And we really can share our policy, our vision, collaboration with all European partners.
Are there, I can open already if there's questions here in the room. Don't be shy, I'll come back. Okay. Oh, there's one already, excellent. Can we...
Hi, my name is Eleonora Tafur. I'm a think tanker based in Milan, Italy. I have a question for Irina. First of all, thank you so much for bringing us the testimonies of women fighting. I want to ask about the inclusion of women in another very important setting, that is the reconstruction of Ukraine. How do you think the gender perspective is informing the process, and what do you think the Ukrainian government, but also the international community, could do better to include really everybody in this important endeavor? Thank you.
I see two other hands. If there are also questions for Irina on this topic, I encourage you to ask them right now because we can group them. Is there one over there on this? Okay.
Hello, my name is Major General Retired Dusty Schultz, and so I've been the only woman in a room many times. That being said, I would also like to hear your perspective on champions for women. And what I would also say is, we see in this room that it's mostly women, not only, but for me, I have had many men that have made sure that I have had a seat at the table because I was the right person to be in the room, and I would like to hear about that as well.
Great. In a moment, I'll ask Irina, but also the whole panel to respond. Okay, great. We're seeing more hands right there. Also, can we just group them, and then we'll do this. We'll do three at once. Thanks.
Hi, Ida Manton. I'm teaching international negotiations, and I worked with different peace processes in the Balkans mainly, analyzed and researched. So my question is, we have had institutional responses to peace building and including women. And I worked in the OSCE, for instance. There were tons of conferences. The Swedish chairpersonship focused on women, and there were offices, like in NATO. There were special representatives built. And we don't seem to be going as fast as we should, having that institutional approach. Now, I'm curious, from the Ukrainian perspective, do we have involvement enough of women experts around the world, like we heard here? There are people who have been doing this kind of work that can help as experts in having the not just women voice heard, but also to add this important gender component, especially in times when we have very misogynist administration in the US, and that aspect really needs to be raised on another level. Can we step up?
Thank you very much. In a moment, I know there was a hand here, and we'll come to some others in a moment, but I'd like us to respond first. Irina, please start us off.
Okay, from what I have to start. Eisenhower once said that there is no such a thing as a simple answer to a complex problem. And we are trying, I agree with the statement, absolutely, about gender component during reconstruction process and recovery process in Ukraine. We are going to discuss this a little bit during Ukraine Recovery Conference in Rome in July. But what I see right now in official communication, I see the wall in this direction, because some of organization and our partners think that it doesn't matter. But I'm trying to tell all the time that inclusion and equality everywhere in reconstruction, in security and defense policy, it's not about quotas, it's about better decisions, as well as peace is not about silence, it's also about decisions. So we have to fix it in our policies and to implement at national level. About women who can be experts at international level from Ukrainian side and how we can share this experience. You know that in Ukraine, after full-scale invasion, I just want to tell you this real case as an answer for real response. After full-scale invasion, I recognized that women defenders who already were serving in the army and civilian women who joined the army on volunteer basis, they don't have even basics, like female uniforms that fits. So men's gear that they have to use during active combat.
Which makes them less safe?
Influence in negative way and to efficiency to everybody as a combat unit. And together with my team, we developed and implemented and tested a special female combat uniform, boots, even underwear, because can you imagine that women came to army, signed a contract, mobilized on volunteer basis, and they give them men's underwear, like boxers, you know, and told them, you need to use it. If you don't want to use, just you can give to somebody or put in your bag. So we were trying to change the system, and I know that the same situation is in majority NATO member countries, in their armies, the same situation.
Yeah.
We already implemented, and it's a very practical case that I believe will be implemented in next decades, or maybe even faster than decades, in other countries.
It's another example of Ukraine leading on innovation in ways that we wouldn't expect, right?
Yeah, but it's not innovation, to be honest. It's a necessity. I don't know. It's obvious to use men's underwear when I need to take participation in a counter-offensive operation in Donbass area, just imagine, or in trousers that for 2 or 3 sizes bigger than me.
I really applaud what you're doing there. It's making a difference. It seems so obvious, but it's not for everybody. And I like what you said, that peace is a decision. Right? So peace is not the absence of war, it takes work, right? I think that also there were other responses to some of the questions. Comfort, did you want to pick up?
Well, no, I think it's worth picking up what the retired major said, that, you know, that she was the right person. The word being the right person, the phrase being the right person as well. You don't want to be judged or be a quota for the sake of being a quota. You want to be at the table because you are the right person. Exactly. I mean, I understand that there is the dilemma of making sure that
who decides who the right person is. That's my
and also I do think we need to look at our recruitment panel, an interview panel. I also don't want to be judged differently and held to a different standard, whether it's higher or lower, as well. But it goes back to having the right mindset and the education and the training, which is what the Women, Peace and Security agenda has tried to do, you know, whether it's done it well. And you have an interesting question here on your silo. You have 4 women having to make a case for why they should be at the table. That already is a problem. Yeah. You know, so, yeah.
Irene, did you want to say more about that?
I understand your point, Confront. You say I don't want to be there or judged because I'm a woman, but because I'm a competent person. And I perfectly agree with you. And I think that's the point. But unfortunately, the way in the world in which we live and who takes decision on who has to sit where is driven by men. And we know that in the majority of the cases, those men will turn towards their male friends or colleagues, intentionally or not, but because they sit in this famous chess club or, you know, or play golf, and it's the absence of us on those places that maybe leads to the decision. So who takes this? Now, looking at having men championing, you know, in the past there was this campaign, he for she, which I think it worked at that time. Now, I personally prefer to look at this from a different perspective, because I see some of a patronizing attitude in the he for she, where I'm there to help you to do this because I have the power to do this. Even so, it was a good intention. Now I think that we have to look from the perspective that we need to have the right mindset, the right competences. So I prefer to look into the perspective of gender-responsive leadership and accountability. We collectively want, as a leaders, take the right decision to create a space for the right and best people to sit where it's necessary. So we have to work, and we are working at NATO, but also other organizations, on this training and changing our culture to make sure that all senior leaders have the right mindset and understand what being gender-responsive leader and being accountable for your decision means. So that's, I think, it's a way to do it collectively with the right people and the best competencies, but it's a long way to go.
Yeah. Heather, did you want to?
I just three great questions. Thank you so much. Just very briefly on Ukraine reconstruction. Again, that at the community level, you need the community leaders for anti-transparency. You need the engineers. You need the land development planning. That screams for a whole of society approach, and done right, again, Ukraine can show us how to do reconstruction in a very different way, but it's bringing everybody at the table. The champions for women, thank you for that. My mentor just passed away a month ago, and he was my champion, and he put me into positions that I didn't even know I was right for, but he's like, I know you're right for that. So I've had that in my professional life as well. And absolutely, people need to see, and we need to foster those champions and mentoring those champions, absolutely for sure. The institutional approach, this is where I think we should take some self-criticism a little bit, that the institutional approach, it's moving too slowly. It's very needed, but as you've heard me, I just think we have to reach deeper and farther than where we are, and to help lift up and find those male champions and female champions for women to have. Let's bring the best expertise we have at this table. That is going to have women at that table. We need to make sure that, again, best and brightest on the topic. And just to say, I think in NATO, I would love to see women in resilience, because the resilience agenda, again, I think women are natural leaders for that, and how NATO and other military forces can bring women leaders at the community level into the resilience agenda, I think it will be transformative, and they'll see the connectivity between the multilateral and their daily lives, which is where we're missing.
Great. I see several hands. There have been two in the front row. If we can come here first, please. Thank you very much. Right there.
I have a question for Irina, because I'm from Ukraine and my mother joined the army forces like 1 week ago. Wow. So she's a psychologist, and it touches me personally. So like since 2014, I was always in this movement of resistance, Maidan, ATO, and then war. And I would like to ask you if there was this change since 2014 and the full invasion of Ukraine, how the position of women changed since for 11 years, how did it change? And what are the perspectives for women in army? Are there any programs that exist for Ukrainian women who want to join army right now? And what makes it attractive?
Great. Okay, we'll come in a moment to it. I would like to group the big questions, please.
Liljana from North Macedonia. I work on initiatives to bring more women into cybersecurity, and specifically, question would be, triggered me this uniform thing and access to the tables and everything. Basically, are we there on the tabletop on the talks and discussions in terms of this 5% in the GDP increase in defense? Are we there on the table to talk about how we get a certain number of percentage?
Can I ask you to just clarify, when you say are we, meaning women or?
Yeah. Women,
okay.
Yes. Yeah. Like, are there any initiatives or policy discussions to ensure certain percentage to be dedicated to participation of women in this 5%?
Thank you very much. I see a hand back there. If we can just take one more and then we'll get answers to these questions.
Jamal Abdullah, Managing Director, JSOR Advisor in Dubai and visiting professor at University of Montreal in Canada. My questions actually to Madame Iro. I would like to hear from you, as I'm interested actually to hear your message to the whole world leaders regarding the killed women, civilian Palestinian killed women who killed every day, single day, since more than 20 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, three deep questions. Irina, the first one was about Ukraine. Yep. If I can ask you to address that, plus if you'd like to the others, and then we'll move to the responses.
I would say that for the last 11 years, situation in our army changed significantly, because before 2018, when we have ATO period, Ukrainian women joined the army, but they could not hold combat positions. So we had, in fact, combat medics, women who were snipers, gunners, sappers at the front line. But according to their documents, they were office managers, cookers, secretaries, lawyers, etc. And only in 2018, Ukrainian parliament adopted special law and give the opportunity to hold all combat position on equal ground for men and women. And of course, we continue to improve our legislation. Next plenary session, it will be next week, we will vote for special law on sexual harassment in defense and security sector. And from my side, of course, I'm trying to implement different projects to support women defenders and women veterans as well, to help them integrate back to civil society and to be an active participant of all social, economic, political area in Ukraine and develop themselves and higher ranks on equal ground with the men if they are active servant.
Okay, thank you. Actually, on the second question on are women at the table, Irina, I'm looking at you. Do you feel you can answer that question?
So about having women at the table, you know, that's not a choice. Who sits at the table? I mean, there are less women in defense if you look at the ambassador, but that's a discussion that it's taken at the highest level. You know, the NATO leaders will come together in 2 weeks, and the conversation is doing that. So we have very few women talking about this because we have very few women in those positions of president, head of states and governments. About the fact if we do what is the gender budgeting, what you mentioned, that if you think that it's not only how much we will spend, but how we will spend, we are not there yet. We are still, I mean, our leaders are still discussing on the agreement that will have to be taken. You all know, we all know because it's on the news, what is the number. It's about the 5%. That's what is the target that it's hoped to be reached, that reflects the current needs, security needs. From my perspective, this is my work, try to advocate to do how we do things differently, and that's where the challenge comes. So now, step by step, we will wait for the decision of leaders at the summit in The Hague, and then we will move forward from then.
Okay, Comfort, I'm going to ask you to address the third question.
Yeah, no, thank you for asking. I mean, I think let me just step back before getting to your point. The worst humanitarian crisis today is in Sudan. And it's the conflict that has least attention to it. The world's biggest refugee camp is in Cox's Bazar to deal with the Rohingya crisis
Bangladesh.
in Myanmar.
Myanmar.
It's on the border of Bangladesh and Myanmar. I just came back from there. We've lost count on Gaza, 50,000. Women, children, men, young boys, babies. And then you have a number of hostages still not released from the Israeli side. Some of them are dead as well. So I think the other thing that worries me mostly as an organization that does with conflict prevention and trying to de-escalate, de-conflict as well, is the capacity of our leaders to be able to deal with equal urgency with all the crises that affect us as well. And no discrimination in terms of attention, in terms of urgency, in terms of understanding, in terms of drive to find a solution to those crises as well. This is the most dangerous time that we are living in since the end of the Second World War, since the genocide in Rwanda. We are seeing wars rising. We are seeing the return of mass-scale violations, war crimes. Every continent that we work in, whether it's from Latin America, you've got gang violence in Haiti. Whether it's in Africa, you've got the Sahel crisis, you've got Great Lakes crisis, resource minerals, civilians, innocent civilians caught in this crisis. I mean, you mentioned the Palestine issue, and then we can go into the entrenched conflict in Myanmar, where there's just indiscriminate use of weaponry against the most innocent of civilians as well. There isn't anywhere in the world that is untouched by crisis and by untold violence against citizens. Our leaders have to do better in paying equal attention to all crises. And we've all woken up to the most worrying of crises, where we've seen an attack, another attack in the Middle East as well. So your question is a reminder of the global scale of the challenges before us in an era where we all said never again. We said never again after Rwanda. We said never again after Darfur. We keep saying never again, and we're sitting here listening to the story that you've given. We have the most clearest information out there. The question is the ability to close the gap between the early warning and the early action and finding the right policy prescription and, quite frankly, the political will to address those issues. This is the crisis of our time,
it's quite a call to
regardless
action.
of anything else. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Comfort. Our time is, we're almost up. Thank you. I'm going to ask each of the panelists for one short answer. You only have time for a very, very short answer, but there's a NATO summit coming up in 10 days. World leaders are going to be gathering there, making big decisions. If you could ask one thing of them, one bold request of what they might do to make it a somewhat more peaceful world, what would that be? Heather, I'm going to put you on the spot first.
Well, what a big question. I'll keep on with Comfort's view. Our leaders have to find political courage, and they are looking for cover everywhere they can find cover. And whether it's Ukraine, whether it's the global challenges we face, there must be courage and there must be conviction. And they must bring their citizens along with that rather than politicizing it. So that's what my hope is, a lot of political courage in 2 weeks.
Courage for action, not just talk.
Correct.
Irena, I know it's tough for you, huh?
That's tough for me, but building on what Heather said, that's, the courage implies also to keep talking about topics such as the women, peace and security, which is connected with the population, which is connected with the community, in a moment where the interest is somewhere else. And this brings me back to my first point. It's not a silos. It's not because right now we focus on defense spending, ramping up our production on Ukraine, so deterrence and defense, that we can put this on a side, because this is the core. I mean, if we are here to protect 1 billion of the population, who is this population? It's made by individuals with different identities. So speaking about the agenda, you don't need to speak about the agenda. You need to think in a strategic way. Look into the interests and the needs of this population we are there to protect. So for me, it's having the courage and the capacity, and for those who have the power to do so, to think in a different way and realize that it's not a nice thing to have, but it's an enabler to increase our strategic and operational effectiveness.
Call for some different thinking. Okay, Irina.
It's a question.
Yeah,
I need to ask questions?
No, I want you to make a request to the NATO leaders.
Keep support Ukraine, because right now we hold the line, all Ukrainians, but we don't know how long it can be. And have a courage to let Ukraine join the NATO family.
Thank you. Comfort, the last request to NATO.
Prevention, prevention, prevention. You can increase your defense spending, but if it doesn't lead to deconfliction and de-escalation, it's for nothing. So that's got to be the message. You've got to find an end to these conflicts.
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
moderator of the next session, Josef Šuvada. Now it works.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's my great privilege to be today with you. And my name is Josef Šuvada. I am involved in global health policies and global health security and safety and clinical guidelines development. And today we are having the panel, which is really essential for the health security and also health safety. This is crisis-proof healthcare, securing Europe's access to affordable medicines. And this year's summit is driven by clear strategic message, which is resilience in the new currency as a power. So where we are talking about the health security, it is not only related to the defense and not only related to the regulations, but it is having a lot of components. And today's session focuses on how Europe can turn vulnerability into resilience. By reshoring production, strengthening supply chains, accelerating innovations, and ensuring equitable access to essential medicines. I'm honored to be today with a very specific and special guest who is involved in many not only domestic but also European policies development. And please join me and welcome Mr. Jakub Dvořáček, Deputy Minister of Czech Ministry of Health, distinguished,
it's good to see you.
Distinguished speaker, and let me introduce you also to our speakers, that you are not only involved in the policies development at the Czech Republic recently, but also you are having the influence at the European level. And before we are going to continue with the session, allow me to invite you to use the Slido to join us during our conversation with your questions. And the Slido, you can find hashtag GLOBSEC forum SCH, hashtag GLOBSEC forum SCH, and you can provide us with your insights and questions, and we will come to Q&A questions later on. So, Deputy Minister, let me start with very essential topic, which is framing our today's discussion, and this is a reflection on COVID-19 pandemic, but also other recently experienced emergencies within our region, but also beyond, which clearly demonstrated the risks of really depending on long and also fragile pharmaceutical supply chains. And we have seen growing very momentum at the European Union level to bring back the production of the critical medicine, but also active pharmaceutical ingredients. So I would like to start our discussion with your thoughts on what would you actually make reshoring not only possible but also economically and politically viable and sustainable for European pharmaceutical companies. Could you provide us with some your thoughts on it?
No, first of all, thank you, and it's a great privilege to be here. The GLOBSEC is an amazing session. And I believe that during the time there will be more people joining the healthcare topics. But yes, I believe we are in a very special situation recently. We have the draft of the Critical Medicine Act on the table, which is quite a long work for all of us. It's more than 1 year when we start to work in Critical Medicine Alliance to prepare it. And yeah, it's a response on what you highlighted in the opening speech. We are facing quite a lot of fragility in supply chain of the pharmaceuticals. But if we focus, on what we try to solve, in Critical Medicine Act, it's mainly the area of, I would say, critical medicine list medicines, which are the medicines important for public health. And if you take the list, those 350 350, 360 molecules, it's dominantly the molecules which are generic, which are used for a wide population, and which were, let's say, agreed between the member states and the EMA as essential for, let's say, treatment of the big population of the patient. So with the Critical Medicine Act, we're mainly targeting the response to unavailability of the basic medicines, very old, or let's say the older one. But it's not the same, with the innovations. That's not the direct tool to support, let's say, the I would say retention of the pharmaceutical industry in the innovative industry in the Europe. So, if I should focus, on what we faced during the last 2-3 years with the unavailabilities as the generic medicines, yes, the Critical Medicine Act should be the response, and it's really consists a number of tools which we believe could make the Europe more resilient, in this field.
You highlighted it really very clearly that this is not only about political courage, but also about the coordination and economic sustainability, yes. Just to reflect what really basic needs are and what the basic list is. And we know that we need to reflect also on the current changes, because also health of the population is currently really facing to different challenges. And this is bringing us also to the point of citizen preparedness, not just the system preparedness. So many countries are facing really disparities in capacities and infrastructure, which limit their ability to reflect and react to upcoming and potential emergencies, especially those which are from and within the small and middle-sized regions. And this is bringing me to second question: how do we see European Union member states translating those EU-level framework into concrete citizen-level preparedness, especially in countries with varying levels of health, public health infrastructure, and also resources? And perhaps you can elaborate also on concrete tools, perhaps investments frameworks, but also coordination mechanisms, how we can perhaps bring this EU potential improvement in this Coordination Act into the real-world practice.
So if I understood properly, I should focus on the CBRN and the crisis preparedness. Yeah,
perfect.
And but we can then build on it, of course. But it's a very special discipline. Yeah, and I mean, we have for a certain time the new directorate at the EU level, the GHIRA, which is supposed to be the agency for emergency crisis response. Yeah, but at the same time, when we take the country by country and our preparedness for the situations which could come, doesn't matter if it is the chemical, biological, or the radiation, or let's say and other, let's say, measures which could appear. I have to say, that the majority of the countries are not really ready. If you take, our supplies, our preparedness from perspective of those molecules which have, let's say, the both use, let's say, the normal for treating the patients with some disease, and the second, for example, the usage, for people, who get, to be contaminated with radiation, or let's say, with any kind of biological attack, etc. We are not really updating the lists of those active substances and medicines which we can use it.
Why is it so?
And the problem is, that it's a very difficult discipline, I have to say, because you are preparing for something what you hope will never appear. It's very difficult to say, how wide part of the population could be affected. It's also very costly. And I mean, we lived, in a very safe environment for generations, and to use the public money to create, this kind of stockpile or contingency stock, it's quite costly, and it's difficult to really defend it. This cost, which very often finished with the expiration of those pharmaceuticals or agencies. then we can see, how, for example, US is preparing, how the BARDA, the agency for those preparedness in US, is building their stock. Not just the stock, it's also good to highlight it that for the secondary use of some of the medicines, we don't have clinical trials. It's quite obvious why it is so difficult. So we have no registration for this use. And for example, the US BARDA is doing that. As an agency, they're funding those kind of clinical trials. They're funding the research. They also closely work with FDA to get this special use as the added value of those medicines. We don't have it in Europe, this kind of approach. So then it's also very difficult to justify it. Yeah. So, but it's changing. It's changing, and HERA is start building this contingency stock on the EU level. We have also the emergency stock, which is under the DG ECHO, and those special mechanisms to use it. And some of the states are, let's say, storing those kind of medicines for those situations. But we are, let's say, pushed or motivated also to do it, on the national level. We start to build. We start to prepare also as a Czech Republic. We have a new tool which is quite unique. We are calling that reservation system, and our state reserves institute has a new right, or let's say the new chance to not just to purchase and store, but also to reserve those kind of medicines. We start to work with that with the normal medicines to see how the system can work, and now it's the next step. We will try to build this kind of stock of essential medicines for those special situations, the CBRN, also in the Czech Republic. The reason why, and why I try to also justify it with the Czech government, is that the time which is required to use those kind of medicines for certain situations is usually very short. You have to have it in hours, maybe in days, but not in weeks or months. And we get just recent experience as a Czech Republic with one substance. It was the substance against the poisoning of cyanide, for example. And that pharmaceutical was not available for a certain time in the Czech Republic. So we try to use the mechanism which I described before, this emergency mechanism on the European level, to see if this could fly and if this could quickly bring at least the small stock of those antigens to the Czech Republic. It took us, I think, 3 weeks. So I think the people who will be in that situation will probably die much earlier before we will be able to get it. So we know it exists, the tools are there, but the speed and time we need to bring it to patient, it's very short. So we need to build it our own and use the system which we have. The wholesaler system and pharmacy system, because this is probably the speediest way, how to get this special medicine from the warehouse directly to the hospital or to the patient. So I believe in coming years we will build at least the essential part of that stock, which we will need it for our people.
Perfect. You addressed also flexibility or need for flexibility, but also context sensitiveness, because context is really important and each country has a different one. And this approach should be also a facilitating driver for the future implementation. And as you mentioned, that even US efficiency and their agency, which you mentioned, they are having alliance with academia, and therefore they are able to provide also academic studies, clinical trials, which we very probably need to reconsider also how we can implement in now and our context. Due to the constraint of the time, and this is really a huge topic, and we would like to sit here the whole day. We can open up also Slido questions to and from our audience. If someone would like to raise the hand who is in the room, so I would request everyone who is going to share with us thoughts and the question to share only one question per person, and then we will continue with the slide. So who has also intention to put a slide question, please feel free. So I see in the first queue, lady, please.
So I have a little question for you. If did you learn something from Ukraine with the emergency crisis? Did you implement something from our country in Czech Republic? Because it's like 11 years of war, you know.
If you're asking me, I mean, what we can learn from the Ukraine, from those emergency steps, a lot. I believe it's something, very unique. We are in touch, with the Ukrainian Ministry of Health. We are also in touch with the hospitals there, and there is quite a lot of exchange between, our teaching hospitals and the Ukrainian teaching hospitals. We also try to see, how the Ukraine works, with those emergency supplies, and how quickly, you can move those supplies, between the healthcare providers. So we are in touch. It's definitely something. If I can highlight it, the one thing, which we are working on it is, for example, the exchange in the urgent care, because of course, the medical professionals at the Ukraine, they have quite a high level of experience now to treat the people with special wounds and special, let's say, health issues. So the Ukrainian doctors, coming from Ukraine, to get the training here in the Czech Republic for, let's say, the different issues. They are also, let's say, helping our people, our specialists, to be prepared, for potential wounds, like those, which are coming, from the war. It's also, I mean, the area of preparedness of what kind of supplies, what kind of medicines we should have, in our contingency stock in the reservation system. And it's obvious, that what we had before the crisis, before the war at Ukraine, and what we are now, let's say, building, it's quite a different, yeah, because we get a lot of information and experiences of kind of supplies we needed, and it's not just the medicinal supplies. It's also the bandages, and also those things which are using for emergency medicine. So that's flies, that works. And I believe, I mean, also in the future, there will be a continuous cooperation in the field. So, yes, and I have to say that with the Ukrainian Ministry of Health, we are in very regular contact on this topic.
Thank you very much for the question. We will go to the slide, and I see there the first question: what concrete things have you learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, and how member states implemented them into their daily practice? So, could you perhaps share your experience from?
It could be very short answer. That the crisis like COVID cannot be solved, on the national level. That's, I think, the main learning. That, I mean, if the Europe, I mean, can really build something, it's the joint response, on the crisis like this, and that alone, the small country cannot really be able to do the research, do the production, to ensure, the capacities of the system. And this is also the reason, why we become really active as Czech Republic, in the development of the pharmaceutical package, of the Critical Medicine Act, and also, the work of DG HERA. That's definitely, what I would, make it as a let's say general but very important learning, from that situation.
Thank you very much, because we know that also Czech Republic published very huge analysis of the COVID lessons learned from the public health perspective, but also from the society and different whole of governance approach, and also possible reform substances as the background. And this is really something what we admire, for example, from my home country. And this could jump us directly to the second question. Are you worried about sustainability of our healthcare systems? We have the topic about the resilience and vulnerabilities, teaching us a little bit to be more resilient, but are we really worried about it? Nowadays, in Europe, in the context of uncertainty?
It's not the worry about the system itself. I believe the Czech healthcare system is very robust, and I mean, we used to complain as Czechs, about the quality, waiting time, etc., etc. But if you compare how the Czech system works, and not comparing, with incomparable, but with the countries in the EU, but also, with the US, it's very robust. If we will be, the different question is, if we will be able to sustain the same quality and increase the quality and access to new treatment in the future, because of course it depends, on a number of factors. It's definitely a lot about the economic, let's say, development of this country, how we will be able to invest. But even more, what I believe, how we will be able to evaluate what are really the technologies, which are, let's say, essential and which brings the most added value to our patient. Because, it's clear that no country can really afford to pay for every innovation which appears, at the market. It's just not manageable. And, we have to be really very, let's say, in detail how to work with data and how to acquire those data which are essential for proper HTA.
Yeah. You are absolutely right, and this is bringing us also back to the vulnerability of what defines opportunity to be more resilient. This is window of opportunity. We need really to recognize where there is a chance to use theory of change and to understand what component it has to be on the local level, but also on the European level. So I would like to appreciate your thoughts, your wisdom, your experiences which you have shared today with us, and also the audience for great questions and that you joined us. And allow me just to share a last announcement from organizers. Rapid response panel will take the place at 6:05 in Schwarzenberg here in this stage. And Amos Yadlin, founder and president of Mind Israel, former head of IDF, of military intelligence, and he will be presenting the topic recent escalation between Israel and Iran. So you are most welcome for this special topic. And thank you very much for your joining us today during the lunch break and very, very heavy digest or the food to digest. Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
safety officer of Coinbase. And Coinbase is basically, you know, the biggest transaction platform, the biggest bank, if you will, in the world of digital assets. And so it's a real honor to have with us Faryar Shirzad of Coinbase. So Faryar, please come join us. Good to see you, my friend. And let me tell you a few other things about Faryar. Faryar is a guy who I first met years ago working in the world of public policy in the United States Senate. He worked closely with former President George W. Bush on all sorts of major international economic policy questions. He worked with Goldman Sachs. It means he's done everything powerful and conventional until this moment. And now he's basically involved with a very new set of issues relating to assets, and these are digital ones. And so let me just start out, Faryar, and ask you for a moment real quick. Can you tell us and tell the layperson, particularly those people online, what's the big deal about digital assets and crypto? What is it?
It's a really good,
what are they?
Yeah, no, it's a very good question.
And when is it plural and when is it singular?
It's a really good question because a lot of discussions about digital assets or cryptos get confused in the sense that they focus on applications rather than kind of what the underlying value proposition is. So if you take a step back and think about the internet is a decentralized protocol that allows people on a peer-to-peer basis to transact data almost instantaneously and almost at zero cost, because the protocol allows you to transfer data between individuals, and we've all become quite accustomed to it, texting, emailing, setting up websites. And so it's a decentralized protocol that democratizes data and allows people to trade it. What the internet could not do, and until crypto came along, is to allow you to transfer value as seamlessly as you transfer data. And so if I had, before crypto came along, wanted to give you $1 and I sent you a photograph of $1, you could replicate it for infinite times. Or if I sent you anything else, like a stock certificate, it could be copied. And so the internet, the failure point of the internet was the inability to send things of value. Crypto solved that dilemma and created a system where you could have a unique digital token, the first one of which was Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin has mass adoption, has a market cap of $2 trillion. But as countries...
But let me just interrupt you. So why did dollars, the dollar you wanted to take a picture of, but why did not digital dollars that exist in your Goldman Sachs accounts that you used to be responsible for, why did they fail? Why is that not enough?
Because there was no way to verify that a single dollar that I was sending from myself to you actually reflected a dollar that I owned, and there was no way for you to prove that you received it before crypto technology came along. And that's what and so you hear about validation and mining and all of these sort of complicated terms around crypto. These are all the processes by which you ensure that when I send you a Bitcoin or a tokenized dollar or a tokenized stock certificate, I actually own the thing, and that there's a immutable public record of you receiving it and owning it. And some of this is confusing because payments appear to be instantaneous to the consumer. We go to a shop, we tap a card, we use our phone, and we perceive money to move instantaneously. The processes that go around it to execute on those transactions sometimes takes days, a week to execute on. They're very cumbersome, slow, expensive. Crypto is going to speed all of that up, and the applications are building as we speak.
So I want to have you give the audience a sense of scale. Just to give you an example of what a miserable investor I am, I became convinced some years ago that Bitcoin was going to become a big deal. And the total market cap of crypto of Bitcoin at that moment was $13 billion. And it meant that each Bitcoin was about $300. And I was convinced that governments were going to get into this. And so I told the people I was with, governments are going to get into this, China's going to get into this, everybody's going to get into this, and there's no way that any government can operate at such a low feature. It's going to go through the roof. And so I bought a lot of Bitcoin and I sold it. I bought it at $300 and I sold it at $1,500. So I share that because the scale not only, it's a way to think about, you know, the appreciation of a certain asset, but I also want to give people, it's more than Bitcoin, something. Give people a sense of how just, you know, omnipresent digital currencies have become.
So as currencies, the market capitalization of all the crypto tokens that are out there is at around $3 trillion.
$3 trillion. So I was right, it was going to go up?
Yeah, you
wrong about scale.
Sold a bit early. And of that $3 trillion in market cap, about 220 billion reflect what are known as stable coins. So these are tokens that represent a dollar. So they're issued by people who give you a digital token in exchange for receiving a dollar. And the annual turnover of these digital dollars is on the order of about $3 trillion itself. So you have a multi-trillion dollars of payment activity that occurs on digital dollars on a market cap of all crypto tokens that is itself around $3 trillion.
So we're on the edge of the equivalent of a Mount Rushmore being born on Tuesday, if you will, or as I was talking about, mountains surging. Tell the audience why. What happens on Tuesday that's not going to only affect the U.S., but globally?
So most crypto stablecoins, these are the dollar-denominated ones, are issued under a variety of regulatory frameworks, many of them offshore. The United States is on the verge of passing legislation to create a U.S. federal framework that recognizes dollar stablecoins. And so the Senate will pass the bill on Tuesday of next week. We expect the House to act on it over the next couple of months and for it to become law in that time frame before the summer is completed. The legislation at the moment, the Senate legislation specifically enumerates that dollar stablecoins can be used for the most regulated payment activities in the United States. So for collateral management and derivatives trading activity, for interbank cash settlement, it can be used for capital account purposes, for bank accounting purposes. So you're going to see a dramatic surge in the use of tokenized dollars in the American economy. And then with that, a huge development of what are known as on-chain applications in the U.S. economy. And the question, I think, globally for the audience is, are other companies going to allow that innovation to occur only in the United States?
Companies and countries.
Companies and countries, or are they going to bring that innovation to their own countries?
Right, and so if they do that, I mean, I think one of the big questions out there that we've struggled with at GLOBSEC are questions like, the global challenge to the dollar. You've got a lot of nations, a lot of individuals who've been sanctioned, by Europe, by the U.S. There are some who think there need to be more of that behavior. Others who think it's been a power that's been abused because of the reserve currency status of the dollar. So if you're down the food chain as a smaller nation in Eastern Europe, or beyond the edges of Eastern Europe, or in the Balkans, or in Central America, there is an anger about dollar dictatorship, if you will. Does a dollar-based stablecoin behave differently than the federal dollar in this sanctions regime?
It moves on different financial rails. And so right now you have an effort by the Chinese, the Russians, and a number of other jurisdictions to create an alternative settlement system for foreign exchange transfers. And this is essentially, they're trying to build a workaround to the SWIFT system.
Right.
The U.S. was involved in an effort led by the Bank for International Settlement to create a U.S.-based alternative to SWIFT, with everyone anticipating that this new technology will become pervasive in payments. It raises new questions regarding how you...
Where will a dollar stablecoin live?
Well, it's a complicated debate. There are a number of governments, including the European central banks and others, who are issuing central bank digital currencies. So these are currencies that are issued by the government in tokenized form. The Americans have decided, as a matter of kind of political matter, that they will not issue the Federal Reserve will not issue a central bank digital currency, but that the private sector will be encouraged to issue tokenized dollars in what are known as stablecoin form. So there's a big discussion regarding whether government should issue these digital currencies or whether the private sector will. And I think the consensus will inevitably move to the American direction because of the dominant aspect of the American economy. And I think it raises hard questions. The UK, for example, is looking to create a stablecoin regime around the pound sterling. All of this is moving extremely quickly and is changing many of the paradigms that everyone is accustomed to with regard to policing illicit activity.
Yeah. And I want to go an inch deeper on that, but I want to tell you all that I do have Slido here, which I love playing with Slido if any of you want to pose questions, but we're intimate enough here that if you want to ask a question live, I'm also happy to repeat it for the sake of the camera, so we'll get to that in a minute. But let me just ask you again about the power of this and what the national security ramifications are of the rise of digital currencies, both negative and positive. I mean, I think when I first began looking at questions about blockchain and the rise of digital assets years ago, many people looked at it as a real, potential threat. Currencies for terrorists, currencies for bad guys, currencies for transnational narco gangs. And so tell us how that world, is that still a concern? Is that being managed? How does this enhance, I almost want to call it the liberty, but the security of players out there in the geopolitical space?
Yeah, it's a complicated issue. The largest mechanism that illicit actors use to engage in illicit activity is cash. So cash is by far number one.
They want the dollars. They don't want
the dollars, and they're hard to trace, and they can be moved. I mean, they're cumbersome, and if you get to a certain volume, it's hard to move them. Bad people use art, they use antiques, they use the traditional banking system, and they also use crypto. The challenge for bad guys to use crypto is all transactions that are done in digital asset form are traceable. They all occur on these public blockchains. So you don't know who's sending it, who's receiving it, but you can see the transaction, and that record of that transaction stays forever. And so there are things that law enforcement has developed. We do it in our own company, which is the ability to do what are known as blockchain analytics to try to figure out who the sender is, who the receiver is. So it's an evolving landscape, but law enforcement is actually investing a lot of resources into developing alternative mechanisms for public policy purposes around the new tech.
So you've been at this for a while. Yeah. I mean, you made the jump from being a excellent but conventional. I mean, I've known you for a long time. You've done everything conventional but awesome. Then you've moved into this digital asset area, and you've been in it for a while. And I'm blunt, and I often get things wrong. So tell me where I'm wrong. But my blunt assessment is that the Biden administration did not want to touch this. They didn't want to go this way. There was lots of dysfunction. You could find pockets of enthusiasm, but then the Securities and Exchange Commission were pulling them back, et cetera. Donald Trump and company seem all in. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I think you have it generally right, but I want to answer the first part of your question. People ask what it's like to be in this space, particularly even starting a few years ago when I got into it, having been at Goldman Sachs for many years, for 15 years, and having lived the life of conventional finance. And I always tell people—
I'm sorry to call it conventional.
No,
it is.
I think that's fair. But when I came to Coinbase, I realized, and I embraced the fact that my job is largely to I imagine myself that we're back to 1997, and I'm the guy explaining to everybody what the internet is. And everyone's sort of saying, what is this thing? How does it work? And I'm trying to explain it to them. And so there's a real sort of special opportunity for those of us in the sector to explain what the tech does. But what was the second part of your question?
Well, then I'm asking, I was sort of asking, okay, so you're in this space, and now you've kind of moved in there about Biden versus Trump and this, political embrace. We did an event, I'll just be honest, we did an event in Washington together, and it was tough. We did it during IMF World Bank Week, their annual spring meetings of the Bretton Woods institutions. And central bank governors typically are scared of this topic. It makes them break out into shakes. And we got about 4 or 5 significant central bank governors, including from this neighborhood, from Belgium, from Estonia. We had someone from Rwanda. We had others that came in, and they were brave. And since then, I've met a Federal Reserve Board member who wants to do an event on digital currencies. This used to be taboo for them. They were not able to talk about it. So I'm just interested in that's not, Biden, one way and Trump the other, but there seems to be a massive systemic shift in the appreciation that's just happening now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And in a way, the European Union deserves a lot of credit for developing the first comprehensive framework around crypto in terms of a large economy. So,
in fact, that's our next question.
Yeah, so the European Union, Singapore, the UAE, the UK now, Canada, most of the major financial centers around the world are in some stage of adopting clear rules around this space. And I think there's going to be a rapid adoption curve, particularly as the Americans clarify the rules around this.
So Slido works. It says, how do you face developing policy regulation developments in the EU and across EU member states? Do those policy makers understand crypto? What's your sense? And that's kind of why you're here, right?
Yeah, I think the people that developed the market and crypto assets regulation, which is the foundational regulation of the European Union, were brilliant. It was actually has some shortcomings and there are issues with it, but fundamentally as a piece of regulation, it's an extraordinarily thoughtful construct. Now, in the 2 years since it was adopted, they've been adopting the level 2 rules, and now the licensing around it is happening. So we're about to hit to a point where the European single market will now operate, and people will be able to operate across the 27 member states seamlessly under the rules of MiCA, and that will be an important point. I do think there's a sort of an ongoing public debate because the tech is unfamiliar. People don't fully understand how to use it, and it disrupts traditional systems. And that disruption, just like the internet disrupted traditional systems and traditional incumbents, digital asset technology is disrupting traditional systems and traditional incumbents, and that creates political problems. But it's a journey, and the pace at which we're moving is very quick, particularly with the Americans deciding under the Trump administration to go into hyperdrive on this.
Where are the most hostile places in the world to digital currencies?
There are very few places, very few jurisdictions that remain hostile to it. I think there's a lot of nervousness about the disruptive effect. Countries that have capital controls are most nervous about it. So places like India and others that have capital controls worry about crypto becoming essentially a dollarization agent on their economy. And so they're trying to reconcile that. The Chinese are actually, ironically or interestingly, by far the largest investors as a country in the technology. They have a national blockchain-based identification system. They have a central bank digital currency that's actively used in retail purposes. But the Chinese have a firewall around their internet. And so they control the internet, and then the crypto layer on top of the internet is similarly controlled. And so the Chinese are the most forward-leading jurisdiction on blockchain, but in a very controlled fashion.
I think this, this is about something that often comes up, and I feel like I know the answer, which is the price of these digital currencies is irrelevant to the transactional nature and the banking side. But how much will the price of Bitcoin transform in the next 10 years, and how many states will actually want to work with that?
Yeah, it's a hard question. I mean, I try to talk more about the technology than individual tokens, but the price of Bitcoin is hard to miss. I mean, we're now at $110,000, which was a bit, better than the price at which you you sold it.
Yeah.
But you have
again $1,500, which 5 times, So yeah, no, it's sad. I think. Thank you for wounding me.
Yeah.
Again,
but Bitcoin is, as I said, has about a $2 trillion market cap. You've got hundreds of millions of people around the world that use it. The Trump administration is now.
Do you use it?
I hold it.
Hold it.
Yeah, and
so you hold it as an investment. You're not looking at it as a transaction.
Yeah, and in a lot of places you see it's used as a hedge, and so particularly in places that have financial instability or economic instability, hyperinflation, you'll find people will either seek out the dollar or seek out Bitcoin. And you're even seeing in the United States, there's a sort of significant debt increase. There's worries about persistent deficits in the American economy, and I think that's part of the reason that the price of Bitcoin is accelerating. Bitcoin itself is not a good transactional instrument, but it's a very, very solid store of value, and that is what the thesis that has drawn so many people to it as a way to secure your wealth in a store of value that you can control yourself.
Well, it raises the interesting. I want to go deep in this because we got 2 minutes. But of Satoshi Nakamoto, how this all got set up, a kind of limited value. There's an equation there. There's a lot of power that's being used. Some people that are worried about the climate are worried, but there are other coins that are coming along. The Trump meme coin is one.
Yeah.
I mean, how much ends up being froth in this debate, and how much is real? And do you worry about people confusing froth for the reality of the benefits of the rise of digital assets?
Yeah. So as I said, crypto is just a technology. So Bitcoin, I think, will remain enormously popular as a store of value. Many of the other networks, tokens you've heard of, like Ethereum, Solana, are programmable. So you can build programmable applications. So a lot of the most interesting things that people are building to use the digital asset technology as an information technology solution or as a payment solution are largely built on these programmable tokens. But you can also have tokenized versions of the dollar, so a stable coin. You can have tokenized versions of securities. So the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission in the United States, is moving very quickly, and this should probably happen in the next 6 to 12 months, to allow companies to issue tokenized versions of stock and trade it on digital platforms, and it's really interesting.
And then finally, Faryar, I've been thinking about this. If we were to have a war game, GLOBSEC loves war games. It loves, scenarios. It loves foreign ministers and defense ministers. Occasionally, there's a token treasury secretary thrown into this. But if you were to imagine a war game where you've got a couple of ministers on stage that have these assets, that have a robust digital currency system versus those that don't, what tools, what levers do they have when it comes to national security and foreign policy that their rivals that don't have them are not able to do? Can you make that real for us?
So probably the most interesting war game you can observe is what happened to Ukraine. The Russians invaded Ukraine. The Ukrainian central bank shut down the banking system because they worried about capital flight and the economy getting gutted with currency leaving the country. The Ukrainians, though, at the same time needed to have access to resources to be able to pay for, governmental services, pay their population, pay for energy. And they, in very quick order, because they're such a technology-forward country, were able to stand up systems by which they were able to get foreign assistance. Hundreds of millions of dollars worth of crypto-based donations came into Ukraine in the weeks following the Russian invasion that then allowed the Ukrainian government to stay alive in a period of uncertainty. So what crypto is, it's a decentralized technology. And so it's less prone to attack and cyber intrusion. So it's a much more resilient and it's an immutable record-keeping system. So for countries that are worried about cyber attacks or invasions or normal sort of run-of-the-course operational challenges, will move to the system, and that's happening as we speak.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is about as good a deep dive you can have in 25 minutes on digital assets and why they matter and why they're the new mountain range of the global topography. Faryar Shirzad of Coinbase, thank you so much. And let me just, as we're finishing up here, there's going to be a 25-minute lunch break right now. Lunch is going to be served in the Hilton Atrium Restaurant and Seasons Restaurant. And you can be back here at 2:15 for the next debate on confronting cyber intrusions. But also, we're going to have a special rapid response panel at 6:05 p.m. with my friend Amos Yadlin, who's the former head of military intelligence in Israel. And he's going to address the current escalation between Israel and Iran. Thank you all very much for coming. Thanks, Faryar.
Sure. Thank you, Steve.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Nina Levchuk.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our session. As I mentioned, my name is Nina Levchuk. I'm a co-founder of Impact Force, and as well, I'm a social activist, tech leader, cybersecurity and innovation advisor to United Nations Women, and very, very proud a member of Women Leadership Council of GLOBSEC. Malicious cyber activity and state-sponsored intrusions continue to challenge European security, with recent high-profile incidents revealing the scope and sophistication of foreign cyber operations. This campaign often targets critical government institutions and, of course, private sector actors, aiming to steal sensitive information and gain strategic advantage in the global competition for technological leadership. As Europe, we right now navigate face this very complex landscape. Questions emerge about the balance between transatlantic cybersecurity partnership and continent's inspiration of greater digital independency or autonomy. Understanding the motivation, capabilities, and long-term objective of key global actors, including but not limited to China and Russia, while examining the evolving role of allied cooperation is essential. And today we're going to talk very interesting question. I hope we're going to bring a lot of elephants in the room. There is no bad questions, by the way. So if you don't feel comfortable about some of the parts of this topic, like cybersecurity, feel free still to ask any questions that popping up to your mind. So I will urge you to do this. And without further ado, I would like to invite to the stage our distinguished and wonderful speaker. First, I would like to invite to the stage Michal Chertov, co-founder and executive chairman of Chertov Group. Michal, please. Next, Joanna Bryson, professor of ethics and technology, Hertie School. Helmut Reisinger, CEO for EMEA and Latin Palo Alto Networks. David Ringrose, Head of Division for Connectivity and Digital Transition, European External Action Service. Welcome, everyone, first of all. Secondly, I wanted to remind you that we have an incredible tool that's called Slido. There should be somewhere a QR code. I know that you already know how to use it, so please scan it. Make sure you ask a question. I will try, as I said, to integrate your question during the panel discussion and in the end. The hashtag is GLOBSEC Forums, so it should be, okay, it's already there. So to kick off our wonderful dialogue, and I really hope that it would be interesting dialogue, I wanted to start with a very, very short statement. Yesterday, President of Czechia, Petr Pavel, he emphasized the need to better understand our sources of threat and impacted sectors. During numerous discussions that I heard yesterday on defense and cyber, it was widely acknowledged that cybersecurity landscape is global. I heard you, Michael, was saying a couple of times this yesterday. Yet, lack of aligned international regulatory frameworks make global consensus on cybersecurity, and not only on cybersecurity, as we know, for example from COP30, right? Is kind of challenging. Furthermore, the Digital Service Act is reportedly facing pressure from the current US administration to loosen its provision. So, Joanna, I would like to start actually with you. Considering this point that I just mentioned, is the current US administration's approach moving the United States closer to, or maybe even into, the same basket as China and Russia in the way we need to protect Europe from cyber actors? What do you think?
It's such an interesting question. I think it's not exactly the same basket. Well, let's put it this way. One of the things that when we hear this narrative about, it's true, the internet is global, but also like outer space is like extra global, right? And nevertheless, we have about 5 different GPS systems for resilience. And resilience includes our ability to not entirely be throttled by a single actor, that we need to keep cooperation. So I think cooperation is very important. The current US administration is echoing a line that we also heard quite often from the previous administration. There was a lot of pressure on an awful lot of areas, and so my expertise is more AI than cybersecurity, although I have attended some cybersecurity meetings too. But there was a lot of pressure to try to have a single platform because that makes it easier for big tech. And of course, they want it to be as inexpensive to be regulated as it is in the United States. However, actually, looking at what's happening in the United States right now, it's not clear to me that that is actually long-term less expensive. So a good regulatory context can actually make it easier to do business in a stable way. So I wouldn't say that it's exactly the same basket, but you hear me not completely denying it, I guess.
Okay, thank you, David. What is your take on that?
Oh, I think, I mean, of course, the US is not moving closer to China and Russia at all. I think you only have to look at what happened a few weeks ago when there was a cyber attack, or the discovered a cyber attack that had been going on for a long time in the Czech Foreign Ministry here. The US government had been flagging cyber attacks on this country by entities associated to the Russian GRU for a long time. Mm-hmm. When the cyber attack was uncovered on the Czech Foreign Ministry, NATO and the European Union issued supportive statements of the Czech government attributing this attack to an actor associated to a Chinese entity as well. I think this shows that there is cooperation, there is alignment on this. This is something that really matters to us, and we've had this for a long time. Ever since the EU developed what we call our cyber diplomacy toolbox, we've been able to use all of our foreign policy tools to support our aims in the cyber area. A lot of these tools were developed in a more analog era, but now when we can attribute an attack to an advanced persistent threat actor, like the Volt Typhoon and all of these attacks and so on, we can apply sanctions, we can apply bans, we can apply all the tools that we have available, and frequently those are exactly the same responses that come from our US partners. So I think in the cyber area, we're working together. In other areas, like promoting trusted vendors in connectivity, for example. I was at a conference in Stockholm earlier this week, and we had very good conversations with our US colleagues about how to continue promoting trusted vendors in 5G, in submarine cables, and so on, around the world with our partners in Costa Rica, in Panama, in the Philippines, and so on. And I think we share the same objectives, and we understand the threat the same way. So I think it would be wrong to draw a parallel like that. There's a lot of other issues in multilateral fora where it's a little bit more complex, of course. But I think on the cyber issues, which are really important, and we're working.
Okay, we will go back actually to the, I would say, the US administration pressure and as well the processes would be interesting to deep dive. But Michael, what do you think? Are we still allies? In which basket we should put you?
No, I mean, I think that, what we have in common and as a joint interest is much greater than the differences. Where I've seen some differences between the European path and the US path has been in regulation of content, hate speech, disinformation, where I think Europe has been a little bit more aggressive in making the platform's own responsibility for whether the content that they're purveying is hate speech or false. In the U.S., there's a kind of a political interest in being, using the First Amendment or free speech to protect a lot of things that might be considered disinformation. But in terms of core cybersecurity, efforts to steal data or interfere with operating systems or critical infrastructure, there I think there's a common approach. And I think there needs to be a common approach because we could get into a situation now that I think cyber attacks are part of global conflict. We could have a situation where we have to invoke Article 5 with a certain kind of attack. And so I think having a common picture and a common approach, I think on both sides of the Atlantic would be viewed as important.
And saying that, what do you think that Taxio, with whom we obviously need to work closely, right? Are they actually aligned with Trump administration right now? And are they aligned to Europe to align on this global cybersecurity framework that we need to work on together?
I mean, I don't want to speak for the whole tech community, but my general impression is the area where, again, there is most likely to be some discomfort with the European approach is on the issue of putting content regulation as a responsibility of the platforms. But when it comes to actual protection of the infrastructure, there I think there is a lot of alignment. I think the administration and the prior administration believed it was important to have protections in place and doctrine in place and resilience, and also standards so that the tech community could raise its competence level with respect to cybersecurity. And I don't see any difference as far as Europe is concerned with the same approach.
Okay, thank you. Then I would like to ask you, all of you, give me all the 3 things that we need to start already now to align on processes to unite our frameworks. You all saying that we need it, but two concrete things, very shortly, please.
Can I?
Yes.
Can I go back to the previous question?
Yes, absolutely.
The president was actually right what he said yesterday, which means you need to understand where your captures are and the sensors, basically, what are the sources of this. And there, honestly, I think we are over-talking the story divide between US and between Europe because we are facing the same challenges and the same threat landscape. The attackers do not know or don't want to distinguish between borders. And unfortunately, to the credit of both Europe as well as the United States, we have very attractive assets that are the target. And therefore, the increase is extremely strong in terms of this threat landscape. The issue is that we are facing similar challenges, which means historically, cybersecurity, what I call today is a team play, and it's a data issue first and foremost, is a very fragmented industry. On average, a large organization, whether it's public sector, whether it's private, they use about 30 to 50 different tools to protect the digital essentials. The issue is these tools don't speak to each other. It needs a lot of resources in a scarce world of tech talent. And on the other hand, if you look to the attacker side, AI is driving speed, scale, and sophistication. I'll give you one concrete data point. 3 years ago, on average, the time between compromise of an organization, whether public or private, to exfiltration of data, 3 years ago, it took 9 days on average. Now we are down to 1 day on average. This is because the attacker side is leveraging machine learning as well in order to automatically create an avalanche on it. And that's why we are convinced cybersecurity is not only a team sport, but it's a data issue. You need to have good telemetry data. The sources can be from networks, it can be from cloud assets, it can be from a production machine, it can be in the defense industry, it can come from a tank that communicates maybe with HQ. And therefore, you need to have a lot of telemetry to provide good cybersecurity. You need then to analyze the data. You run your machine learning it. We have been doing this for more than 10 years, not because now that there's ChatGPT, because there's so much automation you need to do to cope with those threats. And then you come to good cybersecurity outcomes. And in addition, you offer a path to simplification. But the challenges, honestly, are the same in the US as well as in Europe.
I would like later to talk with you about the gaps as well, but yes.
But I want to slightly defend my it's complicated answer, although I agree largely with everything everybody said. But let me give 2 specific ways that Europe is in a different situation than the US. The US is interested in defending the interests of its major revenue producers, who are the ones who have the liabilities if something goes wrong with cybersecurity. So that's one thing that we've been dealing with for a very long time. And the other thing that's brand new is the allegations of having the strategic strength of the digital being used to shut off availability of weapon systems actually in Russia, but over the Ukrainian occupied parts of Russia. So if somebody has a kill switch, and we saw this also with the ICC, if someone has a kill switch and they can just shut off email access, and that is part of our externalized mind, then that is a different kind of threat than we face from the other parts of the world.
And Joanna, can you continue? In case of worst scenario that you already touched upon will happen, what safeguards should be prioritized?
Well, the cutting off part, all we can do, and I think Europe is now scrambling to do this just as it is with weapon systems, is to try to have alternatives. There is nothing else you can do. But
alternatives in Europe, you mean?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't have to be, but it has to be some kind of if there's, like I said, there's only 5. There's like 190 countries in the UN or something, but there's only five forms of GPS, right? So at least if you have alternative sourcing, then you have some kind of different people you could be cooperating with if you had to.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back just for the 3 things, and it should be very short 3 things. So if you believe that we actually could align, yes or no, you could say just shortly, to unite our frameworks, what should be practical steps? 2, 3, whatever is first coming to your mind, but very, very short one, please. Who wants to? David, please.
Maybe. I think there's really useful conversations around the DSA on the aspect of protecting children online. This is an area where it seems to me there's bipartisan support in the US for doing something to keep children safe online, and that's one of the objectives of the Digital Services Act as well. So I think in terms of regulating content, people, it's not just one issue, but when you look at specific part, I think there's a lot of common things that we could do. Second thing, I think recognizing the importance of disinformation in electoral situations. And here, for example, we know Moldova is having elections in September. And just the other week, the Commission and the Moldovan government had a stress testing exercise, a simulation, to look at the role of platforms during the upcoming election. And Google, Meta, and TikTok were all there. They all joined in. They all volunteered. They all came along. And they took part in this exercise because they realized that this is an issue, right? Because we see what happened in other recent elections in Europe. And, this is something that really matters. And we know the pressure and the money that's going to come from Russia in these elections. And this is an area where US platforms said, yeah, we'll come along, we'll join in. And so we got a lot of NGOs with transparency and so on. And then the third area, I think, multilateral area. And I think, there is no global framework, but we're trying to do global frameworks at the multilateral level, and two important things. One is an open-ended working group on cyber, and there it's very clear Russia and China are putting a lot of resources into this to achieve the opposite of what we want. So I think it's not that we think multilateral is the place that's going to solve everything, but when we look at the resources Russia is putting into fighting against us, we must realize that it actually matters. So I think we need to be aligned. And the other one is the World Summit on Information Society, which is about internet governance, where again, Russia, China, and others are trying to move the internet towards a space governed by governments rather than by the multi-stakeholder framework that we've got right now with ICANN based in California and so on. And we need to defend that. And I think these are areas where there's a lot of scope for cooperation with the US.
Do you like to add to those points? Not to repeat, but maybe a couple more to add.
If I could add, so I think coming back to what I said before, that cyber is a team sport. Good private-public partnerships are critical. So, for example, we are a founding member as Palo Alto Networks of the Threat Intelligence Alliance. We share threat data that is hot and that is important and critical. We are not a law enforcement agency, so that's why we need to work together with when we detect something and that's critical and it's impacting a lot of enterprises or even nation states, then we need to do that. Second recommendation I would have is simply creating the awareness that the more we go digital, at whichever level, private level, enterprise level, nation state level, or administration, the more it means exposure. And for this, you need to have the appropriate approach, take a positive stance to when it comes to regulation, when I talk about NIS2, policymakers need still to transpond that into local legislation. But overall, it helps to increase the resilience. Because I think we need to learn, and we all have learned this since the start of the Ukrainian war here in Europe, think the unthinkable. And there, nation states can prepare well, like we do, for example, it's quite interesting. We see the readiness to go into big programs on cybersecurity on nation state side is the bigger, the closer you get to the Ukrainian border in Europe. That's why the awareness level is there, and you can have those solutions where you detect immediately on the threat landscape if something happened, you make an outside-in view. It's called attack surface analysis that is done, which gives you a complete picture of what do the hackers see from outside looking at your assets.
And that's incredible, and you're a technical expert in this, clearly. So with how many policymakers in the last year you sit down at the same table and explain this very complex landscape?
Well, I'm usually quite a lot on the front line, which means with customers, and public sector is a key topic for us because it touches as well the national interest of either multilateral organizations like or supranational organizations like the EU, or it touches defense organizations like NATO, or it touches nation states.
So with many?
With many is the short answer.
Okay.
Take one example, hospitals. It's a super unfortunate inroad to the hackers because it's so fragmented of outdated technical equipment. And therefore, you have seen the case in France of Versailles Hospital. And you only feel it when there is this tragedy that people cannot be treated because suddenly the systems are not available.
Joanna, I thought you wanted to just, let's first, Joanna, add it to the practical things as well that we could take now.
No, it was a comment on the, it's a complicated thing again. When we say protecting children online, I mean, there's nothing more obvious than everybody wants to protect children. But on the other hand, there's a huge division within countries about whether that's best done by breaking cybersecurity or by defending cybersecurity. So in fact, most children need a means by which to report their abusers, who are unfortunately often in their own households, right? So cybersecurity for children is extremely important, and yet a lot of the people who pretend to be caring about children have a vested interest in breaking cybersecurity. So I'm not saying that security is ever an easy thing, but I'm just saying that even some of these things are more complicated than are being presented.
Solutions. What can we do?
Well, let me just say, I think in general, first of all, one thing government can do is give guidance and create incentives for the private sector. I think when I deal with people in the private sector, often they throw their hands up because everything seems so complicated that they feel that they can't win. And we need to be able to explain to people that there's no guarantee that you're never going to get hacked, but what you need to do is build layers of defense and also resilience. And then you need to give the private sector standards they can look to and incentives so they implement that. Because if they feel they're spending all their money defending themselves, they're not going to want to do it. So the ability to analyze what the threat vectors are, to come up with a set of general standards that are not going to be perfect, but are going to reduce and manage the risk, and then to build in ability to help firms become resilient, I think is a practical way to engage the private sector in making sure they're taking reasonable steps to protect themselves.
I do actually have a solution that I've been promoting, and I'm just hesitant to promote it in this context, in the security context, because I haven't thought it all the way through, but you can tell me if I'm wrong. I do think we really need to think about how transnationally to regulate utilities that are transnational. So historically, the United States established antitrust to make sure that single actors didn't get too powerful for democracy to be able to govern. And they were very successful in this, and they, in fact, enforced, after World War II, both Germany and Japan had to take on US-style antitrust legislation. Well, often people think of that as only breaking up, things. But in fact, part of antitrust is that you identify things that do have natural scaling properties, and you regulate them extra. You don't let them go free rein and do whatever they think. You actually take more governance because you have to compensate for the fact that the market is not going to provide governance, right? So the problem is that the U.S. stopped enforcing this. They stopped recognizing new utilities somewhere around 1980. Water, electricity, things like that. But what about search? What about operating systems? What about ad tech? What about political communication, like Twitter, right? So we have these interesting new things that might be, and they have absolutely international impacts. And it may be that the reason they stopped regulating was just because the Soviet economy plateaued and they thought, we don't need to worry about this anymore. But I'm worried that it was because it's actually beyond the scope of any one country. And we do need to figure out a series of treaties to help us figure out what is a just, fair, workable solution so that all these countries are being affected by these companies have some kind of say in how they are governed. What are the trade-offs for having so much power, and how is that going to be controlled by legitimate governments?
So more regulation, as far as I understand, to those direct. David, are you agree? You are an expert. You're from the policy side as well. What is your take on that? Are the policy people who are working on regulation in Europe specifically, first of all, do they understand complexity? I know you are, but your colleagues. And are you agree with expanding regulation to even other areas that Joanna has mentioned?
I think we've spent a lot of time on regulation, and I agree with Helmut that companies don't necessarily dislike regulation, but they want predictability. They like regulation when it's predictable, when they can define the market and they can operate in it and so on. What we're trying to do now with our regulation is, we're looking at the compliance burdens And we realized that in some of these, for example, if you're a big platform, compliance is fine. It's a small percentage of a very large company and so on, but for SMEs, maybe there's some burdens there that we can get rid of, reporting obligations and things like that. So that's how we're looking at a lot of the regulatory issues right now, not just in the digital space, but in the climate-related, we're still trying to see how we can get to our net zero obligations, but we realize that we can't do that at the cost of SMEs and so on. So I don't think you're going to see extra regulation in the digital sphere in the next few years. What we do need to do, I think in the cyber area, also we need to focus on helping people implement these rules. And those people, it's either the individual member states, so bodies like ENISA, the EU body that helps all the member states, has received some more resources to work with all the member states to make sure that we've got 27 good, solid enforcement capacities around the EU and not a big difference between the good ones and the other ones, for example. Also support to companies to see how we can work on that. I think the space that we need to do a bit more work on is probably around certification and so on, because certifying good cybersecurity products is an important, it's a bit fragmented at the moment as well. So I think a lot of the regulation is in there. If you look at how much new regulation we brought in the last mandate, I think we were ahead of the curve, and now basically we need to concentrate on implementing it, make sure it works, make sure we can call out the bad actors, make sure we got the capacity, because we don't have infinite capacity. There's not an infinite number of cybersecurity experts out there either. Huh? But if you look at things like the Digital Services Act, for example, we've got 130 people in the European Commission now responsible for enforcing this. We were very worried at the beginning that we'd find it very difficult to get good people, but we've got a lot of really good people who've come in a situation maybe a bit closer to the US, where they come in, they figure out, okay, I'll work in enforcement for a few years. I've got a PhD, I've got a bit of experience. I'll work in enforcement for a few years, and then maybe I'll go off again like that. So we've got a model there, I think, that's
it gives a hope. Let's call it this way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Helmut, before, by the way, I open as well to Slider, we have two questions here as well. You could raise your hand, so please feel free to raise your hand. Okay, I will just before we move to the audience question, Helmut, I want to talk with you a bit more on private-public sector collaboration. From my observation, from my practice, when private security actors operate in multiple jurisdictions or in conflict zones, you have mentioned today, for example, Ukraine, we have Israel, etc., determining who is responsible to their actions and how to hold them accountable is extremely challenging, right? And many existing frameworks focusing only on national oversight, which is a bit insufficient when it's coming to the global operation. This one of the gaps. What are the gaps in your practice in public-private sector collaboration and the accountability when you're working with those partners? Where do you see them, and how the private sector could help to fill them in an efficient way?
Well, first of all, we are active across the globe. We need to stand by the local needs and stipulations that are there. In Germany, you need to have C5 certification if you want to protect, let's call them national essentials. You need to do it. That's a common business practice. If I was a French enterprise, if I was an American one, if I was a Brazilian enterprise who does business, that's naturally what you have to do. And my call before was not to say we need more regulation. I was just saying we need to take the positive stance of it. And regulation only provides us with a framework. It does not give us automatically, oh, this is what exactly you have to do. It still forces the enterprise, the nation state, a public organization, a hospital, to do the needed thing. And what is needed there, a big gap, is rethinking cybersecurity end to end, and not only another point solution so that you have, besides your 62 existing one, number 63, to think that now you're better protected. That's definitely the wrong approach. Because as I said, cyber is a data issue in the end. And therefore, you need to have it holistically, because the entry vectors can be multifold. And therefore, you also need then to consolidate this data and therefore run your resolution, cybersecurity models on top of it.
There are two dimensions, I think, that have recently emerged as being more salient in the area of cyber risk that involve the fact that nation states now view cyber as a domain of conflict. And we are seeing wars now in various parts of the globe, and those wars are not only on the ground or at sea, but they're in cyberspace. And government can play a special role with respect to two dimensions that are raised by this now weaponization of cyber attacks. One is building resilience, working with the private sector to build resilience. A great example is Ukraine. When the Russians invaded a couple of years ago, they did launch cyber attacks. The Ukrainians had previously moved their critical data into the cloud outside of their own boundaries. So while the network was attacked, they were able to still operate because they had their data outside. Helping the private sector build that kind of resilience is important. The other issue, which we haven't talked about and is maybe the most complicated, is deterrence. What is the role of the government? I don't think it's for the private sector to deter by threatening response. And that gets into what is sometimes called active defense, but is really offense. And there have been a couple of occasions where there have been government-launched cyber attacks, either directly or through surrogates, where incapacitating the servers that were used to launch the attacks has been an appropriate response. But we haven't yet fleshed a doctrine of deterrence in cyberspace out the way we did, for example, with the nuclear weapon over decades. And I think we need to start to think about it because, in my view, we're going to just see an intensification of cyber attacks as part of global conflict rather than a diminution.
I couldn't agree more with you. I would like to give opportunity to the gentleman here and then Matre and then the third, and then one question that I would like to integrate from Slido. Yes.
Thanks very much.
Your name and question shortly.
Thanks very much. James Cantor from the Media EU Scream. A question for the panel, but also in particular for the European External Action Service. Given the huge threat to democracy from foreign interference and manipulation, Romania, Moldova, etc., is leaving content regulation as a responsibility of the platforms really sufficient? Is that really going to work? And is that just per the wishes of Silicon Valley surrogates like Vice President J.D. Vance? And is that a kind of admission that the apparent stance of the European Commission in not enforcing the Digital Services Act in the case of Meta and X going to just be something that we have to accept? And after all, I think it's a little bit rewriting history to say that the DSA is, primarily focused on children. It was really meant to be precisely for the things that the DSA is supposed to be doing. So that's really my question, content moderation. Thank you.
Who would like to take it?
Yeah, I don't think I said it's primarily for protecting children. I think I said it's and it's a good conversation that we can have. Huh? I think there's a whole bunch of legal cases out there at the moment on the platforms. And I think, Article 230 in the US, no one's talking about getting rid of Article 230. We're not talking about that in the EU either. We don't want to, I used to work with Vice President Ansip, and his line as an Estonian was, I know what a Ministry of Truth looks like, and we're not about to create a new one at the level of the EU. Huh? But we do need to insist that platforms recognize their responsibility. I think there's an important change. There used to be a big difference between sort of the laws that we were looking at and the experience people had and so on. And if you talked about content moderation to people a couple of years ago, nobody would have understood what you were talking about. But I think a lot of people in the world have seen what happens when the people responsible for content moderation, the amount of people responsible for content moderation are slashed by, 70% or something like this. They see what happens in their feeds, they see what happened on their social media and so on. And, apparently a lot of them are moving and they don't like it very much. So I think we can't operate in a vacuum. I think the level of understanding about what all of this is increasing. The level of understanding about the importance of disinformation is increasing. We've been working with platforms and doing a lot of work, my colleagues working on disinformation, to see the influence of disinformation on elections, the recent ones in Poland, going back to the European Parliament elections and so on. A lot of good cooperation from platforms because they realize their responsibility on this. I think we have to be careful about the way that populists in certain parts of the political spectrum seem to be better at using social media than others, and confusing that with disinformation, because so I don't think we're not at the moment talking about removing the responsibility for content moderation from platforms, but we are intent on making sure that they do exercise their responsibilities. Yeah.
Joanna, I see you want to add on.
I mean, I don't want to go too far from cybersecurity, but I think the DSA is the debates that we're hearing here are very relevant. The DSA was supposed to do three things. It was supposed to make sure how recommenders were working. Basically, we wanted to know targeted advertising, recommendations, and profiling of our citizens. And what we wanted to know is when big tech, we weren't telling them what to do, but if they changed something, we needed to know so we could do diff on diff things and figure out whether it had impacts, political impacts, social impacts. And then we also asked the tech companies themselves to predict, we didn't take tax money from them, they're somebody else's company, but we said, it's your job to figure out what harms you might be causing, and then we're just gonna check your work. So let us know what you think happened. So that was the things we're trying to do. And coming back quickly to what you said before, sometimes it's not about more regulation. New regulations can be better regulations. So it is about harmonizing and figure out a simpler system.
So it's not about revolution, it's about evolution of those regulations.
No, sometimes a revolution can be an evolution, but it can be one that makes simplicity too.
Maitri, please.
I don't think, this is working. My name is Maitri Sitaraman. I'm the editor of the Chief Brief and also a founding member of the GLOBSEC Women Leaders Council. The conversations that I've heard in private rooms with cybersecurity folks is a little bit different, especially in Europe. And some of that really comes down to, say, for example, German cybersecurity top bosses saying, hey, you know what, we have been too reliant on US cyber tech for a very, very long time. At some point, if the kill switch, Joanna, is sitting in the United States and that data is being taken right back to the US, and we're handing our defense over to a suddenly uncertain ally, partner, whatever have you, we are a bit stuck at this point. So a question here is, what do we do to change that trend? Because in Europe, we love regulating, but we don't like scaling. We haven't built our own tech. So what can we do? While we love the Googles and the Palo Altos and the Mandiants of the world, what do we do to build that here? Michael or anyone?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think, look, in terms of, again, it depends what we're talking about when we talk about cybersecurity and defense. In terms of the standards you need to protect your networks, I think that that's something we can share globally. I don't think there's anything proprietary about or unique to the United States with respect to the way that operates. Now, that doesn't mean you have to cede to the United States the actual implementation and operation of those systems, but certainly the architecture is something that you can borrow. And I think to the extent we have transnational platforms, those platforms can use the skills that they develop in one part of the world to defend against attacks in another part of the world. Now, that's distinct from the question of where do you house data. That's a separate set of issues, whether you keep data in your own country, whether you send it outside. And again, things along regulation about content or related to content, again, are things that may not be as easy to operate transnationally. But the basic architecture and operationalization of your cyber defenses, I think, are something that can be shared, and there's not going to be any inconsistency between what we do in Europe and what we do in the United States. Now, I wouldn't share it with Russia, but that's because I would view the Russian objective here as pulling apart our architecture and finding weaknesses. So that would be like giving your your most sophisticated weapons to an adversary. But I don't think that issue arises between Europe and the US or other parts of the world where there's a kind of a basic, sometimes disagreements, but a basic fundamental alliance.
Helmut?
And to come back to what you were asking, the cybersecurity market still is a hyper-fragmented market. We are number one in the world with 8% market share. There's 3,000 vendors out there who will tell you, I have the best solution for this very tiny issue and I can sort it out for you. You have the freedom to choose. A public organization in whichever European country can actually choose to say, hey, I want to have a kind of sovereign solution for my stuff, or I want to have on-prem versus cloud-based. Others say, I want to make sure that I have everything. I share with you that the higher the breach level has been in concrete situations, whether in Europe or whether in the United States, what we see is the more the damage has been, the more they go to full platform because you only want to go through such a drama once. Okay? And yes, and that's a question. The nice thing is an open market gives you freedom. You choose. You rather go with a startup that is very promising. Hopefully it will be there as well in 3 years. And I hope it, by the way, because that stimulates the competition also in our industry. And therefore, this path of modular platformization in times where businesses are transforming heavily are actually, we try to give this perspective. But at the end of the day, it's the customer who chooses.
Thank you. Yes, please. Or Joanna, you want to add very shortly, if you could add just 1-2 sentences. I will,
do it very shortly. One interesting solution, which is actually domiciled, I was surprised to find out in Berlin, is Wikimedia. I mean, they have found a way to provide a really good resource that is not exactly capitalistic. So I do think there's other solutions that we can come up with. And yes, indeed, there are a lot more cybersecurity. And the number of people who think that there's only one provider they can possibly use, when that particular provider, ignored their own head of cybersecurity and allowed SolarWinds to happen just because they were worried about their image, it's nuts. So I do think part of it is just about education.
You want to add on?
Just if I may add one, because I said it once already, think the unthinkable. And before think the unthinkable in terms of election, the Russian influence, for example, in the Romanian first part of the presidential election. Think the unthinkable that, we all know there's ransomware attacks, people are after your money, people are after your intellectual property. In Latin America, we had the case last year that for the first time we saw this phenomenon that actually a gas pipeline provider was taken out of business, not because somebody wanted to steal money from them or put pressure on them. They said, what you're doing is bad for the planet, and that's why we take you out of business. So think the unthinkable in terms of threat landscape that you're exposed as a business. And we as entrepreneurs, as business or policymakers, we need to take cybersecurity simply serious. It's a question of existential threat sometimes, and not only of a nice to have because we want to please a regulator that we can tick a box.
Of course. Please, yes. Do you have a mic? Can we please pass a mic? We have maximum time for 2 questions, so I ask our distinguished speaker, answer please short, straight to the point.
Anton Chekhov, Central European University, Vienna. I have a question to Mr. Ringrose, which builds partly on the previous question, but I would like to be more specific. In December 23, the European Commission launched an investigation into X, or Twitter, and nothing really happened since then. The European Commission stepped up the investigation after some of the statements of Mr. Musk in support of the alternative for Germany. The European Commission set a deadline, 15th of December. Musk had to give some materials about the algorithms because there was a suspicion that Musk could be manipulating the platform. And nothing happened since then. So what is actually happening? Of course, there are regulations, but there is not enough enforcement of that regulation. And the Commission is probably even losing credibility. The deadline was in February. Where are the investigations since then? Thank you.
I guess I would say the investigation is ongoing.
Yeah. I mean, this is geopolitics, right? I mean, as an academic, every single time we got consulted about the AI Act, we said, more or less, it looks great, but you aren't putting nearly enough resources into enforcement, and it is a problem.
Okay, we have one question here, one question that, but I want to read just one from from Slider. Not to ignore Fox here. We discussed already U.S. administration for a long time, so not go there. Is it technically possible to ban web pages that deliver Russian disinformation and propaganda in EU?
Can I jump on that one, because this comes a little bit back to the DSA?
Please.
That in fact we did get Facebook to make it so people didn't make money off of disinformation, that was illegal. And a whole lot of people stopped making those web pages for Russia. It isn't just that, Russia itself goes and makes it. They pay people to do that. Yeah. So this is one of those things that was a success that happened in the last sort of 4 or 5 years, that the Commission did block, and that Facebook complied.
Helmut, do you want to add anything?
Technically, it's possible.
Okay. I need to ask yes or no, right? So, okay, possible.
And we have to be short.
Okay, please, here. Yeah.
Liliana, North Macedonia, cybersecurity researcher. I would want to ask about ISACs. These are the public-private partnerships in the US model. I'm not sure if successful or not, but is there a European ISAC in defense already planned to be established, specifically when we are increasing or thinking to increase 5% in the defense sector?
And we have only 1 minute to answer it, so who want to be very short?
ISACs are information sharing analyst centers.
Well, let me just say, I think in the U.S. they've worked very well, and I think the participants enjoy it, and it allows, if in a sector or subsector of the economy, people to focus on those particular threats that are germane to that sector. So it's a very efficient method.
And there's a similar thing called Threat Intelligence Alliance. A colleague of mine is sitting here afterwards because I need to jump off, but he will be happy to.
And there's a woman, I'm sorry I've forgotten her name, but the colonel in charge of something major in NATO is floating around here saying we must invest in these more decentralized threats, not just, as she calls it, obsolete weapon systems.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I feel like we really touched the surface. There is definitely way more questions to ask, and you could use the opportunity, of course, to ask our distinguished speaker afterwards as well with all your questions. Thank you so much for this discussion. Before you move, please stay in your seats. I would like to do 2 announcements that the producer team asked me to do. First of all, for you folks, please stay in your seats because the program continues right away. And with the next session, the presentation on security challenges related to AI innovation. So that's the next session. And as well, there is new session was added that will take place at 6:05 in the same room, and it would be on recent escalation between Israel and Iran. So if you're interested in that topic, please come here 6:05. So we're not wrapping up at 6 as it's supposed to be, and it would be conducted by, I hope I pronounced correctly the name, apology if not, Amos Yadlin, former head of IDF military intelligence. So please come. And again, round of applause. Thank you so much. It was my pleasure to talk to you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, Richard Yonk.
Hello and thank you. My name is Richard Yonk. I'm a futurist, and today I'm going to be talking a little bit about the security challenges of the future of AI. And because I'm a futurist and not a policy person, I'm going to talk a little bit about one very specific aspect of this, which is how it relates to our own intelligence. For millions of years, our technologies, for millions of years, we've shaped technology, and as a result, our technologies have shaped us. Every single tool we've ever created, from fire that gave us warmth, nutrition, and community, to wheels that gave us motion, machines that extended our muscles and our bodies, and now AI that is poised to bring changes unlike anything we've ever seen, because it will extend not our muscles, but our minds. Every technology that's ever been created, every tool has extended and expanded our capabilities. And yet, at the same time, nearly every one of them has brought with it changes, challenges, issues, and problems, even risks. AI will be no different. In the case of AI, we're talking about new challenges because these technologies interact with our intelligence, which is something that really no other technology we've ever created does. Over millennia, we came to occupy a cognitive niche in the environment, a niche that essentially allowed us to thrive and survive unlike any other species. And because of that, this new technology of AI is going to interact with us in ways that, and give us challenges we've never had to face or ever had to deal with. So as we look ahead, what kinds of security challenges are we likely to face in the form of different vulnerabilities that come about that it will affect not just those of us in the EU, but throughout the world? We're going to talk a little bit about this today, but in my mind, so many of these arise out of the fact that we've always interacted with other people when it comes to our intelligence and never machines. That's going to be a problem. So today I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the challenges and hopefully a few possible responses to this. When we talk about AI, one of the things that I think creates one of the biggest vulnerabilities for our minds, for the human intellect, is the fact that we have so many cognitive biases. Cognitive biases exist because there are so many ways that our minds are not as efficient as we like to think they are. We take a great deal of pride in our intelligence, our ability to rationalize, our ability to think abstractly, and unfortunately there's also a lot of holes in how we think. Vulnerabilities arise out of this. A simple example is confirmation bias. That is the bias that we typically tend to prefer information that already agrees with our existing knowledge, our existing belief systems. That can really affect how clearly we think about certain things. The problems with this is when you start incorporating it into a technology, it leaves us vulnerable in ways we've never been before, because you can have feedback loops, you can have people in the loop in such a way that we essentially have never had to deal with an automated form of this. We've only ever dealt with people in this regard. Algorithmic influence dovetails into this because when we talk about people in the loop, the ability to create an actual testable algorithm, we've seen this with social media. It's been applied through advertising, marketing, propaganda. All of these can utilize the human being in a feedback way in such a way that ultimately the A/B testing that takes place to check, okay, we want to direct the person this way or that way. Ultimately, we end up having a fairly efficient optimization problem. And human beings are not algorithms, but we have no defense against this. As a result, we've had years now of social engineering, the weakest point in the cybersecurity chain, where people essentially are easier to hack than a system, than a computer. It makes us and our systems ultimately very vulnerable. Deep fakes are becoming so good. They've been around for a few decades, but people have only been aware of them for about 10 years. And early on, they were fairly easy to spot. They've gotten so good that we now have video and audio that can essentially fool people. We have plenty of examples. A year ago, a financial worker in a company in Hong Kong was tricked into issuing $25 million worth of checks because he engaged on a Zoom call with board members and a CFO who were all deep faked. He didn't know he was talking to digital entities, digital avatars. The illusion of consciousness is another aspect of this that continues to be a problem. Human beings evolved to be able to interact with different parts of their world in such a way that we kind of tended to ascribe sentience, sapience to them, even when it didn't exist. As we deal with more and more of these systems, we're more and more easily fooled into believing that there's actually something conscious behind there. That creates all kinds of ways that we are going to end up being taken advantage of. You can imagine a system that can fool people into believing that they're talking to their parents, their children, in a visual and audio system. The problem is that we tend to then disengage a lot of our critical thinking because of our emotional response. As you automate that, you only have to affect 1–2% of the population, and you have a very, very profitable machine, unfortunately. All of these come together in combinatorial risks, the ability to take all of these different systems, take the other technologies that are being developed, combine them so that we have systems that intelligent AI systems that can essentially keep creating on a continuous basis novel new ways of creating exploits, creating vulnerabilities that can take advantage of people. So how do we deal with all of this? How do we handle the types of challenges that are going to continue to escalate? Thinking about these technologies not in terms of just where they are today, but where they're going to be 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now. Well, one area that I totally believe in is further advancing of automated threat defense and detection. We already have a certain degree of this in the form of systems like True Media, Deepware, Sentinel that can detect in text, detect in images, whether something has been deep-faked, fraudulently changed, and that's useful. But we need to be able to have even better, more sophisticated systems and interfaces that can continually protect us and guard us with this type of a threat. Developing cognitive augmentation. I don't mean like BCIs or brain-computer interfaces, but there are so many ways that we can create actual interfaces that continually kind of track and help guide us when our thinking perhaps becomes faulty, becomes flawed because of some of our cognitive biases. This is a way that we can essentially leverage AI and leverage some of these systems to be able to better help us be better thinkers, better able to handle the challenges of the digital era. Expanding technology assessment is something I have been talking about and truly believe in for a long time. The US used to have a Office of Technology Assessment that was a model that spread throughout the world. In fact, it has been taken up by institutions and governments all over. And it's a really good idea because so many things are changing so rapidly. There's so much complex information out there that they're able to, you have a team that can take and objectively, relatively objectively, take this information, distill it in a way so that legislators, policymakers, and others, regulators, can make informed decisions about what something they wouldn't normally be able to have time to basically become fully aware or fully knowledgeable in. It's basically summarization. I think as well extending this into the private sector so that we start to see this incorporated earlier on in terms of R&D and I will go a long way to being able to help identify challenges early on rather than just putting Band-Aids on after the technology has been developed. And finally, committing to anticipatory governance. There are so many ways that we can, and certain governments have begun to incorporate different foresight tools, different anticipatory tools into their systems, into their processes, so that they can be better able to anticipate and deal with new technologies, new changes, new trends as they develop, rather than being so much on the back foot, being so much behind as they come online. Obviously, some technologies come about abruptly, but we could definitely have better responses in that regard. Ultimately, this is all about creating a better world, creating a world in which human values and the futures that we want to see develop are promoted, because ultimately this is all about creating a future that will benefit ourselves and the generations to come. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Elena Kutsko.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to our session, which is titled Rooting for the Underdog, Europe's Progress in the Tech Uptake. And let me invite on stage our fantastic panelists. We have with us today Cecilia Bonifeld-Dahl, who is Director General of Digital Europe. Welcome, Cecilia. We also have with us Fabio Costa, Chairman of the Board of Directors, Phyllis Morris, Czech Republic. We also have with us Kasper Klinger, who is Vice President and Head of EMEA Government Partnerships at Zscaler. Welcome, Kasper. Next is
very low
Stefan.
applause for me, I don't know why.
Give us more cheers, please.
Yeah, thanks, Ray.
We also have Stefan Lindström, Ambassador for Technology, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Finland. Welcome, Stefan. And we're also joined by Faryar Shirzad, Chief Policy Officer at Coinbase. Welcome, Faryar. Thank you so much for joining. This session is the epitomization of the idea of the Geotech Summit that we have here. Our entire purpose of existing is to make sure we can help Europe accelerate the development, adoption, and diffusion of technology, and looking for constructive ways how we can help with that. So this panel is actually an annual gathering where we check every year what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, give ourselves a better mark for doing things right, or failing ourselves for not doing things right, and again, trying to come up with the ideas how we can do things even better. So that's the first thing that we want to do with you. If we compare the progress that Europe has been doing over the past year, let's start with the positive. Is there something that you would think we have improved in comparison with where we were a year ago? And what item maybe you would have removed from your checklist that you had a year ago? Cecilia, you're going to go first.
Yeah, I think there's been many things. First of all, I mean, the EU is talking about removing burden for companies. It's all about the omnibus and how we can remove regulatory burden, how we can simplify the regulatory environment, how we can do more incentives. So that's the first time we've seen that discussion, and it's actually cascaded to the commissioners in KPIs. Now, of course, we need to deliver, but I can tell you that at least 50% of my organization has been working with all our members exactly on finding out where to remove burden. The other one is we have a defense commissioner. There's been now opening of 6 of the defense programs to invest in dual-use technologies. There are talks about a dedication of 25% of all fundings towards dual-use and critical technologies. So a huge opening that we never would have seen before, that EU can actually invest in dual-use. And what is dual-use? I mean, drone technologies is dual-use, AI is dual-use, cloud is dual-use, connectivity, and so on and so on. So a huge development and a huge opportunity. The SAFE is now out, really investment or loans for investment for the member states for investing in technologies. And I predict that we will have in the MFF programs targeted directly to building digital capabilities, defense and dual-use capabilities on EU level. We heard just in a panel before ideas on should it be the air shield, should it be the drone capabilities that we basically develop on the EU level instead on the national level. So right now we see NATO, another tick off. We have been working very closely with NATO to basically accelerate their procurement processes. And they are adopting the new rapid adoption method where they can purchase technologies at a speed, with 6 to 12 months, whereas before it would take like 8 to 18 years. So amazing developments, and the Diana programs are being rolled out. We see a huge amount of scale-ups working directly with defense, so dual-use technology. And Digital Europe has founded their own dual-use award. And we had, I think, around 25 super cool defense tech or dual-use tech scale-up competing, and 3 of them are already unicorns. So that was the positive version.
That was actually a very long list, so for everybody, feel free to just give quick thumbs up to if you agree with Cecilia, or feel free to find something else that you think was done really well and we should continue doing more. Fabio.
Well, certainly I second the point of Cecilia about regulation. I think this is an aspect where the awareness that in order to move fast, I'm not saying we should break things, but at the same time, we should probably remove some obstacle that we have self-imposed on ourselves. Some of them with good intention, but maybe not with the best of the outcomes. So that's the first part. And I think on the second hand is certainly the fact that today, I think also part to the US administration, we are much higher bar of awareness for what we should be doing. And I think the dependency on critical infrastructure across the board, from energy to tech stack to hyperscales to companies, is something that we definitely need to exploit, and really reconsider from where we were before. Coming back to Europe after 20 years outside, I can see that definitely this awareness is important as a catalyst for us to take action. And so I'm happy to see that we are in this position.
Fantastic. Kasper.
So I have to be shorter now. It's sort of all the way down, then shorter and shorter answers.
Well, depends if we are running out of ideas of what went right.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an unfair question to me because I wasn't here last year, but I'll try and give it a shot nonetheless. I think your two obvious replies is that I think a lot of us have been talking about European competitiveness. I mean, it's sort of indirectly in some of the answers you received already. I think nobody today's question whether Europe needs to be able to do more by itself. I think nobody questions whether European companies need to do better in terms of its global competitiveness, and that has to do with simplification and regulation, but it also has to do, I think, with a mindset of Europe understanding that we've been too dependent on external factors. And that's a little bit strange for me to say working for an American technology company, but I would still say it. I think we have an obligation in the industry also to make sure that we invest in Europe on European terms that I think has been reassuring. And the last one, I'll be very short. Working for a cybersecurity and data protection company, needless to say, it's a little bit easier for me and my colleagues to argue and convince people that cybersecurity isn't just sort of a theoretical issue. I mean, when you look at activities not only from Russia but from other criminal networks, state actors, it's pretty evident that no matter what size your organization is, you need to have state-of-the-art cybersecurity protection in order to avoid any existential threats to your setup. That was 43 seconds, more or less. So I think
that's the record, Kasper.
Okay, good, thanks.
And now I'm going to make it a little bit more difficult to Stefan, because I'm going to go to Faryar first, because he hasn't been here last year. So Faryar, tell us what you've been happy about Europe doing very well over the last year.
I think it's hard to answer the question, largely because Europe expresses itself through regulation. And the challenge I think that Europe has is whether it can actually embrace some of the recent kind of commitments to reducing the regulatory burden of operating in Europe. I think Europe has enormous talent, and the question is whether that talent has the room to grow. As I'm the chief policy officer at Coinbase, and what Europe did extraordinarily well a year plus ago was to implement MiCA, the market and crypto asset regulation, really one of the most thoughtful frameworks for regulation anywhere in any market around the world. We're now at the period in which the licenses under MiCA are being issued, and that process is the outcome of that we'll have to see over the next 6 months, whether that results in the optimistic vision of MiCA implementing in a way that's consistent with that optimism, or whether there'll be a defensive framework in terms of the caution that comes from some of the European central regulatory authorities, ESMA and otherwise, in terms of allowing companies to come into the market, operate on a level playing field and the rest. So I would say there's a lot to feel optimistic about, but it's always the execution and the outcomes that we'll have to see, and those take some time.
Perfect. And Stefan?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a Kimi Räikkönen answer. We have a new commission. Having said that, the new commission and the working program with the commission, of course, has recognized that Europe is in a crisis. It's very clearly pointed out in the Prodi report, in the Minister report, what should be done. We have given away so much, and it's really self-inflicted in many ways. Also financing technology from authoritarian countries is one example of that. Things have not really gone the right way. But my point is really, let's not waste a good crisis. let's see what we can do, what we can bring forward. And the Commission's working program now is very ambitious. It really looks into the technology issues that we should be looking into. Personally, I would like to see even greater speed in implementing everything. Also bringing things like the 5G toolbox, for instance. It's now a recommendation. It should be made mandatory. Of course, this is going to create a lot of legal issues because the Commission does not have a competence on issues related to national security. But in the long run, this is something that we really need to be doing more pro-Europe for each other instead of just taking the cheapest alternative from countries that do not necessarily share the same values as we do.
Now the task is a bit more challenging because we're going to be looking for things what Europe can do a little bit differently. The whole panel is set up along the concept of basically overcoming the challenge from the position of the underdog. And sometimes if you're an underdog, you need to do things differently. You cannot just replicate what others are doing, but find your unique value proposition, your advantages, things where you're strong, where you can potentially leapfrog your competitors. And that's the task for our next round. But actually, Feryar, I want to go back with you with a rather unconventional question, because we've been discussing in Europe a lot of solutions, and many of them actually are not necessarily dramatically new. They're just better ways of doing things or integrating the technology that's out there. You're coming from a little bit of a different sector. You are involved significantly in digital currencies, and that's the discussion that's rather prevalent in other parts of the world, not necessarily in Europe. In the US, there is quite a lot of attention to cryptocurrencies. Can you give us a little bit of stimulation and creative thinking? What can Europe do in terms of competitiveness and progress in adopting technology if you try to start thinking in this framework of digital currencies?
It's a very good question. I would say a point of context is probably a good way to start in the answer to that question. So in the United States right now, I'll just give you one example of what's happening in digital asset policy. The Securities and Exchange Commission is very actively in the process of providing what's known in the US as exemptive relief, essentially an allowance for companies to issue stock in digitally native form. So essentially issuing equity on the blockchain through a tokenized version of the stock. That tokenized stock can then be traded on smart contracts in a decentralized fashion, essentially peer-to-peer. This is for people who understand what I just said, will understand that this is a dramatic...
Can you translate it?
Yeah. So right now, when companies issue stock, they typically issue it in a paper form. That paper form is represented in a digital share receipt. And then there's a series of financial intermediaries that are responsible for holding that receipt and then executing the trades on that receipt, being the intermediary between an investor and the markets in terms of how the stock gets traded. It's a very complicated process that involves a whole series of intermediaries. What the SEC is on the verge of doing is saying that a company, let's say it's Apple or Coinbase or any other public company, can issue the stock not in a paper form, but on a blockchain-based tokenized form, and that can be traded peer-to-peer without any of those intermediaries. So I could hold that stock in my self-hosted wallet, trade it with another panelist who holds it in his or her self-hosted wallet, and the trade is executed through a software protocol that governs the terms under which we trade the stock. This would disintermediate potentially stock exchanges, custodians, and a series of other sort of market participants. Europe has a decision to make right now whether they watch the Americans do this and then take some time to decide how to respond, or to move much more quickly in moving to digitize and tokenize European capital market activity. That's an issue that's live right now. I don't think very many people are aware of how quickly the Americans are moving towards tokenization of financial activity, banking activity, and capital market activity. But it's a good test case of a very rapidly moving trend where the Americans are moving aggressively to move to 21st century technology in the financial system, where most other jurisdictions, Europeans included, have very little awareness of what's happening and have not yet really developed a policy response to it. And I think it's just a good example of what can happen where one jurisdiction moves quickly, particularly a fast one like the United States. So we may well find ourselves not long from now, a few years from now, wondering how it is that the European capital markets are still operating under 20th century technology while the Americans have moved to 21st century technology. But Europe has an opportunity to catch up quickly. They have a good framework under MiCA. They just need to understand, ESMA and the other bodies have to understand that they need to provide allowances for the tokenized capital market activities to occur in Europe.
That's a great element of the conversation. In Europe, we're still discussing how to have functioning capital markets. Yeah. And I think that's definitely 2 steps ahead of the conversation that is happening here. Cecilia, I'll go back to you. You are talking with quite a lot of industry representatives. And from your analysis, again, if we're talking not just about catching up, but if we're talking about leapfrogging, how would you formulate the areas where Europe needs to double down first and foremost? Again, not to just try to follow what everybody else is doing, but the areas where you think Europeans can really take the lead and maybe get ahead of the others?
Yeah, then I would allow myself to think out of the box totally. I mean, one of our biggest strengths lies in the fact that Ukraine is European. Right now, they're disrupting any kind of technology innovation that we have ever seen. And 80% of their targets is being hit by drones. And why? Because they are doing software warfare. They are able to basically upgrade their military capabilities within weeks, where normally we do it within like 20 years. So the first thing I would do is to let Ukraine, of course, into the EU. You know, I know everybody says it's difficult, but it must happen and it should happen. The other thing I would do was to quit discussing who has the competence on defense, because it doesn't really matter once you're under attack, right? Who has the competence on what? Right now, EU has around 80 military systems, and I think US has around 30 something. And so I would basically look at investing EU fund in the dual use area and in the areas of civil critical infrastructure. So water, energy, airports, ports, hospitals, etc. Because many of the things that we really need to use in warfare, as the same things that we need to protect our critical infrastructure. And right now we have 2 battlefields. We have the battlefield on critical infrastructure, attacking water infrastructure, energies, hospitals, etc. And we have the real battlefield. But if we invest dual-use technologies in protecting critical infrastructure, first of all, we don't have to discuss if it's defense or not, because it's not. Second of all, we can build the drones, we can build the cyber defense, we can build the advanced connectivity, safe connectivity. We can, even strengthen our position out of the critical technologies. Europe leads in energy tech. We lead in connectivity. We have huge advantages in drones, especially in the innovation cycles of drones. So we would even strengthen our strength positions and then, of course, work with our trusted allies on the rest. And third, I think basically doing those 2 things. Focus at our strength, work together with partners on the rest, and then quit talking about member states and EU and who has the competence, and develop really a I would say, civil protection of all our critical infrastructure that is interoperable across Europe. That would be my silver bullet to up our game and stop doing these little procurements in Denmark and a little procurement in Germany and a little procurement in Spain, but really move to the next level of scalable technologies.
On that note, I want to use the question that somebody posted on Slido. And by the way, a reminder to everybody, we have the Slido app. Please keep the questions coming. We're going to be picking up them from here. And if somebody wants to ask a question live, please wave your hand and I'll try to bring you up in person as well. So the question on Slido is, can Europe become a European AI superpower? And what urgent steps should the EU take to develop Ukraine's AI ecosystem and infrastructure? And Cecilia, you already mentioned Ukraine. And of course, the easiest solution is just bring it into the EU. But probably you can do quite a lot even before that happens. So I'm just wondering whether anybody else has a quick thought on Ukraine and how that could help Europeans with either developing new technology, testing it, or scaling it up in the European context entirely.
I mean, look, I think if I when you look at technology, fundamentally we have to innovate, doing a lot of A/B testing and experimentation. Clearly, when you are unfortunately in a live situation like the one in Ukraine, when you kind of have to do it on a daily basis to try to break through, you have the natural territory that you will have otherwise in civilian space for other situations. So clearly, there is an element there where we could, as you pointed out, Cecilia, use that type of experimentation territory, which is unfortunately happening, to foster and eventually capitalize on other elements of the tech stack that we currently cannot test, right? Or we don't test with the same level of urgency. So that is one element. When it comes to the AI ecosystem and infrastructure, I think this we will need to see. I cannot speak about what is on the ground in Ukraine, I don't know. But when I talk about and I see what is necessary to compete at scale, that's something that we will need much more scale here on the other side of sort of Europe to be able to sort of support that. And it comes down to energy, which you pointed out as well. And unfortunately, our ability to put down energy is not very, very, very high. We do it, it takes too much time. I always point out the Flamanville plant in France that takes 17 years to complete. I think we can't expect that to be a benchmark. We need to do it much faster. And any indicator points that we have to think about energy as an absolutely critical point for us when it comes to AI empowerment. We cannot do AI without energy. Maybe things will change in the future, but today this is the state. So I think we have to think about all these components. So the ecosystem and infrastructure, I think there is an infrastructure that we can build here to support that. And then we have the tip of the capabilities there to A/B test on a much more accelerated pace than we will otherwise have here.
Kasper, you want to jump in on that one?
Yeah, sure. And if you allow me to sort of paraphrase that question a little bit, because I think when you speak to European leaders, whether it's in the private sector or in the political sphere, I think the question they ask themselves is actually whether Europe will become a global AI superpower or not. I mean, I think that's very much top of mind. I'd be interesting if I can just make a small survey in this room. How many of you do you think, as Europe, will become a global AI superpower? Could you just raise your hand if you think that's possible? Okay, Jesus. I mean, you're more pessimistic than I am. And I'm a former diplomat. Okay, good. Digital Europe think it's possible. That's good to see here. I think the problem here is, and it goes back to what Europe hasn't done in the past, is that there are a lot of concerns about whether Europe will cut it in the digital age. And when you look at where the innovation on artificial is coming from, we have to be a bit honest in saying it's primarily coming outside Europe. You have European companies, startups that are doing really well, and when they become extremely well, they're normally acquired by some of the bigger companies, and then they go global. So I think this is really what keeps European decision makers awake at night. And then if I may just add one thing where I think the world is very different, and I get my salary to say what I'm going to say now, but stay with me for a second. I think when you look back at the last 4 months, I've been sort of working in international affairs and diplomacy for the last two decades, including with Stefan. I think it would be very foolish to underestimate the dramatic impact that the last 4 months have had on the mindset and the psychology of decision makers in Europe. Now, I work for a US technology company. I can share. Nobody's listening in, right? It's Chatham House rules almost here. I can tell you that both political leaders and private companies are getting increasingly concerned about utilizing US technology in the kind of geopolitical environment we're in right now. I actually think that is one of the dangers or risks in making sure that Europe will remain competitive. I'm European, as you can hear. I understand the concerns, but I think it is incredibly important that we retain a very strong collaboration across the Atlantic, both politically, but also in the absence, perhaps, of a strong transatlantic political relationship, that the private sector will continue to work closer together. Because I think some of you spoke about values and institutional setups, etc. The US and Europe need each other, and we need each other in the kind of world we're looking into, because there are other competitors out there that have a very different approach than we do.
There are several interesting points that we want to follow up for sure from what you said, but I'll start with one. You talked about the fact that, yes, we have innovation, but then people go abroad, work abroad, or simply we cannot scale innovation at home. So, Stefan, I want to go to you and actually talk to you about scaling innovation from the industrial perspective. AI is actually a very interesting case, because in some ways AI didn't come, it probably in some ways the most democratic tech that we have, just because everybody can get it almost for free from the multiple tools that are available, but we almost skips this stage of industrialization of AI. But Finland is probably one of the areas or one of the countries where it's not necessarily such a dire situation. Can you lead us through what it takes to scale AI in the industrial environment, and how to make sure that actually big enterprises are utilizing all the capabilities that come with AI?
I think the short answer is continual education. Already 8 years ago, Finland, or a Finnish company then submitted by the government, created something called Elements of AI. And this was a course that you could get one study credit from a university when you passed the course. And it was teaching the general public, anyone really, how to utilize AI, what is AI, what can it do and what can it not. Of course, now we have seen an accelerating pace the last years. But this was just a basic concept. I did it together with, my father is now 85 and my sons are 16 and 19. And we did it some 6-7 years ago with both of those. So I have 3 guinea pigs to test a little bit of how do they understand these issues. And of course, it's a totally different generational issue for these. The young ones get it immediately. They see how to use it, and sort of the older ones are a little bit more reversed. What is really going on? I don't understand it, and so forth. The big problem there is, of course, that how quickly can we utilize AI then in the industrial application, in the industrial production. And there I think EU is lacking behind compared to the US, for instance, where they quickly take it on board and start testing it, seeing what does it bring. We are more cautious about it. And I would love to see a more progressive approach on that. We are quite good in that sense that we have a good general educational level in Finland, and people are willing to test new things. And that's maybe the key. So coming back again to the continual education, but it has to be at all levels, including everyone in the society. Then it works. And then we come back to the question again that is very simple to say in diplomacy or anywhere else: trust. Finland is the happiest people in the world, and that comes down to trust. Trust between the government and the people. And same thing with AI.
We just actually did a study, and that's exactly what we want to look at, compare the AI adoption in Europe versus US and other parts of the world. And to my surprise, and again, you can of course argue about measurements and indicators and everything, but the numbers for Europe are actually even slightly better than for the United States in terms of the AI adoption by enterprises in Europe. Of course, the trouble that exists in Europe is that there's a huge differences between different regions in Europe. The more to the west or the Nordics are doing very well, but then you have also countries who are a bit more to the east, and that's where the things are not entirely working. Of course, the real competitor there is probably in other parts of the world, be it China or even the Gulf states right now. But this is probably something that's even there, the reality gradually starts to change in terms of even in Europe, there is more and more businesses, both small and bigger, who are adopting AI. And like, again, if you're using this benchmark of the US, potentially, depending, of course, how you look at it, the situation might not be that dire. But Fabio, I just wanted to get back with you with the same question about the scaling technology and AI in industrial environment. You're running a pretty big multinational company. How does that work for you?
We were very conservative at the beginning. Clearly, we operate also in a territory where we have to be even more conservative because of the space where we operate as Philip Morris. Contextually, internally, we've been doing through a pretty big transformation to move towards science-based sort of evidence of our new generation of products. And I think that has been the catalyst for bringing people from outside. I spent 10 years in technology before joining. Definitely I could see that introducing this new technology within your own infrastructure has taken some time, and it's a progressive approach. In some cases, we've been using the traditional tools provided already by the providers, you know, whether it's Copilot or similar. And at the same time, we have played in developing our own using a bit more of foundational technology. But, you know, going back even 10 years ago in our companies, I think when you start looking at what it takes to be not necessarily a user, but a developer of this technology, and then start building on the application layers on top, I think that's where we kind of have to think about as Europeans, where do we want to sit? Because there's many pieces that are missing, and we can certainly use it, but then those models are developed somewhere else, and eventually that issue of trust will become more apparent in that case.
And I'll start bringing in people, and Steve, you're first.
Just wanted to add in just a bit of a note. I mean, I think there's a lot of modesty. We've kind of become ritualized about Europe's inhibitions, and I agree. I don't believe that Europe is going to be a major power in the near term in AI, but Siemens is. I mean, Siemens is probably the least recognized major player in industrial AI in the world. They created digital twins and no one knows it. They're really the driver in industrial AI. Their partnerships in the US, what they're doing in data centers, and really transforming the AI data, energy, utility, infrastructure landscape in the United States, particularly Dallas, Texas is going to be a superpower in that area, is pretty remarkable. And so I just wanted to put that out there. Now the question is, why can't Siemens do that in an unbridled way in Europe? That's the bigger issue. But when you look at innovation centers where they're out there, and there may be other companies that I'm unaware of that are like that. The issue is within Europe itself, if you were to wall it off, it'd be pretty pathetic. It's the partnerships that you have across these borders. But so I wanted to put that out there as just a point of fact that I think is important to the Europe and transatlantic dimension of this. But the other side of it on AI, but I also think it's related to crypto, is on the innovation side. I think the battle is going to be between permissionless innovation and guardrail innovation. There are a lot of players obsessed with guardrails before we even know where you got. And if you're a competitor out there strategically as China or other players that basically have a permissionless innovation, particularly when you get in the national security space, you're automatically locking yourself into a loss. And so I'm just sort of interested in whether that is felt in any urgent way in both business leadership, in policy circles, because there's a kind of blandness to the conversation where I'm not sure European policymakers are taking the competition seriously. And I would also say the same thing in crypto. We're seeing a lot of innovation, Faryar, but it could be so much greater and better. And it challenges the incumbent order in ways, and I'm wondering if there's a realization of that.
I'll start with Faryar on that one, and then Cecilia, go to you.
Yeah, the parallels between crypto and AI are actually very important. I think you're right to raise it. There are two obvious areas where crypto technology and AI have to come and will work together. One is there's the whole question about whether the output of an AI protocol is a deep fake or authenticated. And the only way that you can authenticate the data and create the appropriate paper trails to ensure that the data inputs in the algorithm are verifiable is through tokenization. So there's a lot of projects that are beginning the process of having those who produce data, news outlets or others, to tokenize the news content that they produce, and then that tokenized news content can be verified inputs into an AI protocol so that you ensure that the other side of what comes out of the protocol is actually based on authenticated data. So it's a verification layer of AI. The other area is with agentic AI. So if you get on your AI protocol and ask it to book a vacation for you or to source something and purchase whatever on your behalf, the only payment mechanism that the protocol can operate under is a tokenized payment mechanism. And those two things are areas in which are natural parts of an AI strategy. But I think Steve's right to say that I don't think people are thinking outside the box enough to understand that the digital asset market, the crypto market, is not just sort of what people sometimes dismiss as a meme coin market. It's actually a critical element of things where there is a political consensus that Europe should lead, AI being the most obvious example.
Let's do another poll right now. Who has been thinking about tokenized AI inputs and tokenized AI agents? Okay, Steve, anybody else? Okay, 3 people in the room, including Faryar. So that probably tells a lot, and that's you're exactly right. But Cecilia.
Yeah, so there was a question before on how important digitalization is for the industrial development of Europe. I would say it's going to disrupt the whole thing. And it will happen, and it is happening. I mean, since I would say the last cycle of old-fashioned development cycles stopped in 2008. Over the 2008 crisis, we had cloud solutions, AI solutions, and everything went global scale. Our problem in Europe is that we have countries, that we do everything in nation states, which are teeny-weeny. And we had competition law where we decided that small is beautiful and big is bad, right? Which basically stopped. I mean, we even stopped technology. We stopped a merger on train signaling technologies. I don't even think it's a technology. I'm sorry, guys. It's like, I don't know what it is. So we had merger laws, and one other thing we have procurement, national procurement. The money is so small, and it really has created a market where only huge companies can afford the compliance cost and to bid for a tender that is so small that it doesn't really matter in the books. And on top of that, we had a tool that said price is the most important, and that's back to the gentleman's point. We have some of the world's best technology leaders. We never talk about them. We talk about how we don't like the big Americans and we're afraid of the one thing or the other thing. We have Siemens, Schneider, SAP, Nokia, Ericsson. I mean, US doesn't have, Nokia and Ericsson 5G. We have them. But we are the continent that has the least implementation of 5G. So again, it's a little bit back to lacking the scale and really cutting that and saying, okay, price is not the most important. And right now, as we speak, critical infrastructure and mobility is mainly Chinese investments because they have the better batteries, they have the cheapest prices, so they win all the public tenders. So I don't think we're paying enough attention to actually that we're shooting ourselves in the foot for that development. But it's all, the good thing is, that's all up for discussion right now. We are discussing on EU level to basically loosen up the competition law. We are opening the procurement directive to basically have other criteria in there. And right now, I just heard Deubelius also say, maybe there are areas where EU can build capabilities. And again, now we can invest in dual use. So that might be, for example, secure connectivity or digital twins for energy optimization, because we lead in energy tech. I mean, I don't think the problem is only that we are not leading in AI. If we're leading in energy tech, everything needs energy, and we lead in those technologies, so what's the problem? So we need to play also at our strength and, work where we don't have the strength, we work with others. That's how the world is. And I think in the transatlantic relation, industry is the bridge. We will continue working with each other. We need each other across the Atlantic. We're totally interlinked in how we do our supply chains, and we have different strengths, and Europe needs to also strengthen where we are strong instead of just looking where we are weak all the time.
And to connect that also to Steve's point about regulation or lack of regulation and what capabilities that provides, even for Nokia and Ericsson, much of the things that they're doing, for example, the reliance on China for them was not because of the market share, but because they could go and train AI products in China and then use some of the things that were discovered there in terms of capabilities in other contexts as well. But Kacper, you were raising your hand.
Yeah, no, listen, I think the difference, I mean, we can always point to companies that are very successful. Steve and Cecilia did that already. I completely agree with it. But I think we also have to be a little bit realistic here that the dominance of other companies with other technologies is much more, intrusive. It goes deeper. The bundling of different products, I think, is very much what is Europe's problem these days. I would agree with Cecilia on one thing, which I think is important, is when you look at the European Commission, and I'll say something controversial because I'm Danish, I think, the former Commissioner Vestager, who in my home country is considered sort of a semi-god, so saying anything critical about her is by default almost blasphemic, but I'll do that right now. You were here when it happened. My career is over now in politics after what I'm going to say. I think she was fighting, a competition issue that belonged 10 years before she was actually in office. I think she was fighting competition inside the European Union when in fact the real competition issue was whether European companies would be globally competitive. Full stop. I think that was a huge mistake. We realize that today. The other thing I would say in terms of how Europe will become better, and now I'll say something which is actually a little bit controversial as well. One thing is, of course, to fix the internal market. Everybody's saying that it doesn't work, which means that when you have a small, successful startup in Europe, it's extremely difficult to penetrate 27 different member states because you have market obstacles, across the internal market. I think that is a much more important fight to take than actually having access to risk-willing capital. Fix that, which is also what Draghi and Letta and others are pointing to as well. Then I'll say one thing. Digital sovereignty on steroids is basically what we're facing right now, I would argue, for good reasons, because Europe is concerned. I will make one prediction here, and others will disagree heavily with me. We talk about simplification, we talk about deregulation. Those are the buzzwords of today, and certainly buzzwords inside the European Commission. How do you think the European Commission is going to promote digital sovereignty in Europe? I will argue that I think it's going to be extremely difficult for the European Commission to do that without imposing new pieces of regulations. That will make it necessary for non-European companies to partner up with European companies to make it absolutely essential that data will not leave the European Union, that monetization of data sets will remain, etc. I think we are going to see a new way of regulation coming forward, and therefore I remain a little bit hesitant on whether the deregulatory and simplification agenda is going to stick with us. It's not necessarily going to be a bad thing, because I do think that companies will have to adjust and adapt to Europe, not the other way around. And I think for a lot of companies, it's not a bad thing to say we have to make sure that the data sets will remain European and that Europe will really be the ones that will benefit from the data sets that are created in Europe. I think that's an obligation we have as a technology company, certainly something that we take quite seriously in my company.
Kasper, to follow up on that one, obviously there's like a push to have a bit more control over the technology, over the data, but there's also a realization that that's unrealistic in the pure of the form. How would you describe in which direction we're going in terms of how to find the solution somewhere midway? What are the good cases, examples of how it can work? Be it, for example, are they joint ventures or joint investments in infrastructure, having command and control here in Europe? How would you formulate what is the winning formula that could provide some better feeling about the digital sovereignty and control over what we have without necessarily going the full way?
No, I mean, everybody talks about it. But it's very difficult to do it in a short term. Consolidation is one issue. What sprang to my mind when I was listening to Cecilia was, well, of course, looking at the 5G market in Europe, and the reason why we have not rolled out in a way that we should have is, of course, consolidation. You look at the US, I think the average amount of subscribers is about 110 million per operator. In China, it's about 350. In India, it's 300 million. The average amount of subscribers in a European network today is 3.9 million. The magnitudes are just of difference. And it's the same thing when you start building cloud. You don't build it like this. It has to be a very long-term effort with a competence to really deal with these issues for real, not just talk about it. And that has been the European approach for way too long on these issues. The other thing is also what we actually talked about with Kasper a couple of hours ago is the sort of education of the technology issues to decision makers, policy makers. Do they really understand what crypto is? Do they really understand how a 5G or 6G network operates? Do they understand what cloud is? And what is digital sovereignty? I talk to what I call third countries on a daily basis, people who come from Africa, Latin America, from Asia, and educating them about what does digital sovereignty mean for them, what does it mean for your decision making, for your security, for your future. If you make a decision today, you are bound by that decision for the next 15 years, and all your manuals are in Chinese. I mean, how do you operate a network? How do you repair a network or any kind of data center if this is the situation? These are the issues that we have to talk about. And to get forward on those, it's not a small issue, but again, we come back to the education side and the understanding side. It's incredibly complex. I mean, I'm a lawyer, so learning these things has been really hard, but at least even if I don't understand how a quantum computer works, I understand the effects that quantum computing will have on foreign policy, on security policy, on trade policy.
So potential ideas to make the essential AI course mandatory by EU directive.
By the way, it is translated to 27 languages now, and it's increasing all the time. So have a look, elements of AI.
So we're starting to run out of time, so I'll let everybody to make one quick comment. And as an idea, we would really want to hear from you one priority that you think you personally or we collectively need to focus over the next year, and we'll have to come back to it next year when we see you in Prague again. So Feryar, you're going to go first.
Yeah, I would say what Europe has is extraordinary universities that produce unbelievable levels of talent. That talent is all over Silicon Valley and all around the United States working. But I think Europe should be, have some appreciation for how strong the talent pool is in Europe, and to do everything it can, including through measures like that are envisioned in the Draghi report, to create some space from a regulatory perspective for people to innovate, take risk, and do things that allow them to build the next generation of innovations in Europe. I do think there's, at the moment, one of the headwinds that the Europeans face is, there's a lot of focus about where the United States is and whether the United States is a friend or not a friend or what have you. And what I would just, my encouragement to our European friends is, don't overthink the American posture. Americans want Europe to be strong, taking actions in response to events of the moment happening in the United States in a way that then undoes some of the potential we have in terms of reducing regulation and burdens in Europe would be a mistake, because a strong Europe and a strong United States would work very well together. And I think providing regulatory room for European talent to build is, I think, the ultimate answer.
Stefan, you're next, and let's try to be short.
I'm going to build on that because you ended on the US. Do not think that the US-Europe relationship is dead. Way from dead. Let's develop it together. Let's build these partnerships, not dependencies in different ways. And that's a long-term issue. We share the same values. We share the same goals. Let's work them out.
Kasper?
2 points. One, just to follow up on Stefan. I think in times of political turmoil and when the political relationship is strained, the private sector will have to step up to the plate and be the custodians of that transatlantic relationship. That's a shared responsibility, first point. The second one is, artificial intelligence. We work with 40% of the Forbes Fortune 500 companies. When we ask the CXOs of these companies what they are most concerned about in applying AI, it's very often data protection or the necessity of protecting the data sets. That is one of the obstacles of Europe moving ahead. We have to make sure the companies, including the one I represent, will defend those data sets for any price to make sure that we can see digitalization moving ahead. I think it's essential for European competitiveness.
Fabio?
To me, an underdog has an advantage only when you can actually play to his advantage of being a bit outside the radar and trying new things. In order to then scale to becoming a true dog, we need to create a sort of a meta-European layer of through which companies can accelerate. Scaling is extremely difficult. And I think that is an angle that we can somehow create those boundaries and eliminate these boundaries at the same time via reducing regulation. So a number of elements we can play there to really win.
Cecilia?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think there needs to be some kind of pan-European focus area, for example, like dual use for critical technologies, where we have one big program that is done at EU level, really huge investments, bringing the next technology leap into force. I'm giving it a name soon. Maybe the Copenhagen program or something like this.
We called it yesterday, Copenhagen Manhattan Project.
Yeah, exactly. So a new idea was born. And then I think the EU-US idea, we have this idea of a dual-use and critical technology council, maybe followed by a free trade zone on innovation for critical and dual-use technologies. It's a little bit far ahead now, but it has to be there. What's the alternative? Together we're stronger in the end.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, everybody. What I should have mentioned is also next year we're going to ask you what you personally have done to make sure that your priorities convert to reality. So thank you so much for being here with us. Please be back at 4:30 when we have a new session on protecting children in the armed conflict. And also for everybody, there's going to be a special briefing at 6 p.m. On the stage next door with a focus on Israel and Iran. We're going to have... oh, sorry, I'm being corrected. That's on this stage at 6 p.m. We're going to have General Yadlin from Israeli Defense Forces and General Allen, retired U.S. Marine Corps general, who used to work as a special envoy for the Middle East and worked also on the Israel-Palestine issues. So they're going to be talking about what's going on right now in the region as a special briefing at 6 p.m. And thank you so much, everybody, for being with us, and thank you so much for the fantastic panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Megan Gittos.
Hello, and thank you for joining us today. I'm Megan. I'm an Associate Fellow for GLOBSEC, and I'll be moderating this session, Is Anything Sacred? Protecting Children in Armed Conflict, in partnership with the Emil Foundation. Before I introduce the session and invite the panelists to the stage, I do want to remind you that you can engage at the end with some questions, or you can submit them on Slido. If you do have a question, please, when you ask it, no statements, just introduce yourself and your question and highlight if it's for a specific panelist. So our global order is undergoing seismic shifts. International institutions face growing challenges. Long-standing treaties and agreements are being tested and political relationships fractured. Amongst growing conflicts, important questions arise on how children caught in armed conflict can be protected, and how advocates can continue to defend international law and the rights of the child. So please join me in welcoming our panelists. Fazia Kufi, President and Founder of Women for Afghanistan and former Vice President of the Parliament of Afghanistan. Mariam Lambert, CEO and co-founder of the Emil Foundation and member of GLOBSEC Women Leaders Council. And Tim Nelson, CEO for Hope for Justice. So, Mariam, I want to kick off with a question for you. Through your work with the Emil Foundation in Ukraine, you've supported displaced and vulnerable children and families not only just affected by conflict, but caught in the complexities of hard and tested diplomatic relations. Particularly in the case of those impacted by Russia's deportations. From your perspective on the ground, what do you see as the most critical gaps in international community's response to protecting these children?
Thank you, Megan. I just quickly want to say thank you to GLOBSEC for bringing this conversation into this conference, because of course, we are talking a lot about geopolitics and defense, but behind that, there is a human being and also children, most importantly, children. So thank you, Megan, for bringing this up. To respond to your question, it's a very complex question, but I will try to be very brief as well. For the last 3 years, Russia has invaded Ukraine, and it's still invading Ukraine. For the last 3 years, Ukraine bravely fought for its survival, while the rest of the world are still hesitating, even some countries today. But in Russia, thousands of Ukrainian children are targeted by the Russian Federation to wipe out their identity. We are talking about 19,546 children who were identified by Ukrainian authorities as being deported. And the Russian Federation is claiming to have saved 700,000 children, which we will come to that later. What doesn't work and what can be done in this whole mechanism of return? We know, for example, that country mediators like Qatar are helping return a handful of children, which is a tiny fraction of those stolen. But the United States could truly step up as a true mediator, based on their success stories for children in Boko Haram, for example, in 2014, when 250 girls were kidnapped. So, because 48 countries today joined the coalition of Bring Kids Back, they are trying their best to really trying to put in place a mechanism of return. And it's not about their failure, it's about the fact, which we need to understand. Russia doesn't listen to European talks. It responds to strength. And this is why the United States, with its unique power, could use their success stories and truly drive this mechanism of return. Now there are some quick wins which we could apply today, like a handover protocol to quickly move children from armed group to children protection under the UN mediators, to also improve the better data system. What I mean by that, it's a unique idea that leaks all information for each child. To also think truly about what does it mean reintegration. The Paris Principles say that reintegration means more than returning children home. It means counseling, it means access to education, it means housing for the families who are returned. So it's a very long-term scenario. And I will not be long because I promise you, but you know, all what I'm describing today, Russia is gaining from our lack of coordination. Because we are doing today, and we start to talk today about what needs to be done, something that we should have done in day one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam. Tim, I'm going to go to you next. Of course, outside the devastating human cost to armed conflict, children face a particular set of challenges with exploitation. Can you tell me about what more needs to be done, both on the ground and at a policy level, to prevent children from falling through the cracks in this way, particularly with your experience with human trafficking?
Yes, so the issue of human trafficking, modern-day slavery, is so vast. The best estimates are nearly 50 million people across the world are held in some form of modern-day slavery, and really it's a vulnerability that meets a promise, and those individuals are tricked and trapped. So in the same cases we're talking about the children of Ukraine, we can see all over the world there are many different examples of how children are groomed and they're brought into domestic servitude, sexual exploitation, they're brought into all forms of labour exploitation itself. And there's a real need for countries across the world to come together and for standard legislation to try and address this. Not just really good legislation that's really well worded, but the enforcement of that legislation. 84% of the world sits outside of the rule of law, and therefore there is a need for us to see legislation almost sweep like a tsunami across the world. And then when you start to bring active agents, NGOs who are working in this space, people who desperately want to try and help, you start to see political will shift. And we've seen that grow significantly across the world. There's far more of a recognition of what human trafficking, modern-day slavery is. But really, if we're going to try to protect the most vulnerable, we're going to need a cohesive and coordinated plan. We're going to need governments to work together. We're going to need NATO alongside the big governments across the world, the G20, coming together to say, not on our watch. There is a Palermo Protocol that was created in the year 2000 and enacted in 2003. There's a real need now for a redefinition of that Palermo Protocol, and we're working with UNHCR and ODC to try and address this issue. But fundamentally, if we say that legislation shifts, we see far more enforcement of those rules and regulations and holding people to it. So when we see an action like this, we really need people to step up. You know, I'm fed up of politicians sitting on their blessed assurance and doing very little to address this. It needs people to catch the fire, to address this fully, and to say, if this was your child, you would definitely do something about it. And they are someone's child. So therefore, we all should do something in this area.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Fazia, as the first woman to serve as Vice President of the Parliament of Afghanistan, you bring a particularly unique voice to this. Fazia was also a key female voice in the peace negotiations with the Taliban, so you've witnessed firsthand how conflict and political transition impact the most vulnerable, particularly women and children. Based on your experience, what are the most urgent lessons the international community must learn when it comes to protecting children's rights in fragile, collapsing states?
Megan, I think with the escalation of violence in different parts of the world, as we see now, as we're talking, this issue of how to protect civilians, not only women and children, that are often used as a tool of war, not even collateral damage to war, is a serious discussion, because often civilians are used as a shield, as a weapon, but also as I say, tool, collateral damage into conflict, but also in negative peace. Because it's not only conflict that takes away the lives and the rights. So we're not only talking about the lives that, you know, hundreds and thousands of civilians, women and children being the most vulnerable, are taken away, but also their rights. I can give you an example of, Afghanistan, which is probably the most known conflict to everybody because most of us grown up with this conflict. I was born in maybe 2 years or 3 years before the conflict started in Afghanistan, and I have spent all my life in conflict. There are people who were born in conflict and they probably will die in this conflict. Recently, after 2001, there is somehow negative peace. The Taliban uses a propaganda that there is safety and security, but not every peace is a positive peace. If you do not really go, when it comes to peace negotiation, if you do not really ensure that the peace after the conflict means that people have the right to breathe without the fear of being bombed, but also being suppressed, then that's a peace. Because not necessarily, as I said, the outcome of any negotiation is a positive peace. I have seen that in the case of Afghanistan, and there are now familiar words that I hear in the case of Ukraine. Ukrainian-owned, Ukrainian-led peace process. These were the terms that we used 2-3 years ago, not very long ago, in the case of Afghanistan. Afghans-owned, Afghans-led, peace process. I think the whole dynamic of mediation spectrum is changing. Now there are non-traditional actors. So when my friend was talking about G7 and big countries, I was smiling a little bit because I don't know how much impact in peace negotiation the G7 countries have anymore, honestly speaking. You refer to the role of smaller states like Qatar, UAE, Oman, for instance. Some of these countries actually are negotiating the challenging environment. Civil society and NGOs are working on behalf of the governments. So diplomacy spectrum and also, peace negotiation, there is a whole new dynamic to this. What we need to do is we need to make sure that in all of this, there is accountability, transparency, and inclusion. And leadership. Inclusion is very important to make sure that there are women and children and youth part of the process. Yeah. And victims of war, part of the process. This year is going to be 25 years out of many UN resolution, is going to be 25 years of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women inclusion. You have seen some of these recent negotiations between, the conflict parties. How many of them are women? We're talking about ending violence that is affecting women and children without including women. I believe if there were more women in the negotiation representing the Republic of Afghanistan, we would have certainly avoided the collapse to the extent that it happened. We had to struggle with our foreign diplomats, friends, with European representatives, with American representatives to ensure that there are women. We had to convince them to include women. So when it comes to women and youth and children, there is a lot of hypocrisy, I must say. And therefore, I think we need to now go towards this use of non-traditional peace negotiators and see how they can practice to ensure that there is an inclusivity and avoid use of children. Because it's not only about the numbers. The psychological effect of war is so intense and so devastating that you talk to any girl in Afghanistan or any boy, the first word you exchange, the second word is with tears because they're all traumatized. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure this is the case in Ukraine, this is the case in Gaza and any other conflict. So we need to stop this. And we have a responsibility to stop the war, but also stop a negative peace.
So I want to thank all of you for those answers. Our panelists today have different but really unique experience and perspectives. So for the next round of questions, I'm actually going to be asking you all the same question. In recent years, neutral third parties, that includes NGOs or smaller states, as you've said, but NGOs such as yourself, have faced growing criticisms for engaging with all sides in conflict negotiations or for ceasefire negotiations. These sides, the reason for this criticism is sometimes these sides include hostile states or non-state actors such as terrorist organizations. Whether these criticisms are justified or not, the legitimacy of an NGO's role within diplomacy is being increasingly challenged. So do you have experience with this, and how vital is their involvement? Tim?
Yeah, I grew up in a very unusual environment. I grew up in Northern Ireland. My mum was Principal Private Secretary to the Northern Ireland office. We had a car bomb planted outside of our house. So I know what it means to grow up in a world where people have opposing views and terrorist organisations fighting for what they see as freedom. I think when we consider the role of an NGO, you know, the people who get involved in NGOs are people who are passionate about wanting to see the world differently. And there should be a kind of sense of care and concern for NGO leaders who are desperately trying to battle against lack of resources, lack of people, and a desire to want to make a bigger difference. I've said to our team that the world that we don't enter is the world we cannot reach. So if we're in a space where we're trying to provide stability to children, trying to provide stability, we should do that at all costs and hold them right at the center of our thinking and our priorities. If we do that, we do it in a different way. So we've had extensive work in team through Ethiopia. There's an armed conflict going on in the northern Tigray province. One of our centers in Bahadar, we had armed shelling probably less than 3 miles away from where the center was. Not being able to reintegrate children into a war-torn space creates real problems, but we have to be willing to reach across the aisle, even though we don't agree on every aspect of what that organization or individuals agree on, and say, we can all agree that it's not right that children are exploited. We can all agree on the fact that we want to live in a world that is different to what we have. So there has to be a sense of us willing to not go on our moral high horse, which I see lots of individuals doing, but be willing to take a step down and listen and understand and start discourse. So I think it's wrong for any person to sit throwing stones from the outside in. You know, we need to be grown-up individuals who are willing to pull up a chair around a table of reconciliation to have the difficult conversations that need to be had.
Thank you. Mary?
I don't like personal question because then it shows emotions. And we are strong women and men, and we should just talk about fact because emotion doesn't bring peace. But I'm a mother of 3 children, and I had a really, I was blessed in my life, luxury life, and I'm talking about 3 years ago and not 20. And I could just, you know, watch all these armed conflict. I think we're talking about 100 children armed conflict in the world, and feel sorry and show you some supports just to feel good about it and go to bed and have a great life. But the moment you decide to get out of your comfort zone and to become a human rights defender, you know that you will face the most challenging life. So from 20 years as a European civil servant and a beautiful life, I became a human rights defender, but also on the ground. And the moment you see children, the moment you experience drones attack, me personally with my team, we were to Ukraine 72 times. Our brain, our heart is not trained to see those atrocities. And the moment you experience that, you know that nothing will stop you, because you promised those families that you will do everything to bring those children back, but you will also speak on their behalf. Because living in a country where you are silenced by the war, silenced by bureaucracy, it is our moral duty to really speak on their behalf. So for the last 3 years, we faced everything you could imagine. False accusation, being accused, labeled as espionage as well. You know, it is normal, it is a war zone. But I believe that all this experience, accusation, it's because it's a system that we are shaking. Why? Because it doesn't work. For 3 years, we are trying to set up the mechanism. We are trying to return children. We are trying to provide them with aftercare, which it's not completely applied. So we need to shake this system in order to get all together, as you mentioned, human rights defender, journalist investigator, the government, civil society, all together to break the ice and to really work on a proper mechanism of return. Together and use us as well to speak to other countries. The backdoor diplomacy still works. We've been visiting 27 countries, thanks to our sponsor, in order to talk about the situation of the Ukrainian children as a non-Ukrainian person, because we have experienced that, we have evidence, and this is what we are talking about. So yes, it is really challenging, but anything, if it was too easy, everybody will do it. And I think the challenge is teaching us to learn from it and to never, ever give up until it's done.
Fazia.
I thought I have the headphone. On this issue of engagement, who do we engage to, how do we engage, is probably the most controversial issue when it comes to any conflict or any peace process. This is definitely the case in the case of Afghanistan, because, of course, you're dealing with a group that has been, in the sanction list of so many, institutions and organizations, including the UN, have committed suicide bombing, killed people, civilians. As I said before, I have grown up seeing people killed in front of my eyes. My family member, recently, when I was member of parliament, I could see, people that I helped them to join the army or police because they wanted a recommendation were killed 2 months later. Their dead bodies were brought to their family, because of the war by the Taliban. They attacked me twice. I was lucky to survive both times. The last time was 4 years ago. In a month time, it will be the 4th year that I was attacked, injured in my right arm. But nonetheless, I believe that the way forward to control dictators is diplomacy, definitely. We need to talk. But it's also very important that who do we talk and what do we talk? Because not necessarily any kind of engagement means that you're resolving an issue. Some engagements could mean that you're actually empowering the non-state actor, which is not supposed to be empowered. And this is so true in the case of Afghanistan. When the United States started engagement with the Taliban, bypassing the republic, a government that they have invested blood and treasure for 20 years to help fulfill, the people's right and protect democracy, they started negotiating with the Taliban to exit from Afghanistan. And you know what is probably striking in those periods when we were engaging with American diplomats and we told them why you did not even include one word of human rights and women's rights in the Doha Agreement that you signed with the Taliban. The response we got was that these are domestic issues. For 20 years, we were told that we are here as international community to protect women's rights in Afghanistan. We are here to support you. All of a sudden, women's rights became only a matter of domestic issues for us. So you could see that there is a lot of contradiction in what was happening just to protect their own interest. And honestly speaking, sometimes I believe this is a big betrayal to us. So they negotiated with the Taliban, not even including one word of human rights in the Doha Agreement. If you look at Doha Agreement, probably you will find it online. There is no mention of the Taliban are responsible to protect women and human rights. All of a sudden, it became a matter of our internal issue. So then I noticed, as somebody who have not only spent my time, but as I said, invested my blood in Afghanistan, that it's time for us to take responsibility. I know that also in Northern Ireland, for instance, the women got together, established the first women political party to be part of the peace process. This is what we did. We got together, we made sure that we are heard, that we are part of the process. So there were 4 women. After all the advocacy and work and struggle that we put in place, we managed to bring 4 women in the negotiation from the Republic side out of 21 members of negotiation. I was one of them. Of course, I was delighted to be in that important position, sitting across the table with the Taliban that were not even regarding women as a human being. They don't regard you as a human being. Sometimes they put their gaze down because they don't want to look at you because they don't recognize you. And there you had to not only argue to challenge their narrative, but also to make yourself exist, to make yourself known. It is not an easy experience. It was not probably my experience, my best time of all my career to be in Doha for 1 year to talk with the Taliban, because every time I was going to that room was like my hand was also in cast because I was just my hand was injured just a month ago before the negotiation. So I was going to that room with that experience of also the weather was hot, but inside the rooms were cold, so my hand was always in pain. I went and I looked at these people, and we negotiated. But what happened? That negotiation emboldened them. Ours was in a good faith. We wanted to end this conflict for a positive peace. But theirs was to buy time, to control. So we need to engage. Engagement, diplomacy is important, but who do we engage to? What are the principles? How do we ensure there is transparency? How do we ensure there is inclusivity? How do we ensure that victims of war are listened to? How do we ensure that this is owned and led by the people that are affected?
Thank you, Fazia. I am going to bring the next round over to the audience to engage in the panel. So if anyone has any question, I can get a microphone sent around the room. Okay, so we'll go to Slido, and I think the producers will re-put the QR code up on the wall for those watching online. So the first question, a traumatized child isn't just a now problem, it affects both the country's future economic viability. How do we address this mental health tsunami? Mariam, would you like to take that question?
Yeah, that's a very important question, and I'm happy that it was asked, because we are talking a lot about children return, but not enough about the trauma that those children are going through, including the families, the mothers and grandmothers and families who are waiting for their children, sometimes for 3 years, without any support. So this is a very important question. And you know, it was ironic, because the fact that the Russians are using this trauma by actually justifying the deportation as being the one who are saving the children from the war. So let me just, before I lose you, or you lose me, but let me explain that, because this is a very important point which was politicized, mental health and traumatization of children. So the Ukrainian had the children deported because it was targeted by Russia. And they claimed that they have transferred and saved 700,000 children for medical reason or for safety. If it was the case, they would have applied the list that Geneva Convention has mentioned, which is very clear. I'm saying that loud now because I know that, and I hope that some countries are listening. Those who think that Russian Federation have saved those 700,000 children, you know that that's a lie, and I'm not scared to say that word. It's a complete lie, because if it was true, they would have followed the Geneva Convention, which lists 4 points. To immediately register the children with the Red Cross. Red Cross has no access to the information. To also give access, to transfer all information to the Ukrainian government or to the Ukrainian families. Russia hasn't done that. To also register the children with the agencies like UNICEF and Red Cross. They haven't done that. So everything they have done was the opposite. And this is, you can read that in the report that GLOBSEC has also mentioned, but also in the December 2024, a report which was drafted by Yale Humanitarian Research Lab, by Nathaniel Remond. They found out that 314 children were given Russian nationality, Russian passports. Their name and details were shared in a Russian adoption database. Not with Ukrainian families, not with the Ukrainian government, with the Russian families and the Russian Federation. Their name were changed, passport were changed, and location moved to another place because they wanted to avoid detection.
Mariam.
But this war crime affects 1.6 million of children who will be deported, who will be adopted, and who will also be under occupation. So when we are talking about peace agreement, we should think about the traumatized children that the Russians are saying that they are saving from the world. Traumatized children need more than a return. They really need to make sure that we put in place a proper mechanism of mental health program, counseling, integration into the society, because they will be transferred to places which are not theirs. So this is very, very important. And we are not there yet, again. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Mariam. We do have one question in the audience, Martin. The microphone's coming.
Thank you, Martin Poliacik, both GLOBSEC and Emil Foundation. You started, Megan, with saying that in this transactional period of geopolitics, many of the stable pieces are not in place anymore. And the title of the panel says, is anything going to stay sacred? So my question to all the panelists is, how should we be looking for these pieces that should be untouchable in future geopolitics? If things like safety of children or not castrating prisoners of war or weaponizing sexual abuse of women should actually still be protected by something we call humanity as sacred, or anything goes in the new transactional politics?
Thank you. Tim, would you like to take that one?
That's a big one.
I know it's a very big one, but please brief, because we do have a few coming through on Slido.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So thanks for the question. The reality is, at the moment, there's roughly about 42 wars that are going on all across the world. The same modus operandi that we're seeing in Ukraine with Russia is happening across the world. This isn't unusual. You know, wars like South Sudan are not referenced in the world in the way that they should be, because of how the media is trained at certain conflicts and certain discussions that are going on. I think we are in a different paradigm, and there has been a paradigm shift. The Second World War saw that people would do anything to win a war, and holding those people accountable is something that we will need to do post this conflict and post every conflict. But I'm certainly of the opinion to say, when there is war, when there is famine, when there is a climate emergency, when there is mass migration, you have a vulnerability. And in that space of vulnerability, bad actors will act. They will do the worst that they possibly can, and they will exploit in a way. So I'm sorry to say that we live in a world that's not ideal. We live in a world that if we could design it again, it wouldn't include this. But the reality is we're through that looking glass now, and as a direct result, we're going to see this play out again and again and again, whether it's with China and Taiwan, whether it's in South Sudan, wherever you're seeing conflict. We saw it in, I've got about 100 staff on the ground in Uganda. We saw it in how the LRF were able to come in directly and use child soldiers in that space. So I think we're in a whole new world. That new world order is requiring us to think about it differently. And our response needs to not be the normal response. Our response needs to be resolute. So if we're going to hold to anything, it's that we have a determination that we can live in a world that is different, that we have everything within our power to be able to address this. But it requires people to not sit back, and it requires people to stand up and take action.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Fazia, so the most logical one for you, I think, going on from the question that Tim had, is how do we address countries such as Afghanistan or Iran, arguing that us advocating for human rights in their countries is challenging their sovereignty?
Well, I think...
Thank you.
I think to compare the two situations is probably not a right comparison, because what's happening in Afghanistan probably does not happen anywhere in the world. Afghanistan has become an open prison for the women. Women cannot study, cannot work, cannot get out, cannot travel without male companion. Their voice is regarded as intimacy if they speak in the public. The whole being of women as a human beings is questioned. So probably there is no any other country in the world with such a comparison. So I don't think we can compare the two. However, I think we have a global responsibility. First of all, there are international institutions and conventions and organizations that are set up post World War II to protect the world order. There are some institutions like the ICC, the ICG, International Court of Justice, International Criminal Court, the UN Charter, the regional organizations such as the OIC. These are responsible to ensure that the voiceless are heard. Now, people have started questioning at least from where I come from, women in Afghanistan have started losing faith over these institutions because it's been 4 years. The Taliban do not only deprive women from their basic fundamental human rights, they have completely erased media, censored media, civil society do not exist anymore. And if you speak even in social media, they go to find your comment and they chase you to find you in your house, and then they can either you disappear or they can just put you in solitary confinement. So this is, I think we have a global responsibility. We need to make sure that these institutions work. ICC, ICJ, before it happens to us. Because I believe we are living in a world where the problems are so distant. Until it doesn't come to our borders, we don't regard them as our problem. Until the Ukraine issue does not go to any borders, you don't regard it as your problem. Until another 11 September attack doesn't happen, Afghanistan is a forgotten war. I see a lot of questions about Afghanistan. One of the questions is positive peace possible? I think it's possible if we make sure that these institutions bring those who are violating human rights and committing crimes against humanity, by violating not only women's rights, but committing crimes against humanity by depriving women from accessing to resources. As a result, they lose their children because of hunger and poverty, because they don't have income and support to feed their children. So we need to make sure that these institutions are functioning, and also we need to make sure sovereignty is a very vague term, right? Yeah, we need to make sure that there is a process. There is a process that people's voices are heard. And this is the way forward for Afghanistan. We need to make sure that there is a political process that people are included into that.
Thank you so much. Mariam, I am going to ask you from Slido. How can regular citizens engage to help protect children?
Oh, very simple answer. And then I will go on again. But no, more seriously, what we are asking is to resonate what we are saying today and to talk about it louder and louder. Us alone, you know, our voice might be strong today, tomorrow people will forget. And we need also to ask the citizen to put themselves into the situation of all the parents. I don't know if you're expecting a conclusion of the session, or if you just want me to tell the citizen what to do, but it's very simple. Just repeat what we are saying, advocate for those children, but not just for the Ukrainian children, also for the 2.5 million of girls who are denied education in Afghanistan, to thousands of children who are killed in South Sudan, to thousands of children who are killed in Gaza, to also 39 children who were killed in Israel, and so on and so on. Because those citizens who are asking the question, it's not numbers, it's figures, it's about a child, and it could be them. So we are not asking a lot, we are asking to speak up for them. And because those people cannot speak, those people are silenced, like in Afghanistan, they are silenced, they can't speak up, otherwise they get killed. So that's very, very important. But then I will be more disruptive and I will just take 30 seconds. Because all the people here in the room before you leave, and maybe you will report back to your world leaders, but I want to take something with you when you leave the room. Is when you go back to your countries, to your influence, because God knows how many people in this room could have thousands of networks of influence. And you will go back to your politics, which is different. Just ask yourself one question. What do you want the history to tell about you? That you choose the side of a child? Or that you were too busy and distracted by other political situations that you decided that you didn't have time to care about? That the complexity of the topic of children in armed conflicts was too complex to even try to find out what are the solutions? Or you want to say, I was really proud. I choose the side of a child, over politics, over the mineral deals, over the peace agreement, over influence, over the economical ties, because that's a problem for most countries. They don't want to take part because they have an economical relation. That's something you need to really keep in mind, because they are watching, all of them. Just be reassured that they are watching, they are listening, and they're waiting for you to do something.
Thank you, Mariam. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take closing remarks from the other two panelists. Tim, if you'd like to go first?
Yeah, I would say there's a kind of phrase, no one raindrop ever felt responsible for the flood. And as a direct result, you can sometimes feel that you are powerless and that you have nothing that you can contribute. When world powers are at play, how can we ever do something that's significant? There's a lady called Marianne, who was born in Northern Ireland, who, off the back of her background, she had, born in the 1700s, she hadn't the right to vote, hadn't the right to do anything really. And off the back of it, she abstained from eating sugar. She led a movement of women, so much so that the sugar sales in Belfast collapsed. She went on to lead with 2 men for Belfast to be the first port that would stop slave ships coming forward. And when Abraham Lincoln passed the Abolition Act, it was said that she would literally rugby tackle people before they would emigrate to the States. We need to have a spirit on us that actually the power that is within us can do something significant. That actually it's not someone else's responsibility, it's our responsibility. So I would encourage you, as you sit and listen to the amazing testimony to what is actually going on, don't be closed to the subject. See the power that you have to make a difference and get involved, whether it's with your time, your treasure, or your talent, because all 3 are your direct responsibilities. My final bit before passing is to say we both all have something unique about us, our fingerprints and our voice. We're waiting to see what you use your hands for and what you'll speak up for in the time that you have on this earth.
Thank you so much.
Well, probably what you hear about Afghanistan is usually a country that women are suppressed. But one thing that we don't talk about it is that women in Afghanistan had much more freedom before conflict. Women in Afghanistan got the right to vote before women in Switzerland did. But it's the conflict that did not only take lives, but freedom. So we must make sure that there is no conflict escalating anymore in the world, but it's happening because of exclusionary politics. Women in the new world order that is coming up have no space. So it's not only Afghanistan, it's the rest of the world. If we do not stop it now, it can come tomorrow. So what I would like to ask all of you is stand in solidarity with us today, because we are fighting for equality for all of you. Tomorrow will be too late. As they say, injustice anywhere could be injustice everywhere. We are a victim of injustice now, tomorrow it could be you. So let's unite, because there is an invisible power in unity.
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking all of our panelists for their contributions today another time. It's just a note to say that please stay in your seats. There is another panel after this on the changing...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Kathleen Koch.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So, divisive, extreme political rhetoric. We hear it all the time, right? I mean, words that shock. I mean, words that make you blush. Words that if you said them, your mother would wash your mouth out with soap, right? But they are commonplace now, right? So how did we get here? What kind of toll is this taking on countries around the world? And what, if anything, can we do about it? Well, I have a wonderful, wonderful panel to discuss this with us today. But first, I would like to know what you think. All right, so we're going to take a poll. If you could go to slido.com, please, and type in GLOBSEC, so hashtag GLOBSEC FORUM, so GLOBSEC Forum SCH, that's for our stage, and click on the poll, GLOBSEC Forum SCH. And the question in the poll is democracy in your country at risk because of extreme political rhetoric? So I'll give you a few minutes to cast your votes, and in the meantime, I will bring my panelists to the stage. And in alphabetical order, I will introduce them. Kaz Muda is the Stanley Wade Shelton UGAF professor at the University of Georgia. Daniela Schwarzer is an executive board member for the Bertelsmann Stiftung. Then Michal Šimečka is a member of the National Council of the Slovak Republic, and he is chairman of Progressive Slovakia. And then finally, Zoltán Tar, member of the European Parliament and vice chairman of the Respect and Freedom Party. So welcome to my wonderful panel. So let's see if we have results on our poll. Oh my goodness, that's a pretty high number. What is that? Is that 83%?
Yep.
Wow. That's, I will say that surprises me. Does it surprise you in the room? Wow, okay.
Lots of Hungarians in the room.
Slovaks as well, perhaps? Well, on that point, Michal and Zoltán, I would like to start with you by talking about the toll that this language that I mentioned at the top, the explosive, extreme, divisive political rhetoric that's so common, what is the toll do you think that it's taking on countries around the world, and in particular your own countries, on the ability to make policy, the ability of democratic institutions to even function?
Well, if I may start, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me and for the chance for being here. First of all, what I would say is that it creates a huge division in society, and by forging hatred in the society, that gives a huge opportunity for in our case the government to achieve what they want to achieve, and to mislead people about what is important, what is not important. And that is something which really infiltrates the life of families even, and smaller communities. So it is a great toll, I think, what we have to pay for this.
Michal?
Thanks again for the honor to be at this panel at GLOBSEC. I would largely agree with Zoltán. Slovakia is also a specific case because we lived through an attempted assassination of our prime minister last year, which people had hoped would calm down our politics, and that politicians would come to their senses and not sort of whip the hatred and the division.
Right, they'd seen the implications of the words, right? So you would think that would make them take a step back.
Because it could lead to violence, as hatred expressed in words often and sometimes does. But unfortunately, it's the opposite that has happened over the past year. I think today, in my country, the climate is even more divisive. The rhetoric is even more hateful.
Does that surprise you?
It doesn't surprise me, because what you often see, especially on the side of those political forces which are not liberal, which are more or less authoritarian, which are populist, which are far right. For them, this kind of division is beneficial because it creates an atmosphere in which they can win election and win votes. So it's actually, strategically, it makes sense for these kinds of strongman leaders to divide society through divisive and often extreme rhetoric. Just to give you one example, which is from yesterday, I think, or this week, we have a discussion in our country about the next budget because the fiscal position is very difficult and there needs to be cuts. And there's a proposal from the government to erase one of the sort of national holidays, so people would have to work more. And there's a debate about it. My party, as the opposition, said something else. And then the Prime Minister, because we disagreed with his proposal, he called us, and me, an economic terrorist. So just one example of how a normal policy debate could very quickly spiral into something like this.
So it's a simple difference of opinion. That was
which would normally be a simple opinion or difference of opinion on how to approach, our fiscal issues. Or another example from last week, we had a visit from the European Parliament in Slovakia to have a look at how our EU money is spent and whether it's not misused. And there was criticism from the parliamentarians. And the Prime Minister said of that delegation that these are political assassins coming from Brussels to, I guess, politically assassinate the government, and that it's a hybrid operation against Slovakia. Yeah. And these are really, it's just the last couple of days these examples are drawn from. So what I'm suggesting here is that the language that these leaders use is so devoid or so divorced from reality that it makes any real public policy discussion almost impossible.
Cass, you have written books on populism, on the rise of the far right. Could you help us understand how we got here?
Well, in part we get here because the media structure has changed, particularly here in Europe, where media were largely public or kind of owned either by the state or by churches or trade unions. And they commercialized, and through privatization, you get another, what they call is chasing eyeballs, right? They're looking for readers, viewers, and we all know like what sells, scandals sell, and outrage sells, and so politicians start to then cater to that because politicians want to get attention. Populists do that in particular. And that also has to do with the fact our debate has gone from socio-economic issues, which are much easier to compromise on. Like if you want $2 an hour more and the other one only wants to pay half a dollar, you can find yourselves in the middle. To, for example, the idea of, let's say, abortion or multiculturalism, where it's much harder. If you want to have a multicultural country or a monocultural country, you can't find your way in the middle. And what populism does is make politics moral. Right? And so it is a struggle between the pure of heart and the corrupt.
So then it makes it easier to see someone who disagrees as a bitter enemy.
Exactly. But populism also feeds into anti-populism. And that is something that we have seen, for example, after the Brexit referendum or after the Trump election, where you see that the other side also uses a moral discourse and says, well, those people are too stupid to vote, or like they are the fascist. And I'm not taking a position on that, but what you then get into this circle, particularly in the US, but in many ways in other countries too, of seeing every election as the last election, like as the possibly last election, which in the US is literally every election in the 21st century. And because you need attention, you always need to increase. Like it's like addicts. Like the first couple of shots, like they work, but you have to increase the dose. To make an impact in the discourse today, you have to make an extreme statement.
So the shock value wears off, you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. Daniela, how much of a role does social media play in all this? Because I know that these algorithms, they push and they advantage the outrageous and the sensational, and they downplay calm, rational discourse. So how can you even break through the noise then?
Yeah, first of all, I think social media play a huge role in all of this. And part of the reason is that you can comment anonymously. And so it's not just sort of the political discourse between elected politicians, but also people who comment on what they hear, which very often leads to very brutal comments, personal defamation, and real violation, I would say, of the authenticity of people who speak up politically, who take office, who want to play a responsible role. And on top of that, as you said, algorithms are made on many social media, not all, but many, and we see an increasing tendency. Take for instance, the evolution from Twitter to X, where we see very clearly that polarizing messages, defamation seems to thrive, and you get lots of followers and likes and forwards, while balanced, reasonable messages are really, kept low. And I think that all has led or has added to what Karst just described, that in general the area where political communication happens, the public sphere, is now very different from what it used to be. And I think it's both people who want to message, they choose more brutal, more polarizing messages, and then this gets amplified by their followers.
Now, Michal, you and I were discussing this earlier about the pressure then when you're the person who's trying to respond rationally, you face pressure from your own supporters to respond in kind.
Precisely. It's the dynamic that Karst has described. That, of course, if we're in the opposition, and I'm the leader of the opposition in my country, and if there's outrageous, brutal rhetoric coming out of the government directed against either us or against civil society or journalists, then of course the pressure is huge for us to respond in kind with the similar kind of language, lest we be viewed as weak or inefficient or somehow betraying the cause. And it's a dilemma every day with every microcycle that you have, with every issue. I don't have a solution, but what I do know, and coming back to the original question, is that the more polarized, the more fragmented, and the more tension there is in society, the more likely it is that those kinds of leaders who foster it will eventually win. And I'm fairly convinced that if, for instance, the next election in our country or in our neighboring countries, the political climate was calmer and there was a debate about taxes, about economic policy, the populist side would be less likely to win because they need sort of the high-octane, mobilized hatred to mobilize their voters. Because in my country, if there was a normal election where people would be discussing, healthcare, education, economic policy, debt, then people will be realized on their own lives that they are worse off and that the government is doing a poor job in running the country, and then they would vote accordingly. But if it's full of outrageous, scandalous rhetoric, which then penetrates into communities and families, then that's what the election is about, and therefore the side of the government can mobilize the voters more easily. So it is strategically, in their interest to make us all crazy in rage.
Zoltan, I know that this question doesn't so much apply to your country or to Slovakia, but I still want to address this to you or to Michal as well, because you are the political leaders on the panel. How much responsibility do established political parties have to take for this crisis? How much of it is a result of people feeling like they just haven't been heard by the mainstream political parties? How much is this an outcome of simmering anger, maybe that started during the pandemic against the restrictions there, and then has just increased because of rising prices, inflation, migration?
Well, I think definitely established parties and established political forces do have a responsibility here. But if I come from my own context, I would say that, we had a democratic system, and the democratic system allowed this government to have a two-thirds majority for consecutive terms. And that is because we had a democratic structure which then was used by this political force in order to do what is in their own interest and not in the interest of the country. I think where the real mistake or problem with the established parties is that they were not very attentive to this. They could not imagine that something like this could happen. And these ideas, these forces, they sneak in the back door, and they just appear there, and then once they are there, they start to reshape everything. And they start with the culture, with education, with the soft things. It's not that they organize big riots, but my kids, they were educated in these 15 years under Orban's rule. I mean, they don't know anything else, just that. And there are many other people like that. So I think the danger is that we get sort of too comfortable. We cannot imagine that anything like that, extremist political forces could come into power because they are disguised in a democratic sort of, coating. And I think what would be important is to realize we do have a lot of examples. First of all, we do have Orban. I mean, he's ruling in Hungary for 15 years now. And there are other countries which following exactly the same pattern what Orban is doing. Maybe they are doing it in a better and more quick way. And I think besides the established parties, the other responsibility is, just as we have heard, is for the media and the communication. And this is where the biggest change, in my opinion, really appeared in the past few years, actually, how communication and political communication has changed.
Cass, I was wondering, is the increased political polarization that we're seeing, is that an inevitable result of this kind of radicalized rhetoric?
I don't think it's inevitable. I think probably nothing is inevitable, but I also think it's important that we clarify what is being polarized. And so one of the things that we see is that it's not so much the positions that have shifted, even in a country that truly is polarized like the US, in part because you have a two-party system. You see that on a whole range of topics, people are still relatively in the middle and close to each other. But what in the political science literature is called affective polarization, which means how you feel about the other, that has increased, which means that the other side is seen as the enemy. And that is something much more personal, much more deeper. And I'm not totally sure how we got there. It's not so difficult to see it from one side. If you again, you have to think about the media infrastructure. US is huge, but also in a country, my country, the Netherlands, there is a far-right infrastructure which is considered to be successful, which means that others will copy it. But you need two to tango, right? You can't have polarization without the other side going into it. And this is not both-sidism, but they do choose to engage in that rhetoric. And you cannot win, because as all the speakers pretty much have pointed out, this is their game, right? And so as long as we play that game, like, we don't talk about all of the things where they're weak, and we talk about the thing that they do best.
So you say you can't win, but can we reverse this trend? Daniela, I was wondering what you think about that, because I guess many of us are wondering, so is this just temporary, or is this a lasting transition?
I think it's possible to work against this trend, but it's tough, and it takes a lot of effort. And as a foundation, we've looked into those issues and studied examples where attempts have been made, but also we try our own things. And I'll just give you maybe 3 examples which may work. One is we have to look at the way children are educated and whether they learn in school the skill to listen and then to engage in an argument. Because at the end of the day, what happens is you have one position, you don't want to listen, take anything in, have another one, you confront them, you don't want to have a conversation, you just want to win a battle, right? And it starts in young years that you either learn how to talk and compromise and respect the other, or you don't. So I think schools are one very important arena where kind of civilized interaction needs to be taught more than maybe is the case. Secondly, there's a very interesting example in Germany, which is called Deutschland spricht, Germany talks. It was put up by the weekly Die Zeit. And basically what you do is you fill in an online questionnaire about basic preferences on key political issues that bother people at the moment. And then you get paired with another person who lives somewhere close to you, and you meet. And you have an hour or two to talk to each other. And from the questionnaire, you know roughly the issues you disagree on. And this project is now being evaluated, and it's very interesting to see that people really appreciate to be put into a situation where they talk to someone with whom they profoundly disagree, but they are in a setting where they are expected to talk to each other.
And that is fascinating. So people willingly sign up to participate in this.
Absolutely. Wow. Several rounds have happened. So, there's always a phase during which you can sign up, and then you get paired and you meet in a place.
Now, does it change people's minds?
It does. Really? And friendships grow out of that. It's really, it's rare because usually they really try to put people from the opposite sides of the political spectrum together with, for instance, who profoundly disagree on immigration or on Ukraine, Russia, whatever, really the polarizing issues, and it works. And now the third example which I wanted to give is, this is something we are now going into, it's creating social spaces where they cease to exist. Because very often if you look at the map, again, I know Germany best, so I'll give you an example there. In rural areas, the extremist vote tends to be much stronger than in urban areas. And when you look at the infrastructure in those places, you very often see that many things have disappeared. There's no church, there's no pub, there's little, where people just
For economic reasons?
Yes,
things
for
just
economic reasons, because young people leave and so on. So basic infrastructure breaks down. People feel left behind. So one project we are now going into is how can social spaces be created where people live, where they can just meet, where they can afford to go because drinks are cheap, because they know they will find someone else whom they can talk to. And I think this is something, it's not the task of the local government to do this. It's really an initiative which must be shared by many people. It can be a sports club. It can be a local company which doesn't want their employees to move away as well. So there can be, real partnerships to build those spaces. And in some places, really, something new has grown. It gives a totally different, let's say, touch and feel to a community that doesn't speak to each other anymore. So we have mostly discussed now media and social media, all that is true, but there's also this real-life interaction which we need to relearn in some way.
Michal, what do you think when you hear solutions like this? Could this work in Slovakia?
Of course it can. And there are other examples, innovations in participatory democracy which show that people can actually have a real and meaningful dialogue, even if they disagree. I think this has been proven even today, even in this polarized political climate. But it's the politicians who can't or seem unable to do that. I'm pretty sure, and I see that every day when we do our political work and where we campaign and where we meet people in town hall meetings or on the street, rarely or never are people, even our opponents, voters of the other side, are never as aggressive as they are online, as they are on Facebook. Often I find that the discussion with our opponents or with people who disagree with us are very civil. And you wouldn't have guessed that if you just read Facebook or read the Twitter comments and all that. So I'm absolutely convinced that this is possible in Germany, in Slovakia, wherever in the European Union. The problem is with the political class. And the problem is that we have a political speech, political communication that is not just aggressive and at times, dehumanizing, but which is completely divorced from reality. And this is, again, what makes it increasingly difficult, not just to do public policy and to debate ideas about public policy, but it's impossible to actually have a dialogue at a political level, because whatever insults the other side hurls at you, or whatever data they produce, or whatever argument they make in a political speech has very little bearing with reality. And it's not just about lies. It's about as if politicians have their own speech and their own communication mode, which has very little to do with the actual problems that they are meant to be addressing. And this is what I find in my country to be the case. For example, that politicians are shouting at each other about something that has very little to do with how people actually work or what their real problems are. And people themselves and voters would be able to discuss that, but the politicians, for some reason, seem unable to do. And the big danger then is that if we become trapped in our own bubble as a political class, just with the noise and abuse and completely divorced from reality, that we would actually miss the real threats and the real challenges that public policy should address.
Zoltan?
May I just jump in? Sorry, because that's what makes me really, really anxious. I want to go back to what Cass had said. You need two to tango, actually. And one of the things these extremists are doing, actually, is that they create a space and they tell you how to dance. They have the whole playbook. And because we are humans, we just do it, because you just get the rhythm and you start to dance. The trick is that you get the rhythm, but you don't start to dance, so you don't start to dance tango, but something else. And then they are in trouble. That's what we have realized with Orban, actually, that we are far more advanced in extremism, I might say, I have to say so, which means that there are no spaces left, there are nothing, we cannot do things like what you are doing in Germany at the moment. We have to create first the atmosphere where we can do things like that. They are using communication, they are creating situations, issues, which, they can direct the attention of the society, and they can do their dirty things behind it. It's like, I have a church background. We had the saying that the elders were told that they have to sell the cemetery. And the question was, how shall we sell the cemetery? The grass cut or uncut? They started to talk about whether we shall cut the grass or not. But they did not talk about whether we shall sell the cemetery. And that's exactly what these extremists are doing. They are bringing in issues which are not the real issues, why they are really changing major things. And I think this is where we have to be very cautious, and that's where communication comes in, because if you start to realize how they operate, they know how democracy works very well. No one knows how democracy works as well as they do. They know they use their knowledge in a dishonest way. They sort of, they don't use the democratic institutions in the right way. They misuse it. That's how they operate. So as soon as you start to, realize that and start to behave your own way, we have to be innovative. We have to be passionate. And actually, I have to say that we have to use the same kind of communication without the same sort of anger and hatred and so on. Which means that we have to be very quick, we have to be right to the point, we have to be very short, very brief, we have to talk about the issues that people are interested in. We cannot talk about the big things because people, they don't care. I mean, and that is something which we have to learn from them, and as soon as we learn it and as soon as we do it, they are in trouble. That's our experience.
So I heard an American Democratic political advisor say that Democratic leaders need to stop talking like, no offense, but college professors.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Kaz, what are the implications? And I apologize, that was his quote. What are the implications if we're not able to revive civil political discourse in the world?
Well, the foundation of liberal democracy is pluralism. And pluralism is the idea that society consists of different groups of people with different interests and different values, and that all of those are legitimate. And only if you have that idea can you come to compromise. And so what this does is that it sees everyone else, or at least a major opponent, as illegitimate. And if you see the opponent as illegitimate, then you cannot compromise, because compromise means that you pretty much sign your own death warrant, right? And so this goes to the essence of liberal democracy. And I know by now compromise has gotten a bad rap. But compromise doesn't mean that you don't believe in anything, and compromise doesn't mean that you don't have principles. Compromise is essential, particularly in societies that are increasingly fragmented. Like politics has become three-dimensional, where we talk about socioeconomic issues, authoritarian versus libertarian, nationalism versus open. That creates all kind of different positions, all kind of different parties. And that means that we don't have majority parties anymore. We have smaller and smaller parties which have to come together to create majorities. And if you see the other one as an essential danger to your cause, you cannot compromise.
Go ahead, Michal.
Just listening to Cas, I again would like to use an example from my own experience, and that's just a matter of the last couple of months. There was, in February, the Prime Minister and the whole of the cabinet convened a Security Council meeting and suddenly announced that there's a coup d'etat happening in our country, in Slovakia. That the political opposition, me, in cahoots with some Georgian warriors and secret services from all over the world, want to topple the government.
Did you realize you were leading a coup d'etat?
I was, at the time of the press conference, I was at home with my 5-year-old daughter. But then, and of course it turned out to be a hoax.
She was a co-conspirator.
And nothing really happened. And, and after a few weeks, nobody talked about it ever, because it was a completely invented story. But the point I'm making is that later on, in a couple of weeks' time, the same Prime Minister suddenly has a press conference about the need to have a grand bargain between the government and the opposition about the budget and about our fiscal consolidation of the country. And he says, I invite my partner, Michal and other opposition leaders to come to a compromise on the budget. So a guy who accused me of organizing a coup d'etat, which would supposedly be a violent act, just a few weeks later invites us to get an agreement on the budget. Now, how can you square that circle? I mean,
so you're not highly incentivized to work with him.
Yeah. So this is what that was just in response to the need to compromise, and I take Cas's point. It's just that how could you do this in an environment like this?
Just extraordinary. We have, I would like to go to questions now. We have some that have come in on Slido, but in the audience, if you do have a question, if you would raise your hand, and we'll bring a microphone to you. Okay, well, you're closest to the microphone, so shall we go to the lady first? And please introduce yourself and stand up.
Thank you. My name is Mia, and I'm a student at the English College in Prague. And my school, I would say, is really progressive, but yet, despite that, it is distressing for me to see more and more of my peers leaning towards far-right, even hostile far-right rhetorics, and scoffing and rolling in their eyes in our sociology lesson when we discuss topics that should not be controversial. And clearly, it is clear to me that social media and the internet are beginning to have a bigger impact than parenting or even the education system in many cases. Do you think there is anything we can do to battle this huge, often harmful influence of the social media and the internet?
Well, will you discuss that a bit?
Yes,
Daniela, do you want to elaborate?
Well, first of all,
more?
I do think that platform regulation plays a big role in all of this. So fighting against hate speech, fake news, all of this. Where we clearly see, in particular in the US, a decline in the readiness to regulate anything. Here, I think Europe has to set its own standards, and that's the minimum of what we need to do. But there's something else, and I'm worried about that. If you look at polling data of young people, in a number of countries where I've seen that data, it's very evident that people feel more and more lonely, young people in particular. So loneliness of young generations is really an issue which is new. And it tells us something probably about their daily lives. Probably they spend a lot of time alone. There's a post-COVID effect. And where do they go? They go to social media, they go to the internet, and also many of them are gamers. And this is a space which isn't fully, I think, discovered and analyzed yet. And in part of our work, we actually investigate how young people use that gaming space and whether it's an area where radicalization also takes place or whether there's actually something positive to do. Because in that sphere, you create a new identity, you interact, and so on. So we are actually now working with gamers to find out whether positive, constructive messages, appreciation can be conveyed. And that could counterbalance this in the virtual space. But on top of that, I really believe that if loneliness is such a problem for the next generation, we need to think through how life has changed in schools, after schools, and so on, because, you know, for me, the virtual world is a relevant one for the topic we're discussing now. But real life, and you spoke about parenting, I think we really have to look into societal developments that make children who are today children grow up in a very different way than at least I did and my generation did. And so I think we have to have a very holistic approach to this.
Let's get
because fighting this at the end, I mean, when you're a young adult, that's too late, I believe.
Good point. Cus?
Yeah, I just want to note that this is very gendered. So particularly the loneliness is a problem of young boys, mostly. The debate that we have about the youth going to the right, it's young men going to the right. And actually, they're not so much going to the right. It's young women going to the left, which makes young men look more right-wing than they are. Most polls that I've seen have young men still to the left of older men on almost all issues, but except for something called modern sexism. So actually, I think we should talk far more about young women who have moved to the left, young women who have completely different interests, values, and priorities than the group that by and large dominates the debate, which is older men. And this is particularly important for progressive parties, because this is your electorate. Young women are your electorate in those terms, but young women also vote less, even than young men. So it's an enormous potential for it. But it is very important, the gendered aspect. And if I can bring that in also with regard to the rhetoric, even, you see it even among the far right, that often the far right female leaders are less extreme. Meloni is a very good example. I'm not saying that she's not a far-right leader, but in terms of her discourse, she is less extreme than Salvini, for sure, even Marine Le Pen. And in terms of the targets, finally, we also know that, like, particularly female politicians are targeted to a much higher extent and in a much worse way. And so I think that all those elements are important.
I think we had a question right here in the front.
Thank you very much for this discussion. I have a question to Kaz. My name is Anton Shkhavtsov, Central European University. You gave us a great definition of radical right-wing populism, which I think now is widely used in our research area. You mentioned something that overlaps with my question. You mentioned anti-populism. So going from the analysis of radical right-wing populism, what would you think about radical right-wing anti-populism? And I think this is the phenomenon that is now probably being concentrated in the US with people like Alex Karp and Peter Thiel and Yavin Curtis, for example, who are defending the radical right-wing elitist agenda. So what do you think about this phenomenon? Do you think that there is an actual phenomenon, and whether it can have a development in the US and beyond the US? Thank you.
Very shortly, because I want others to speak as well, but I think there is an elitist response to populism. And again, you saw that after Trump, and you saw that after Brexit, actually, from the side of Liberal Democrats. In Britain, there was a debate for months that we should, by and large, either completely ignore the results of the referendum or have a second one because the wrong people voted or the people made the wrong decision. If you look at some of the debates about Trump voters, like, then it's all about ignorance, and it kind of implies that certain people shouldn't vote and other people are better suited. Now, you do have techno-fascism. Like, I think Peter Thiel is a very good example of that. I don't think that he's particularly relevant outside of the fact that, I mean, he did get himself a vice president. But I'm not sure whether the vice president is overly important in this whole structure. What it goes to, though, and this is, I'm very bad at optimism. I am, after all, Dutch and Calvinist. But I do think that even the media gets, at a certain point in time, a bit bored by populism. The audience gets bored at populism. And I take one example. Macron. Right? Macron was by and large made by the media and by being able to play the media. What did he profit from? A tiredness with having the Front National and a Le Pen around for forever. And so the media looks for new stories. Macron was not a populist in any way. Like AOC is not a populist in any way, but they're attractive because they do something different. Not just the anti, they do something different. And I think that you can sell.
We have a couple questions that have come in on Slido, and I'd like to kind of combine them. One is for Michal, but I think both you and Zoltan can address these. So one says, how can we be aware of our rhetoric and keep it in check when the opponent has no boundaries? Oh, and the other one disappeared. All right, well, let's just go with that one. I think we already sort of touched on that.
Yeah. Isn't there an easier question? It's definitely doable, and you can be successful, you can win elections without going to the extremes in your rhetoric. And there are examples that Kaz has mentioned. There are other examples from my country as well. We had President Zuzana Čaputová, who was a model of civil language from our party, and she won the presidential elections. The dark side of that is that she quit politics partly because of the radicalized and extreme rhetoric and threats. So what I'm trying to say, it's absolutely could be done, and you have examples of that. I think what you cannot do is surrender to the populist leaders in the sense that you show you don't have the same level of conviction about your cause, your values, or what you want to do. I think you can project strength and conviction without the vulgarism, without the aggression, and without the dehumanizing language. I think you can absolutely do that. I think what people and voters in the end will see is that you are a man or woman in this case of conviction about your party's program or about your vision for the country. And I'm absolutely certain that that could be done without descending into the mud of insults and craziness. And well, we intend to show it in the next elections in our country.
Excellent. We had a question right here. Here he is. Thank you.
Thank you, Milan Nič, German Council on Foreign Relations. Fascinating panel discussion. But I have one fun fact and one question taking us a little bit outside of this room. The fun fact is that what you are talking, the two politicians here, about your opponents, Mr. Fico, Mr. Orban, we who were in the room with Serbian President Vučić earlier today had a chance to see on stage, here at this conference, how he behaved to the moderator. He started to call student protesters on the streets last week fascist. Yet nobody challenged him there. But my question is about another country, neighboring Serbia, which is Romania. And I want to ask you, Zoltan, to comment what happened in that country and the mistake that Viktor Orban did with endorsing before the second round the extremist anti-Hungarian sort of populist Symeon because of the ideological cause and the pushback from the Romanian Hungarians there. And what does it mean for your elections? And also maybe to cast to comment the whole phenomenon of Romania from the Constitutional Court cancelling presidential elections a few days before the second round?
Thank you.
And then,
Zoltan?
Yeah, that's a decisive moment, yes, for sure. I think, and that shows really how deeply, in this case, Viktor Orban was convinced that whatever he does, it will be approved, and no one will question, even the Hungarian minority in Romania. And what is even more strange, I think, is that just a day after the election, our Minister of Foreign Affairs said that thanks God that Hungary did not interfere with the Romanian election, that we have no choice. And for this reason, we are very happy that we did not say anything about the election. And, you know, we have minds like a goldfish. Many people just fully and totally got it. Yeah, luckily, no one said anything about the Romanian election, forgetting that just 12 hours before that, Viktor Orban supported Symeon. It shows very clearly what Kas already said, that people get fed up with this sort of populism, and there is a limit until one can do one can speak about certain things. People are not crazy after all. They do realize what's going on, and if it gets to them, they act. And that's what is very important, I think, and that's what drives our communication as well. What Michal said, that we have to be passionate about what we are doing. We have to believe in what we are doing. And if that's the case, then people react, because that comes close to them. When Viktor Orban denounced the Hungarian minority in Romania, that came very close to them. And then they realized, they just woke up from their dream that, wow, what this guy is doing is totally insane. So that, I think, is very important to highlight these points, and seeing that these extremists can, you know, become just so self-confident from time to time that they do really crazy things.
Kas, did you want to take on the Romania question?
Well, I'm not an expert on Romania. I think, and I sit next to undoubtedly a supporter of militant democracy, which I'm not, and so I personally I think that people have a right to hold whatever position. I'm also a bit of a skeptic on Russian interference, both in the US context and outside of that. But I also have no evidence. I haven't seen the evidence that it was there, because they can't show it, which is always one of the big problems with it, right? But you should follow the law. That I do think. So if the law is broken, you annul the election. I had actually more problem with someone else who was being excluded. I think it was a female candidate, on the basis, from what I gather from the media, and I'm not sure whether it's right, that her views are anti-NATO and anti-EU. And I think that is highly problematic. I think that should be legal. And it was irrelevant to the outcome of the election, but I don't think we should go there. But the Russian interference thing, like if there was collaboration, then obviously that breaks the law, and you annul, right? But that's not freedom of speech.
We have had just such a fascinating discussion. I think we could keep going for another hour, but we are out of time. Please join me in thanking my fabulous panel, Zoltan, Michal, Daniela, and Kas. You guys have just been fabulous. And there's a special addition to the program. There's another panel coming up at 6:05 here on this very stage, a rapid response panel, and they're going to be addressing the current escalation between Iran and Israel. So a top Israeli official will be here to address the subject with General Allen. So thank you all, and have a great afternoon, or evening now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and welcome our panelists for the special session.
Look at the crowd still coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us in this special session. One of the great things about GLOBSEC is that we have such a rich array of individuals who come from all over the world, from so many backgrounds, who join us every year in this event. And this year is no different. But this year we find that there are world events that are swirling around us that we thought this morning, as we all awoke to the word, a world where the Israelis had attacked Iran overnight, that this was such an important moment that it was worthy of gathering our GLOBSEC friends together for a special session. And we're really fortunate this afternoon. I'm not going to spend a lot of time with introductions, but we're really fortunate this morning to have with us Major General Amos Yadlin. General Yadlin and I are very old friends, like a brother, really. He's a fighter pilot in the Israeli Air Force, so that says a lot instantly. Has fought in a number of the Israeli conflicts. Would eventually become the chief of the Israeli Air Force. But when he and I began to intersect in our careers, he was the chief of Israeli Defense Intelligence. And we were both focused on Iran during that period of time. Now, one of the things that makes his career unique and gives him special opportunity to speak today was that he was, in the Air Force parlance, he was -2 of the 6 F-16s that attacked the Iraqi nuclear pile in Osirak outside of Baghdad in Iraq. His 2,000-pound bomb was the first one to take out the Iraqi reactor. Later, as the chief of Israeli Defense Intelligence, he and his elements discovered the Syrian reactor in its eastern desert, just outside of Iraq. And it was that operation that ultimately took out the Syrian potential and its bid for nuclear capabilities. So this is a man who is not unfamiliar with danger, not unfamiliar with challenge, familiar with the great strategic issues of our time. And he's here, of course, as a guest of GLOBSEC, and he consented today to give us an update on how we see things unfolding now in the Middle East. All commanders know in battle, most first reports are wrong. So you got to be careful about that. And the information that's flowing now to the public sense is fluid, but I know Amos is deeply tied back into Israel. I want to make sure of a couple things. This afternoon, we will not discuss in any way classified material. I don't want anybody thinking that we are having a very special session here at the top secret level. That is not the case. You are all cleared for unclassified information, and we're going to give you unclass. We are also not going to get into the technical, tactical details, but I think we can give you a pretty broad view of what's unfolding here. So what I've asked Amos to do, and I've got several questions for him. The first one is he has a very interesting narrative, because what happened last night didn't just start last night. What happened last night, in many respects, has been planned for a very long time. But the execution order came last night. But what's happened since the 7th of October in 2023, that horrific day when Israel was attacked by Hamas out of Gaza? What's happened since then in the Middle East has been epic. And we often don't see the entirety of this as time goes on. And I've asked Amos to give us a sense of what has happened so that we have a sense of the enormity of Israeli operations and the threat to Israel and the way Israel has responded to that since the 7th of October 2023. And with that, Amos, if I could turn the floor over to you, my brother, and if you could take us through the first question, please.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Yes, we are brothers, but I have to correct you. I haven't been the commander of the Israeli Air Force. I lost the competition. I was number 2, the chief of air staff.
That's it, okay.
And then I was the first and unfortunately the last Air Force general that became the head of the intelligence. The head of intelligence in Israel is not a military intelligence. It's a national intelligence. You are running like 16 agencies in America. When I used to go to DC, I have to meet 16 different generals and head of agencies. So what happened tonight has to do with your introduction. What happened tonight is the third time that the Begin doctrine was exercised.
Menachem Begin.
Menachem Begin, Prime Minister of Israel, 1981. I'm a young major, as you said. He decided that any country that calling in the open to destroy the Jewish state of Israel will not be allowed to have the tools to do it, which is a nuclear bomb. So it was exercised first in Baghdad, and then a North Korean reactor, not a Syrian reactor, North Korean reactor in the Syrian desert. And I was invited to brief Vice President Cheney in 2008, and he knew about my history. He said, General, 2 is not enough. You need to have 3 on your belt. Say, Vice President, we are doing everything, but I guess it will be my students that will do it. And they did it last night, and they did it big. They did it big. But you want me to go back to the 7th of October. And what happened to Israel on the 7th of October was a huge failure. Huge failure. Intelligence failure, operational failure, and leadership failure, political failure. We don't have time to go deeply into each one of the failures. Then we went to a war in 7 fronts. And whose idea was it to have 7 fronts around Israel? Iran. Iran has a doctrine that they don't want to confront Israel directly, but they will encircle Israel with proxies, like Hezbollah, like Hamas, like Islamic Jihad, like the Shia militia in Iraq, like the Assad regime, like the Houthis, and all of them in the same time will attack Israel. This was the idea of the 7th of October, starting in Gaza, continue to Hezbollah, to Syria, to Iraq. And it was about 9 months that Israel was under attack, and the first phase of the war is a failure, because Israel's defense doctrine is short wars and decisive victories, and it was not the case until the summer of 2024. And then we did a short war against Hezbollah, decisive victory, decapitating the leadership, destroying, and this is even more important than the decapitation and more important than the pagers. It's 3,000 ballistic missiles that should have been launched against Israel from southern and central Lebanon, and all of them were destroyed due to a very good intelligence, an excellent Air Force. And Hezbollah basically gave up, decoupled from Gaza. And what happened last night, in my view, is even more impressive, because Beirut and southern Lebanon are 50 miles, 100 miles from Israel. What happened last night is happening between 1,500 kilometers to 200 kilometers. And you know it, 2,000 kilometers. Against not a terror organization like Hezbollah, against its mother, the state of Iran, which is the cause of all the problems in the Middle East. But speaking about failure, big success, by the way, my recommendation to the government of Israel was take this success into a political solution of the war. They haven't done it. It was a period of missed opportunity. And what have started last night is an opportunity, and I hope it will not be a gamble or a missed opportunity. Because as you said, you always know how you start a war, but the war is judged at the end of the war, mostly by what you achieve politically and strategically. I will say something about the mission last night. The target was the Iranian nuclear program. Based on the Begin doctrine, the Iranians are smart, sophisticated, educated, and they have prepared their nuclear program in an impressive way. They have learned the lesson of 1981, 2007, Muammar Gaddafi. They prepared a robust, dispersed, not a nuclear reactor. All kind of enrichment site, all kind of other nuclear sites, all over the country. So the operational challenge was unique. Unique, it is not over yet. I think as we speak, airplanes are still flying into Iran to complete some of the job. As you say, not classified information, but the first results are very good on nuclear. But nuclear is not enough. There was a leadership capitation that the chief of staff of Iran military, the head of the IRGC, and the head of the air and space, all these generals were targeted. You know how much real-time intelligence and the capability to connect it to the right bomb is so important and so professional in doing that. But not last but not least, after nuclear and leadership, come the understanding that the Iranians will react. Iraq haven't reacted in 81. They closed the bill in 1991, but they haven't reacted in 81. The Syrians haven't reacted. They went into denial space. Their nuclear site was never attacked.
And you let them do that, too?
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
Stability purposes.
And the Iranians are waiting for this attack in the last 15 years. So they prepare a huge number of ballistic missiles and drones and cruise missiles. So last night, Israel preempted also these elements. Not all of them, but what we saw in the first attempt of Iran to retaliate, zero penetration, which is also amazing, amazing success. It will not be forever, but when I thought about the Iranian reaction, I thought about something much more formidable than it was.
With regard to the timing of this attack, can you all hear me? Yeah. Okay. With regard to the timing of this attack, what generated that timing? Was it some sense? Thank you. You know, one of the things that we've always taken a close eye on with respect to any potential hostile nuclear program is whether the hostile state can do several of three things. A full nuclear an enrichment cycle, fully capable uranium enrichment cycle, or a plutonium extraction program, number one. Number two, the capacity to weaponize it, so a device of some form or another. And the third was the means to deliver it. Those three things together would theoretically generate the need to act, but if they began to move forward ultimately for a breakout, that became the necessity to act. Can you talk a little bit about how Israel saw this moment for the reason to attack, please?
Yeah, you're absolutely right with the three components. Iran has missiles, thousands of them. Iran developed in the last 15 years the capability to enrich with advanced centrifuges. They have, by the way, they used to have, I don't know what left, but they used to have tons of enriched uranium, 20%, 60%, and it can be enriched to a military level within days, maybe week. So these two elements were there. So all the intelligence, I guess your intelligence as well, MI6 as well, and the Israeli intelligence look at the weaponization. And there were signs that Iran is now renewing what they have stopped in 2003. You know why they have stopped in 2003? Because of you. Because President Bush have a State of the Union saying, we destroy Saddam Hussein, there is an axis of evil, next is Iran and North Korea. By 2005, by the way, they understood that you are not going anywhere. You're stuck in Iraq because of them, and they renew the enrichment. But they haven't renewed the weaponization, because the Iranians, once again, they want to reach to the bomb not as fast as possible. This is a nation with patience. They want to reach to the bomb as safe as possible. So they want to develop all the components, and then in the last, or in the right and proper minute, to break out. And there were signs that because of the war in Ukraine, because you are dealing with Taiwan, and you shift to the Pacific, maybe it's a good time. So I think the timing has to do with the state of the weaponization program in Iran. The tactical time has to do with the 60 days that Trump gave them for negotiation, and the understanding that there is no about good deal that will stop Iran to come from this negotiation. The Iranians try to buy time that, once again, Trump will be busy in another place. There was still a snapback mechanism that the Americans cannot use. It's a diplomatic tool that was in the JCPOA from 2015. Only the E3 can call snapback. The Iranians were very worried about the snapback of the sanctions of UN Security Council 1929. And so they want to buy time. The Iranians want to buy time all the time. So Israel decided that enough is enough, and this is the right timing. One thing about the American position. When we look into the White House from America, we see a traffic light. Not with 3 lights, with 4 lights. The first light is, as always, red. Don't. This is Obama light, this is Biden light. This may was Trump light during the 60 days. There is a yellow light, which is basically saying you are a sovereign country, you are threatened by a country that want to destroy you. If you want to attack, attack, but we are not in the business. We are afraid that our soldiers in Qatar, in Bahrain, will be attacked by Iran, so go for it, good luck. I guess this was the case last night when Bibi called Trump, I think 1 hour before the attack. There is a green light. In the first 2 months of Trump, there was a green light. Green light meaning the General Kurila, the commander of CENTCO, came to Israel.
U.S. Central Command, which has operational responsibility for the entire Middle East, Central Asia, and Egypt.
He came and asked Israel, how can I help you? We are not going to attack Iran. because we are a peace-loving country. But if you have to do it, do you need tankers? Do you need bombs? Do you need intelligence? We'll give you a diplomatic support. And I think Trump has stopped it. I think the head of the National Security Council was removed from the Washington building. No, it's Eisenhower building.
Eisenhower, yes, next door.
Because he was on the green light. And of course, there is the yellow light. Yellow light is a dream that we will do it together. In a couple of hours, President Trump will have the National Security or the principal meeting, because National Security Council was basically cancelled. But he will speak with his advisors, and he will have to decide where he is going about this attack. And let me finish by thinking about 4 scenarios that may be developed. One is a bilateral war between Israel and Iran, because the Iranians will be smart not to attack America, even though they threaten, but between threatening to pushing the button, they may calculate that this is a bad idea to bring America.
Especially with Trump as president right now, that's right.
So bilateral war. Second, they will do the mistake, and they will attack you or close the Strait of Hormuz. At least the markets think that that's what they are going to do. Price of oil went up dramatically. And then we are in another war, in the blue light. I will not say that I will be sorry for that. There is another scenario that I also prefer, a UN Security Council, let's say on Monday or Tuesday. Is it a long weekend? No, on Monday.
You never know when the UN has a long weekend, so it's...
calling for a ceasefire. Calling for a ceasefire, and the Russians and the Chinese will be smart enough not to veto it. So this is a very, I think, very good... and then Trump can go to renegotiate with much better cards, and the Iranians will be less aggressive. There is also a scenario which I give a very, very low likelihood, and this is that Russia and China will find it that they have to help Iran, because Iran helps them in Ukraine, and Iran is sending them oil to China, and it will become a global conflict. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm voting for 2 and 3.
Okay, well, you've gotten, I think, a remarkable tour of the Middle East and a commentary on what happened last evening. One quick question, and we're going to go to the audience for some questions, and we've got about 10 minutes left. Was the strike in January, and again, we're not doing classified material, was the strike in January a premeditated preliminary for the follow-on strike date to be determined, which was last night? Was that strike intentionally planned to set the conditions for the follow-on strike?
Yeah, you mean in October?
Yes.
Because in January, Israel's response was very mild, very mild. Only one radar of S-300. So it's basically was the message to the Iranians: don't meddle with us. You launch 300 ballistic missiles, drones, and cruise missiles, and only 3 penetrated. We launch 3, and all of them hit you between the eyes. They haven't got the message, and they, in October, attack us again, this time with 200 ballistic missiles, with a higher rate of penetration, about 20%. And then Israel retaliates by knocking off all the long-range strategic air defense. Iran was not naked, but the long-range strategic air defense gave an opportunity to go much closer to the targets, and this was, in a way, preparing the battlefield.
Okay, we can go out to the audience for a couple of questions, and I'm looking for a question mark early in whatever question comes in, as opposed to commentary necessarily. So we have one on the front row and the lady who has her hand up in the back. If we could get a microphone over there.
can be directed to General Allen as well. He is a real expert.
Hi, Kim. Good to see you.
Yeah, Kim Dozier, CNN analyst. What do you think the regional fallout will be now that this has happened and Iran doesn't seem to have much of a capacity to respond? Will we see, what will this do to the Abraham Accords? Will Iran be able to return to talks with the Trump administration?
Here is the scenario, the dream scenario, that Netanyahu finally will end the war in Gaza, will bring back all the hostages in one day for ending the war. There is another condition there. There will not be reconstruction without demilitarization. There will be an Arab Palestinian mandate there for a couple of years to make Gaza an Abu Dhabi place. And Israel will agree with America that if Hamas is not dismantling, we have the same agreement that we have about Hezbollah in the north. That if they rebuild, Israel has the right to preempt. And then, if Gaza is gone, and if Iran is weaker, no doubt that Abraham Accord can be extended, not only to Saudi, to Lebanon and Syria, that have now leaders that decided that they want to rebuild their countries and not sacrifice them for the Palestinians.
So when Mohammed bin Salman produced the new head of the Syrian government to the President of the United States, there was a condition of advocacy by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia on behalf of the new Syrian president in front of the US president that I think creates a platform for much of what you've just talked about going forward. I had a question in the front row, and then we'll go to the back.
Thank you. Patrick Tucker with Defense One. I appreciate your comments on the conditions that would justify a strike like this in terms of the period between a breakout and a potential act. But officials have been saying for years that Iran was days away from creating a bomb. We know that there hasn't been any test of any device. Is there something that has changed in the last 60 days or even from the beginning of the year that in their nuclear weapon development to justify this? Because it seems a very strange time with the collapse of Hezbollah and the collapse in Syria to instigate such a thing. So has there been any change, or has the state been the same and the decision has changed based on opportunity?
I think you are not accurate with saying that for years we say that Iran is days or weeks from the bomb. On the contrary, we say that Iran is a year from the bomb with JCPOA. Then, unfortunately, Trump left the JCPOA, and Iran became much closer, and Netanyahu and Trump didn't have any plan B. And then they took advantage of the Biden administration. They got even closer. They never enriched to 60% before the last 2 years. They never accumulate such a quantity of enriched uranium. On the weaponization, since it's unclassified, I cannot refer. And I cannot agree with you more that behind the need to stop Iran, there was an opportunity here. Because when I was chief of intelligence in 2010, first time that Israel really thought about attacking Iran, Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Barak was pushing very much. Chief of Staff Ashkenazi and Head of Mossad Meir Dagan were against it. And I, as the national assessor, I gave them like 17 questions to answer with yes, if they want to attack. The first question was, can we do it? Can we roll back the Iranians? At that time, by the way, the answer was basically no. And then the next 16 questions are not important. Second, can you absorb the Hezbollah reaction? Hezbollah was a formidable enemy, but he's not here. You're absolutely right. And then some other questions. So it was the right time, there was an opportunity, and it was maybe the last time.
Any other questions, please? In the back. And we'll come over here to this lady.
General, you know me well. I'm the senior fellow in the Geotech Center, Koraikose. I just wanted to very quickly ask a question with regards to the other powers in that region and how they would react, especially Turkey. Turkey has a strained relationship recently with Israel, is a NATO partner and very important one to the US as well. General, what do you think this will do to the relationship now and going forward, because we're opening more arenas in an area that is already full of arenas? Thank you.
Very good question. The Middle East is basically divided to 4 camps. The Iranian camp, the excess of evil, that thanks God and the IDF is now much weaker. The pragmatic Arabs, which are modern and moderate Islam states, like the Saudis, like the UAE, Egypt, Jordan. Many of them have done peace with Israel. It's the political Islam, if you want to be very polite. If you don't want to be polite, you say it's the Muslim Brotherhood, it's Turkey, it's Qatar, it's Hamas. And the last one is the jihadist. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, the General Allen was so good in depressing and remove them as the main camp. So, to your question, I think the pragmatic Arabs, which condemn Israel, and I have no doubt that they will do it, are very happy this evening. Very happy. I used to work for President Peres, and when we discussed in 2010 the possibility of attacking Iran, he was against it. Say, Amos, there will be a war with all the Arab countries. Say, President, I have to contradict you. They will condemn us, but in closed doors, they will be very happy. Because they are not in the camp of Iran. They're afraid of Iran. Iran is their enemy. When Israel is weak, when America is weak, they are going close to Iran. They are buying an insurance policy. But they are very happy. On the Turks, we are not in a good relation. However, as you mentioned, they are part of NATO. If I have to choose between Iran and Turkey, I prefer Iran. They never developed. I prefer Turkey, sorry. I want to see how much...
That is not for quote.
I prefer Turkey because we still have an embassy in Ayarkon Street in Tel Aviv. And we still have an embassy in Ankara. Yes, Erdogan is a huge problem, but nobody stays forever. And I think Turkey never developed a nuclear program to wipe Israel off the map. Remember, Iran is the only UN member that called to wipe Israel off the map. And Turkey is not like that. Will they be happy or not? I don't know. They have some competition with Iran. Take Syria, for example. Syria was an Iranian territory, and Turkey doesn't like it. They bless her for removing Assad and Assad military. Now we have to agree with them, as we agreed with the Russians, on deconfliction, what is your area of interest, what is our area of interest. Once again, Erdogan will condemn us in all the bad things. But I don't think that strategically he will be so sorry.
And remembering that Israel and Turkey had very deep and long relations years ago. So
I used to deploy with my squadron when I was base commander to Turkey. We trained together. All my friends, generals, 3, 4 stars, unfortunately in jail.
Well, that's another dimension of the relationship. And we had a question over here, and this will be the last question.
Hi. Jennifer Ewing, I'm part of Republicans Overseas UK. My question is also about the timing. You mentioned President Trump and the 60 days that he gave Israel to, excuse me, Iran. Now I'm confusing things like you're. He gave Iran 60 days to negotiate, and they did not. And yet there were talks arranged, I believe, in Oman this weekend. Was that just a, which I assume are off for now, but is that just a coincidence or bad timing or what?
No, I think the 60 days were another deadline that was not met. It's not a surprise. I think President Trump told Hamas that Saturday, his first Saturday in office, 12 o'clock, all the hostages should be released. So it didn't happen. What is important is the traffic light that I described. Since the president woke up, the tweets are very good. He supports Israel. He warned Iran, say, I told you, you can do a deal. If not, you will suffer. And he supports Israel. But 11 o'clock DC time, he will have to decide what he's doing. I don't think Mr. Witkoff is so sorry. Mr. Witkoff is amazing real estate negotiator and project manager. And he's very rich because of that. He got four amazing strategic files. Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Hamas, Iran deal, and normalization with the Saudis. Kissinger was unable to do the four of them. One of them is a huge challenge. So maybe he will have time to close the war in Ukraine or in Gaza and do the negotiation. If scenario number 3 will happen, he will have a chance and the Omanis will welcome him anytime.
Well, Amos, I can't thank you enough for making the time to come in and offer your views on a really very serious situation, which has followed many others in the region. The Middle East is a region in turmoil. There are, of course, many perspectives on how this attack came off, depending on where you sit and what country you're from. But we didn't want to miss this opportunity as GLOBSEC for this gentleman who's been so deeply involved in this planning and this effort for so many years, who is today an advisor to the Israeli government, but also in his own right and on his own is a very objective spokesperson, as you just heard, in a very pragmatic way about what Israel is doing, what Israel's future looks like, what the region will look like as a result of it. And I think you've been exposed to a very unique opportunity for an information flow.
And once again, thank you. And for the record, I'm not a formal advisor.
For the record, that's correct. He's not.
Yeah,
but the phone never stops ringing.
Because I usually got my advice, but in a lag between 2 weeks to half a year. So I hope
that gives them the ability to say you were late in coming in. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I understand there's a reception coming.